In a classroom, a boy writes his last will. He intended to die, but before that, he wanted to leave a record of his school life. That same day, on the rooftop of the school, 3 boys from his class sang happy birthday to him while kicking him fiercely. They made him eat cake from the floor and recorded it just for fun. When the bell rang, the boys decided to leave, but not before throwing the protagonist's shoes. They had to hurry because the teacher could be very annoying. However, Lee Do-yoon stopped to ask the boy, who was still on the ground, to bring cake the next day, and they would celebrate his birthday next year as well. The boy only responded with a fine while insulting him in his mind. Im Da-jun went searching for his shoes, and the teacher scolded him when he saw him from the window. All the kids looked at him, some feeling sorry for him, others mocking him, and he felt embarrassed, as if he were naked in front of a full auditorium. Im Da-jun endured going to school with his aggressor, but he decided to stop enduring it. He just wanted to be free. In the letter he wrote to his parents and siblings, he confessed that, regardless of whether he was going to a better place or not, it would be better for him if Lee Do-yoon, Yoo Seung-tae, and Bi Joo-won, his aggressors, were not there, especially if the first one wasn't present since he was the worst of them all. He also apologized to his parents for lowering his grades. He had been distressed by what they had done to him and wanted to write everything he had been through. The boy wondered what it would feel like to die. He didn't know the answer, but he liked the idea of his aggressor suffering greatly, being taken away while screaming that he wasn't guilty and begging for forgiveness. It was a shame he couldn't be there to see it, but just imagining it made him happy. On the other hand, there was his family. His brother was a study addict. He would probably be studying at his funeral. His sister would likely be on the phone. He never considered himself good at studying or anything else, so he doubted if his parents would even feel sorry for him. Before dying, he also wanted to express his final wishes. Back at home, everyone sat down to dinner, not paying attention to each other, each absorbed in their own world, except for his mother, who would return later. His brother stood up first, still looking at his study cards. The protagonist apologized, but his father interrupted him, saying he was blocking the television. On the news, they talked about the murders that occurred in a school. The police had decided to reveal the identity of the perpetrator, a student who had killed his classmates after getting tired of being constantly bullied. He had turned himself in the previous evening for brutally killing 7 classmates. Civilians and journalists surrounded him, asking questions and taking photos. He claimed not to be a murderer and passionately defended his actions. After all, only he knew what he had lived through to reach such extremes. He named each of his aggressors. He no longer saw them as humans. He looked into the camera, addressing the victims like him. It was time to stop asking for forgiveness. Nobody cared about what happened to them. They had to take care of themselves, and he encouraged them to do whatever it took to survive. If they didn't want to die, they had to kill. Im Da-jun watched the television attentively. It was as if the person on screen was speaking directly to him. The press conference stopped as the boy became agitated. Controversy erupted over the case when it became known that the perpetrator was a victim of school bullying. The protagonist's father disagreed with the boy's actions and downplayed the fact that he had been abused, viewing them as a bunch of crazies. But inside, the protagonist applauded his words. He was right. Why was he the only one who had to die? The rest of the night, the protagonist spent reading on a forum about how to kill someone and imagined himself doing the same as the boy in the news. However, at the same time, he thought about the consequences and realized he would never do something like that. He hated feeling this way. He just wanted a normal life. He begged for someone else to do it, for someone else to have the courage to kill his tormentor. But he would do nothing and end up dying at the hands of Do-yoon, and he didn't want that. So, he looked for a toolbox and the necessary items, and upon returning to his room, he stabbed his pillow repeatedly with a screwdriver. He promised himself that it wouldn't be him who died. It would be Lee Do-yoon, or, at least, that's what he told himself. The next day, while in class, he started to doubt. He could do it any other day, as long as the boys didn't mess with him. But he didn't get a chance to fully form the idea when he received a blow to the head. It was them. They asked him to bring the cake and wanted to celebrate his upcoming birthday. This angered him, who touched his pocket without looking up, searching for the sharp object while wondering if it was a good time to do it. Should he stab the leader first and then his friends, or just kill Lee Do-yoon? He had practiced and was sure he could do it, but when he finally held the object in his hands, the boy waiting for an answer touched his shoulder, causing the protagonist to look up. As he looked into the boy's eyes, he realized he couldn't do it. It was like Pavlov's dog, an experiment in which a dog was repeatedly fed after hearing a bell, and as a result, the dog started salivating just by hearing the bell. In his case, after years of being beaten, he had developed a conditioned fear. Everything happened just by looking at his face. Fear started in his neck and then paralyzed his whole body. The entire plan he had formed in his head vanished. Seeing that he had brought nothing, Do-yoon started hitting him, and the boy simply hid the object he had intended to use as a weapon. He hated himself. The boy kept hitting him, warning him that he wouldn't escape easily, that they would have a party, and he had to follow them after school. After classes, the boys went to a building under construction. When they arrived, there were some cans of drinks, soda, alcohol, bags of chips, and instant soups. The boy put his arm around the protagonist's shoulder, telling him to cheer up because he had something better prepared for him. The protagonist refused because he had never drunk before, but declining was not an option. Do-yoon started preparing a special drink in a glass, not only adding the mentioned items but also some used socks, dirt, and a bit of saliva. The boy had to drink it all, or they would hit him. When the protagonist tried to refuse, he received a slap and had to muster the courage to drink it. The others laughed and started recording, but he couldn't bear it for long and ended up vomiting. The leader sent the other two for more things and drinks while he continued tormenting the boy for vomiting his concoction. Dajin felt dizzy and really sick, but the bully forced him to drink from the bottle. The protagonist had had enough of the situation and ran off, breaking the bottle in the process. He didn't know why he was fleeing when he would be beaten up again the next day. Do-yoon caught up with him from behind, threw him to the ground, and started hitting him. Dajin felt a strong pain, regretting having run away. He wondered if it would have been better to drink and die. The bully dragged his victim back by the hair. The protagonist hated having to keep living like this, being beaten to the point of not being able to take it anymore. Just seeing the bully's face scared him, and his mind went blank. When he saw the bully's face, he couldn't do anything, but right at that moment, when he turned his back, the protagonist couldn't see his face. If he didn't see it, he could do it. The protagonist pushed the bully with force just as a truck passed by. When the two boys who had gone to buy things returned, they saw a crowd of people in an ambulance. As they approached, they saw that their friend had had an accident. Meanwhile, the protagonist was running away scared. The effects of alcohol had disappeared, and he was trembling. He had done it. If he hadn't, he would be dead. That was the moment everything began. He would survive. After the accident, the protagonist lay in his bed under the sheets, wondering why he didn't run away. Memories of the boy on the ground while he ran away haunted him. But he couldn't help it, he just wanted revenge. The next day, on his way to school, he thought it would be his last day. He wondered what had happened because he had left. He just wanted to go to the classroom without his aggressor. While thinking about the possibilities of getting caught, he stopped at the door of his classroom, scared that the police might be waiting for him on the other side. But when he opened the door, everything was the same as always. He went to his seat, thinking about how normal everything looked, except for Lee Do-yoon's empty seat. The teacher informed the students about the car accident. The boy remained unconscious, with serious injuries. The investigation had concluded that he had recklessly crossed the street. This made the protagonist feel guilty, but at least he didn't have to worry anymore, and he could finally sleep peacefully. He would try to live a normal life for a few days. The rest of the day, the boy attended his classes peacefully. At first, he didn't know what to do during free moments, but then he remembered that he hadn't read in a long time. He used to do it a lot during middle school, but it became difficult when he entered high school. As he read, tears started falling from his face, and a boy approached to tease him, mentioning that they had seen him leave with Lee Do-yoon the day before. But it didn't go any further. For the boy, the classroom seemed a bit different. They used to bother him even when his main aggressor wasn't there, but for some reason, he didn't feel like they were seeking a fight anymore. Moreover, all the bullied kids seemed comfortable. The classroom was peaceful now that Lee Do-yoon was gone. When he started to feel that maybe he had done the right thing and that he wouldn't get caught, a police car entered the school grounds. Everyone started joking about it, but Dajin was worried. A few minutes later, a boy came to the classroom to call him. In the teacher's lounge, an officer handcuffed him while another read him his rights. He was detained for attempted murder. The teachers were shocked and confused. He had lived in a sweet dream for a while, but all of that faded away. After what happened, everything became heavier. Society reminded him again and again of everything that had happened. He was taken to trial, found guilty, but due to the fact that he was constantly bullied and drunk at the time of the crime, he was sentenced to 2 years of probation. There was alcohol in the drink they forced him to take, and his will wasn't taken into account. He didn't go to a reform school, but he still wasn't happy. Later, at the school committee meeting, they informed him of his expulsion. As he left the place, students asked him if he would continue studying and why he wasn't sent to a reform school, but the boy just looked down. Although all the comments around him bothered him, he thought it would be okay when he got home, or so he thought. Once at home, his father kicked him out. He didn't want to see him again. None of his family members even bothered to see him. Dajin was shattered, but there was nothing he could do, so he left home crying. The night couldn't get worse, but it started to rain, and the protagonist just walked without knowing where to go. Why did he have to go through all this when he just wanted a normal life? Now, he had nothing. When he crossed an alley, Lee Do-yoon's friends were waiting for him, and they started beating him together. The boy felt that his body couldn't take it anymore, and he couldn't even escape. There were too many of them. The protagonist remained on the ground as one of the boys stepped on his head and asked him how he would compensate for what he had done to his friend. He would accept an apology in place of Do-yoon, and if he didn't, they would keep hitting him. But the protagonist could only think about all the times he had been beaten and pushed around. He wasn't worse than them just because he had defended himself. Even under the threat of the boy, Dajin shouted that he hadn't done anything wrong, but that only earned him another beating. The boy fiercely hit our protagonist, who remained stretched out on the ground. The protagonist managed to touch an object with his fingers and grabbed it. It was a brick, which he used to defend himself, and the aggressor fell to the ground. But the boy kept hitting him again and again while the other men watched. The protagonist would no longer feel guilty. He knew what he had to do to get out of that mess and survive. He had to kill. The other boys began to threaten him, wielding sticks and heading straight for him. The protagonist held the brick tightly as he received blow after blow. He mustered up courage and struck one of them with the brick in hand, making him step back. But another one took advantage of his distraction and attacked the protagonist forcefully in his back, causing him to fall to the ground, which they used as an opportunity to hit him even harder. Two of them held him by the arms, and when the third one tried to hit him, a mysterious man arrived at the scene with ramen, scolding them for being in his home, referring to the construction site. The boys asked him to leave, and he seemed to comply. But when the protagonist let his guard down, the man poured the soup over him and delivered a kick to his face, leaving him unconscious on the floor. The others became alert, but one by one, they were all defeated by the man using unconventional tricks. When he reached the last one, he asked if he was going to fight with that, referring to the stick he was holding. The mysterious man had a folded newspaper in his hand, and the nervous boy thought he might have a knife. But the man threw the sheets, and they turned out to be only chopsticks. He kicked the boy, making him fall to his knees, and started pulling his ears to annoy him. Im Dajin watched in amazement as the man defeated the whole gang single-handedly. The few who managed to get up ran away, and the protagonist approached to express his gratitude, but the man just called him his property and was upset about the spilled ramen. Dajin seized the opportunity to ask him to teach him how to fight in exchange for buying him more ramen. He wanted to become as strong as him. Back at the construction site, the mysterious man was eating his soup while the protagonist told him what had happened and why he wanted to become stronger. The man congratulated him for what he had done to Lee Do-yoon, but still, he wouldn't help him with that. The boy was smart, but he had never fought in his life. To that man, the boy was just like a flower in a greenhouse, living a normal life. There were much more dangerous things outside. Despite his insistence, the man didn't budge, but neither did the protagonist. In the following days, he followed the mysterious man everywhere and copied every little thing he did, like rummaging through dumpsters, stealing food, and sleeping in parks. He imitated every action and aimed to become as strong as him. He had to adapt to all scenarios. His life was like that of a wild animal. There were moments when he began to doubt, but seeing the man fight convinced him that it was what he wanted. If he became like that man, he could get his revenge. At one point, the mysterious man noticed that he was being followed and asked him if he was still trying to learn to fight. The protagonist affirmed that he was, and the man said he would help him if he did something for him. He had to kill someone, Park Young-hyun, one of his aggressors. The man told him that if he wasn't ready, he could go home, and if he only followed and cried, he would be left behind. The protagonist didn't understand why he couldn't do it, but he continued to be the only one suffering. The man advised him, saying he had hit one of the boys with a brick, and it wasn't wrong, but it wasn't enough. What he was doing was just a rabbit fight, not revenge, just a cornered prank. On the other hand, Young-hyun desperately sought information about the construction worker they had fought with. Unbeknownst to him, the protagonist waited stealthily behind him for the perfect moment to attack. He would switch places with him this time. It would be the protagonist who would attack. A memory from his past came to him. Young-hyun apologized after pulling down his pants in front of the girls and splashing him with water while they were in the bathroom. He claimed to suffer whenever the protagonist felt pain. He raised his hand to shake the protagonist's hand, and Do-yoon encouraged him to forgive him. After all, his apologies seemed sincere. When Dajin shook his hand, the big guy gripped it tightly until the protagonist screamed in pain. His grip strength was excessive. He had been a baseball player and was expelled for aggression. After the apology, the big guy said he felt relieved and would continue apologizing in that way every day. The protagonist, who was on a roof only slightly higher than the ex-baseball player, tried to calm himself down. He just had to stick to his plan. The thought that Park Young-hyun had tormented him all this time just to show off his strength angered him, and holding on to that feeling, he jumped towards him. He had managed to knock him down. It had been easier than he thought, but he let his emotions distract him, and the big guy got up to hit him back, 3 times harder than he had ever hit him before. The protagonist trembled with pain, but the boy didn't stop. He kept hitting him while demanding that he bring the construction hero. Young-hyun was resentful because the protagonist had knocked him out with a single blow. The mysterious man watched the fight from afar. It had started well but was getting worse. The protagonist felt more pain than usual, and the ex-baseball player had been lenient all this time. But he wanted to live with the cool guys and feared they would play with him like a broken toy, referring to the protagonist. He had been a fool to come and fight. However, Dajun threw a bag of garbage at him, which broke on his face and confused him. This surprised the man who watched them from afar. It was the moment to attack. Now he couldn't see him, and although this wasn't entirely true, the boy went on and grabbed him by the clothes. But the big guy hit him to free himself, cornering him against a wall. The protagonist tried to blind him, but before his fingers could even get close to his face, the other man firmly held his hands. The mysterious man realized that the boy had been imitating what he had seen in his fights, and while it was good to follow an example, he was doing everything very clumsily. Im Dajun looked at his aggressor with hatred as he hit him. He felt deceived. He had always had to endure them, and he had been expelled because of them. If he could, he would kill them all. He remembered the moment when the mysterious man asked him to hit Young-hyun. If he couldn't do it, the man would leave, but the protagonist stopped him and said he would try. Although the man believed it would be difficult due to the weight difference, you never know if something could change in his favor. In a street fight, tactics don't matter. He had ruined his life, and there wasn't much to think about. He would do what was necessary. The man seemed to have lost hope that the boy would win and was about to leave when the ex-baseball player hesitated. The boy pushed him with what looked like a knife wrapped in newspapers. The huge guy wasn't going to fall for his trick, but when he took the weapon, he was surprised, and the boy smiled. It seemed like he really had a weapon. Someone standing in front of him with a knife seemingly out of nowhere was highly improbable. But for many people, the mere presence of a knife froze them with fear. The boy kicked the big guy, and the latter started running in the opposite direction. The man who was watching from afar considered that if he had learned to make a fake knife, the other boy must have noticed the different texture when he grabbed it. However, judging by his reaction, he perhaps didn't notice. Dajun was crazier than he thought, and that could end very badly. As Young-hyun ran, he took a wrong turn and ended up in a dead-end alley. The protagonist followed him, seeming to have lost control. He was mad with rage. When he got closer, he hit him hard in the head without stopping. The boy being hit didn't want to lose against what he considered a loser. If only he could do something about it. So when Dajun kicked him, he pretended to be hurt and asked him to stop. But the boy who had been mistreated so many times wouldn't stop for that. How many times had he endured the abuse from him and his friends, always begging, and they never stopped? The protagonist began to cry, unable to stop the painful memories of his past. The man watching from afar thought he had won when he realized the boy had become distracted, and the other boy had taken control of the situation. He threatened him with the knife and brought it down with force to stab him, but it hit the boy's leg. The protagonist smiled. It was nothing but a metal ruler wrapped in paper. Dajun mocked himself for being scared of a simple ruler, and the other boy, filled with anger, started hitting him relentlessly. The man, impressed by everything the boy had achieved, decided to approach and help. He poured a drink on the angry Young-hyun's head, and the boy turned to see him. He recognized him as the same man from the construction site and went after him. But the man remained calm and kicked him hard in the face, knocking him out once again. He approached the protagonist and asked if he knew what would have happened if he hadn't intervened. He wouldn't teach him to fight, although he had come close to passing the test. The boy, still on the ground, reproached himself for letting his guard down. Nothing had changed. He was still the same boy who got beaten. He had lost again. He hit his fists against the ground with anger. The man crouched next to him and asked once more if he wanted to be strong, even if he got beaten like that. The boy nodded, and the mysterious man gave him another chance. But this time, the training would be much harder. Later, they walked through a neighborhood full of stairs where Im Dajun had never been before, wondering where they were going. On the other hand, the man explained that although for him, the bullies from his school were the worst scum, the real danger he could expose himself to was outside. There were some people whom nobody would accept in schools. It wasn't enough to leave school. If Dajun decided to live on the streets, he would encounter people who were much worse than those he knew now. Those who have nothing to lose are terrifying. There are guys who are incredibly dangerous out there. After saying all that, the man stopped in front of a house. That's where those people gather and live. The boy was surprised and asked why he had brought him there, but the man pushed him inside the house and challenged him to survive there, closing the door and leaving him alone. The protagonist knelt on the floor, wondering what the man meant by surviving, and then looked up at the people in front of him. Still on the ground, he explained how he ended up there. Cho Hangul had brought him there. He had to live with them to learn how to fight. The boys were incredulous, but when it came to him, nothing surprised them. So the red-haired boy, Cha Diob, began to ask if he knew how to do anything. But Yim Dajun denied everything. He didn't know how to do anything. The red-haired boy couldn't believe that Hangul had brought someone so useless, but another boy, with long hair, proposed to let him stay for the night. Diob took him to a small room where there was only a washing machine and warned the boy that he wouldn't stay for free. If he wasn't good at anything, at least he had to put his body to work. The next day, he had to do all the household chores, and when it was time to eat, while everyone else feasted, he only had a can of tuna and a little rice. He couldn't complain since he was already receiving accommodation and food. A runaway teenager like him couldn't change his circumstances, and besides, he felt better there than in school. In the following days, he explored the neighborhood and realized how violent it was. It was much worse than any other place he had been to. He wondered if all gangster neighborhoods were like that. By accident, he made eye contact with a man who was with a group and his girlfriend. Dajun immediately looked away and tried to ignore them, but the man stood in his way and started bothering him. He was only trying to intimidate him and show off in front of the girl. But unlike before, Yim Dajun wouldn't let himself be stepped on again. When the guy prepared to hit him, Cha Diob appeared from behind to defend him, warning him not to get involved with those kinds of people and to finish cleaning up. But the man wouldn't stand for that humiliation and went after Diob despite his friend's warnings. Kim Teek, the boy with long hair, was with him, but fearlessly, he took out a knife and headed towards them. In 2 moves, the red-haired boy left him lying on the ground, and everyone was astonished. Diob asked if anyone else wanted to fight, but the others ran away. The protagonist wondered if all of Cho Hangul's friends were as strong as he was. After this, Hyunti, the man who attacked them before, was furious, complaining about Cha Diob and his group when a man from the shadows approached him, offering his help to take down the gang. Back at home, the protagonist was sleeping when he woke up to go to the bathroom and smelled gas. He quickly left the house and accidentally hit Hyunti with the door, knocking him to the ground next to the gas cylinder he was trying to use to suffocate them. Quickly, the protagonist ran away, and Dajun chased after him, thinking about how Cha Diob had told him he was useless, and he affirmed that there was something he wanted to do. Hyunti kneeled to catch his breath and wondered to himself how the bastard, referring to the protagonist, was okay. The protagonist approached and told him that he didn't sleep in the same room as the others. He also revealed that what he wanted to do was beat up trash like him. A few days before the attack, Diob and Dajun were on a rooftop, with Diob asking why he bothered him to teach him how to fight. The protagonist replied that he wanted to be able to take out people who messed with him in one blow, just like he did with Hyunti and his gang. Diob didn't want to train him, so as a way to get rid of him, he gave him a rope lying around, saying that a weakling like him needed to work hard with that. The protagonist then asked how long Diob trained, to which he mocked him, saying he could do 100,000 jumps in no time, and that was normal for him when he trained. The next day, Diob returned to the rooftop, wondering where Dajun had gone to wash the dishes since he hadn't seen him since yesterday. Although he considered the possibility that he had followed his advice about the 100,000 jumps, he believed that no one was stupid enough to believe that. But he was surprised to find Dajun, who had been jumping rope all night, asking him to finish already because he had only done 47,000 jumps. However, Diob cut him off, telling him to go do his chores, while he wondered what that loser was trying to prove and to whom. Back to the present, the protagonist tries to land a blow on Hyunti, but he manages to defend himself and deliver a strong right punch to his face. He tries to take advantage of his lead to escape, but Dajun chases after him, so he receives another punch to the face from Hyunti, who remarks how annoying his persistence is. While running, Hyunti thinks that he must leave the neighborhood because he failed to get rid of Cho Hangul's gang, and now he will be the target of that mysterious man and his gang. Just when he was about to reveal the name of that gang, the protagonist, still on the ground, grabs his leg and makes him fall down the stairs. Then he approaches him and grabs his jacket, asking him about the gang that's after him. But as he formulates his question, he notices a cut on his cheek caused by the knife the gangster pulled out. This situation reminds him of when the mysterious man, Cho Hangul, faced Lee Do-yoon's friends, and he realizes that's how it feels to fight against someone armed. Hyun-tae mocks him for thinking he was running from him and tries to stab him, but the protagonist manages to narrowly dodge it, falling among a pile of garbage, where the gangster throws a new stab that, in his mind, he won't be able to dodge. In the backyard of the house, the gang starts regaining consciousness. Kim Taek realizes who attacked them when he sees the gas cylinder nearby, and another member, a purple-haired guy with covered eyes, asks if it was Dajung who saved them, noticing he's the only one not there. Deob confirms this, stating that the protagonist went to chase his attacker. Taek doubts his victory, but their apparent leader assures him that he will return. He then remembers when he was unconscious, and the protagonist slaps him hard, asking him to wake up, declaring that now they all owe him for risking his life to get them out of the gas-filled room. Although he notices that the redhead hasn't fully regained consciousness, he says that now that he saved them, they have to teach him how to fight, divide the household chores, let him get a job not to be a burden, and even participate in their food feasts. Deob pays little attention to his requests, so the protagonist suggests that they should acknowledge him if he brings back the guy who gassed them. The redhead still doesn't accept the deal, but the protagonist takes advantage of his weakness to take his hand and make a pinky promise as a way to force him to agree. After this, he runs away from the scene, ending the memory with Deob thinking that he won't go down without a fight. Back to reality, the protagonist tightly holds the knife with which the gangster wanted to cut him, not caring about the damage it causes, and without letting go, he pushes him against a fence that separates them from falling into the void. Hyun-tae thinks that even though he looks like a nobody, Dajung has the eyes of a madman. When the protagonist takes hold of his arm, he realizes that he's trying to use the same move with which Deob threw him over the fence. He mockingly tells him that it won't work and tightens his grip on the knife. However, the protagonist laughs that he believed that was his plan, and before the gangster can respond, he makes a big jump that throws both of them off the edge. They descend the precipice, hitting against the wall. Hyun-tae lets go of the knife as he falls. The protagonist lands a few steps away from the gangster and gets up first, so he seizes the opportunity to pick up a brick from the ground and hit him with it. But as he is about to do it, he notices that his enemy hit his head against a cement bollard when he fell, leaving him unconscious. This leaves him stunned for a few seconds before he raises his arms with pride and declares that he has won. With teary eyes, he thinks that he finally managed to win against a gangster he thought he could only defeat in his dreams, and he wonders if he has a natural talent for fighting or if he can now take on anyone who messes with him. Although his inner monologue is interrupted when he notices that the knife Hyun-tae was carrying stabbed into his abdomen during the fall. In pain, he falls to the ground, gradually losing consciousness, thinking that despite believing he got his revenge, his actions were all in vain. When the protagonist opens his eyes again, he finds Deob and the rest in front of him, in a hospital bed, covered in bandages. He starts recounting how after becoming unconscious, the fugitive family found him, and thanks to them, he was able to safely recover in the hospital. A doctor stated that the knife wound was shallow, and he actually passed out due to the impact of the fall. However, there was no trace of Hyun-tae when the group found him. At that moment, Deob teased him, saying that he lost and shouldn't pretend otherwise, but asked if they at least owe him that much after saving him. Dajung explains that despite his loss, the group agreed to fulfill the promise he made with the redhead. While Taek praised him for jumping on that guy, Cho Hangul arrives and asks if he's ready to learn how to fight or if he's going to run away. Determined, Dajung says he wants to start immediately after being discharged. Leaving the hospital, the protagonist tells how the gang fulfilled, as a sign of gratitude, his second biggest wish after learning to fight. On the rooftop of the house, the gang is gathered, and Taek prepares bacon while telling Dajung that he could have asked for something much better than pork belly. He's surprised to see how eagerly the protagonist eats the feast before him. Deob comments that if someone saw him like that, they would think they were starving him, which makes Dajung cry. And the girl in the group scolds the redhead for being the one who ordered them to feed him only tuna, although he defends himself by saying it was something they all agreed on. The other two guys try to comfort Dajung, but he clarifies that he didn't expect living on the streets to be so tough, and he just wanted to have a normal life. In response, Deob says that everyone in the group understands that feeling, that they know what it's like to go through tough times, and if he wants, he can continue living with them, with the promise that they won't treat him as their servant anymore. This makes the protagonist happy, and he thinks he can't remember the last time he genuinely smiled. He decides to enjoy the rest of the night, and one of the guys wonders where Hangul went this time. After the gas incident, the protagonist's life changed. For starters, he no longer sleeps in the laundry room but shares the same mattress with the other guys, though it's quite uncomfortable with them piling up. He also starts speaking informally to them, and although the age range among them isn't marked, it was a bit strange at first. Regarding household chores, although he thought they would be divided equally, everyone having part-time jobs led to the tasks falling on him and Hangul. When Dajun mentioned this to the older guy, he said he was the gang's leader, so it was fine if they didn't do anything. Besides, he was supposedly responsible for teaching him to fight. In the end, when Diob found out about this, he kicked Dajun out, saying that if he wants to live like they're equals, he'll have to work to cover his expenses like the rest, and they'll only teach him to fight when he's earned some money. So, Dajun went job hunting while Hajun bid him farewell and wished him luck, staying behind to clean the house. The protagonist managed to get a job at a pizzeria on the outskirts of the neighborhood. Even though it's only been 2 days since he started, he thinks he already wants to quit. The customers are rude and yell at him for not getting them what they want, and the owner tells him not to be so useless and come work on the weekend, even though it's a weekday job and he hasn't explained anything about what he has to do. Thinking it's better to look for a part-time job somewhere else, he says he needs to use the bathroom, but as he's about to leave, he runs into a beautiful girl who greets the owner as her father and asks about Diob's identity. Neon, as the pizza place owner calls her, tells him that Diob is the new guy and to train him since they're very busy. The protagonist blushes because of the girl and admits that it doesn't change how hard the job is and that, in the end, women have never been interested in him. However, when the girl looks at him intently and calls him cute, he thinks he might give it a shot. Little does he know how meeting that lady will change his life forever. On the other hand, Cho Hangul is in an alley with a wave of unconscious gang members scattered on the ground, with one of them begging for his life while he steps on his face. Without mercy, Hangul tells him to talk to that person to bring him the guy who gassed them, or he will take it upon himself to find and kill him. In Pizzeria Papa, Dajung is amazed by Neon's skills, like tossing and catching the pizza dough in the air, then praising how cool she is when she helps him open a jar of pickles without mocking him. And when she accidentally breaks a plate, she cleans it up and asks if he's okay, promising not to tell her father about it to avoid getting him into trouble. In his mind, the protagonist calls her an angel and thanks Teek for speaking with the owner to get him that job, and he even aspires to work there for the rest of his life. But everything changes when a rude customer yells at Neon for asking him not to smoke in the establishment, and watches him spill his drink on her. Angry, the protagonist tries to approach to hit him, but the owner stops him and tells him his daughter is okay. So, the boss goes to the customer and apologizes for Neon's behavior, saying she's new, and offers to refill his drink, which the offended man leaves. A submissive attitude that leaves the protagonist perplexed. Later, during the break, Dajun can't contain himself and asks his boss why he didn't do anything when it was obvious that the customer was at fault. Angry, the boss questions what he wanted him to do and if he's trying to ruin his business. On the other hand, Neon takes a more soothing approach and asks the protagonist if he comes from another neighborhood. Then she explains that in that area, there's a dangerous organization, and when such customers come, they're careful not to mess with them as they can't distinguish who's part of that organization and who isn't. Although she admits that there are also people who take advantage of the confusion to act that way. At that moment, the pizzeria owner admits that, of course, he can't stand to see his daughter mistreated, but he has seen businesses destroyed for angering those people. So, to survive in that neighborhood, there's no other option but to endure such abuse. Neon thanks the protagonist for caring, but tells him they're fine since it's thanks to that business that her father can work, and she can go to school. These words make Dajung admit that, although they're the same age, Neon is more mature than him. It's also a reminder that life is much tougher than it seems. After getting used to his job, Hangul starts training him, with the first lesson being to remove the fear he has when hitting someone. Although Dajung says that won't be a problem, Hangul hits him in the face with his magazine, saying that in a serious fight, he'll never beat the gangsters, so he'll have to completely reform him. Although, before they start, he asks if anyone in his family is looking for him, but the protagonist says that even if they were, he has no reason to go back to them. This elicits a smile from Hangul. Subsequently, the protagonist says that Hangul took him all over the place as if he wanted to kill him, making him do all kinds of exercises like running, jumping rope, doing sit-ups, leg work, and more, although he still questions if it's the right training since he hasn't thrown a single punch in the last few days. When Dajung asks Hangul if there's a universal method to win every battle, he responds that he already taught him. And remembering the way he dealt with the guys who harassed him, says he has to make his opponent unable to move, block their vision, and find an appropriate weapon. Although he admits that developing such talents can be difficult, he tells him to keep working hard on the exercises he gave him. but the protagonist asks him to teach him how to punch directly and shows a boxing video on his phone as an example. Instead of changing his mind, Hangul gets frustrated and tries to hit him again with his magazine. But Dajung reacts quickly and dodges it, surprising both of them. So, Hangul unleashes a series of punches at the protagonist, but he manages to dodge each one without much trouble. Seeing this, Hangul smiles sadistically and accepts teaching him how to punch with his body directly. However, instead of being happy, the way he said it makes Django nervous, and he asks him to wait. A few days later, in a warehouse, we find a man beating a motorcyclist with a steel bat, while he's accompanied by Hyunti's former gang members, and one of them asks what to do now that Cho Hangul is hunting their men. The older man, Chun Ki-woong, says they won't do anything or tell the Hyungs to avoid them finding out about the trouble they got into because of Hyunti. He's the person he's beating for failing to gas the fugitive family. Although he tries to defend himself, Ki-woong puts the bat in his mouth to silence him. Afterward, he looks at his henchmen and orders them to find Cho Hangul in the neighborhood and bring him in less than 30 minutes to avoid retaliation from the Hyungs. Although they try to say it's impossible, their boss doesn't accept objections and threatens to do the same to them as he did to Hyunti if they don't bring their enemy on time. Worried, the gang goes to the fugitive family's house and knocks on their door, but seeing no one, they consider joining Chun Ki-woong, although they make it clear that's not an option since Cho Hangul is better. Worried about not finding the group's whereabouts, one of them comments that they might be at the pizzeria. After this, Dajung walks to his work, wondering if they can change his pay to weekly since he hasn't worked in the last few days due to his training. But when he was close, he notices a broken window in the pizzeria, and inside, one of Hyunti's former gang members was lifting his boss while Neon was on the floor. The big guy asks the owner for Kim Taek's location, although he acts like he doesn't know, making him wonder if it's the right place for the criminal he was talking to on the phone. The protagonist watches the scene from outside, surprised, and the gang member notices, so he tells him to leave, which makes him look at Neon while silently promising to save her. But she silently tells him to run and not do anything, as they're fine. This makes Dajung remember all the times Neon helped him, admitting that she's much more mature than him for accepting so much mistreatment to protect the shop and her mother. At this moment, the gangster confirms that this is the right place and demands to know where Kim Taek is. Still, Neon insists they don't know anything. Angry, Dajung says he can't put her in danger, but he regrets not being the same as his companion. After saying this, he enters the pizzeria furiously, exclaiming that he works there. Kim Tae-young, the bulky thug who attacked the pizzeria, was 17 years old, weighed 110 kilos, and was 181 centimeters tall. Although his body was all muscle and no fat, it's surprising to know he never trained in his life. Of course, he used his strength for violence, and no one in school could match him, but outside of it, Chun Ki-woong was someone who could dominate him, and that's why he had absolute loyalty to him. That's why the gangster is surprised that someone as weak as Dajung would want to face him, and in his mind, he imagines the situation as if a small dog were barking at him fearlessly, unaware of his superiority. Underestimating our protagonist, he warns him that he will die if he fights him while spitting on the floor. However, Dajung is not afraid and rebukes Tae-young for spitting, calling him a pig, which triggers his fury, and he attacks him. So, the protagonist thinks about his training, and to block his path, he pushes a chair in the middle that should make his opponent fall, and then thinks about using the thing that Cho Hangul taught him. Then, he starts to remember a few days ago when he was on the rooftop, and the leader of his group began hitting him without touching him to teach him how to throw a punch and move, as well as explaining how the jab and right crosses work. Although he didn't hurt him, the protagonist is paralyzed by the force of the technique, realizing what boxing really is. After finishing, Hangul tells him that from then on, he will watch him carefully and asks him to keep training. Although it seems that the protagonist couldn't hear him, as his last punch managed to hit him and knock him out. Returning to the present, Dajung manages to land a jab on Tae-young and then capitalizes on the power to attack him directly with his right, which surprises Neon, who thinks her friend is different from usual. At the same time, Diop complains to Hangul on the phone for training Dajung instead of looking for a job. Still, Hangul clarifies that he doesn't want to look for work and believes Dajung is learning quickly and could fight soon. But the redhead believes he couldn't learn anything with such basic skills, emphasizing that when rookies fight, it's all about physical strength, especially with tricky bullies. In the restaurant, the protagonist watches in astonishment as his enemy acts normal despite the powerful punch he delivered to his face. After this, they both start an act where Tae-young tries to hit Dajung, but he dodges and takes the opportunity to strike back. although it doesn't seem to harm him due to his robust structure. During the exchange, the protagonist realizes that the gangster doesn't seem to know how to fight, but his strength makes any blow that lands almost deadly, so he opts to continue his strategy of dodging and striking. This goes on for a while until Taeyong corners him in a corner and lifts him by his shirt to hit him and choke him. Gradually, our protagonist is running out of air and wonders if he'll die when Neon tries to get the gangster to let him go. But her efforts are in vain as the thug throws her away. This leaves him wondering if he'll never be able to shake off that loser title, no matter what he does. Once again, we go back to the phone conversation between Hangul and Diob, where now the former is the one complaining, saying that it was Diob who told the group that Dajung knew how to fight, something the redhead accepts, but he remains firm in his belief that not everyone can fight even if they are taught, and not everyone is a genius like Hangul. But he responds that the boy might have an untapped talent. Back at the pizzeria, Dajung seemed about to pass out from lack of oxygen, but he remembers the second key to street fights, blocking their vision, and spits in Taeyong's face, causing him to let go in the process. Without hesitation, Dajung takes advantage of his lead and starts a series of attacks against the gangster, but he scoffs that he couldn't hurt him even if he punched him for 100 days. So, the protagonist remembers the third rule of street fights: find something useful in your surroundings, and grabs a bottle to give weight to his punches and continue his attack, which now seems to have an effect. Neon watches the scene in horror and pleads for him to stop when she sees her hand covered in blood from the bottle he's breaking. But Dajung doesn't stop and keeps attacking, recalling the times he was mistreated and making it clear that he's not afraid after what he's been through and even being stabbed. Neon comes closer and holds onto his arm, asking him to stop, as Taeyong is now unconscious. This leaves the restaurant owner stunned by the fact that his part-time employee could defeat a giant like Taeyong. The protagonist doesn't hesitate and threatens the unconscious thug, saying he'll kill him if he sees him or any of his accomplices around again. As soon as he says that, he falls to the floor, exhausted from the fight, although proud that he finally won a fight by himself, and says he'll rest for a moment. But this doesn't last long, as Taeyong's companions arrive at the restaurant, and upon seeing the scene, they assume it was the owner who knocked out their friend, so they challenge him to fight them now. With no other option, the protagonist stands up to confess that he's the one who took out their friend and now he'll do the same to them. But the gangsters don't have time to respond because Teek arrives and knocks each one out with a punch. Dajung asks him how he knew they were in trouble, but he doesn't answer. Instead, he asks him to rest while he takes care of the other gangsters. The two gangsters attack Teek simultaneously, but he takes them down in a couple of moves without much effort, leaving everyone present shocked, including Dajung, who thinks about how strong his friend is. Then, the long-haired guy interrogates one of the guys, accusing them of being the ones who gassed his home. But he confesses that it was Chun Ki-wook who ordered them to look for them in that pizzeria, and that none of the three had anything to do with the gas incident. After this, Teek knocks the guy out and mutters that he suspected He Guang's men, which confuses the protagonist, who asks who those people are and inquires about the name of the gang that Hyun-Tae mentioned while fleeing. To answer, Teek says that he's probably already felt that the area was more dangerous than the rest, explaining that it's because the police stopped patrolling the neighborhood, which allowed the local mafias to expand. The protagonist assumes, then, that those people are from the mafia, but Teek refutes it, saying that they are men from a group of criminals in the area called He Guang, who precisely were the ones who drove out the mafia. However, instead of trying to fight the neighborhood people, this new group started controlling them just like the mafia did before, and Chun Ki-wook was the leader of this organization, and the most dangerous of all. The long-haired guy assumes that the reason why his family of fugitives is now being hunted is that they were the only ones who stood in their way, claiming their share of the neighborhood. So, he also ponders how they could have reached the pizzeria despite making sure they couldn't get there. The restaurant owner admits that his place was already being watched by Chun Ki-wook even before that, which leads the boy to ask why he never said anything about it. A flashback comes to the pizzeria owner's mind. He is facing a sea of flames being extinguished by firefighters, while they comment that the fire was caused by an accident in the kitchen that the owner of that ruined restaurant had. When he tries to approach that person, he screams in distress that it was actually the people from He Guang who caused the fire, but none of the officials want to hear him. Back in the present, the owner of the place, covered in blood from his previous wounds, says that he couldn't let them get more involved with that organization. This statement makes Teek look at him furiously. Meanwhile, Dajung tries to approach a trembling Neon, who thanks him for his help but says she's scared that those guys will come back to harm them once they're gone. This makes the protagonist think about his abusers and realize that people like them are everywhere, and if there's no way to avoid them, they'll have to confront them. That same evening, Teek calls Diob to inform him that Chun Ki-wook is controlling the pizzeria, which angers the redhead. The elder continues telling him that they'll have to come up with new countermeasures against them and that in the meantime, he should watch his back. However, just at that moment, Diob sees a group of Higuang gangsters destroying an old woman's shop, while she holds her grandson in terror. So, he decides to hang up, and when one of the guys is about to hit the woman, demanding money she apparently owes them, Diob manages to grab the bat he was using and hit him. They threaten him, revealing who he belongs to, but he's not afraid and attacks them. When he leaves them all unconscious, he turns to the old woman to ask how she's doing, but she tries to warn him to turn around. But it's too late. Diob is hit with a metal bat by Ki-wook, who proudly says that he caught one of Hangel's lackeys. That same night, at the home of the fugitive family, the woman of the group scolds Teek for having gotten involved with Higuang at the pizzeria, suggesting they leave the place to avoid further trouble. Although the long-haired guy defends himself by saying that they have good pizza, and that's why he tried to help them. This increases the girl's anger, and she asks if they think they should deal with such a complicated situation. But she doesn't let her friends answer, interrupting to ask where Hangul is at a time like this. This discussion makes the protagonist wonder in his mind what will happen to the fugitive family, besides realizing Diob's absence. But just as he was about to ask about it, the four of them receive a message from the redhead. It's a photo of Diob, bloodied and unconscious, with a metal bat in front of him, along with a text telling them to go to the abandoned factory near the forest. In the mentioned warehouse, Ki-wook, with his henchmen around him, is reproaching a bloodied Diob for why his friends haven't come, and warns that if they don't arrive in 10 minutes, they'll kill him. Although the redhead, without losing his smile, comments that if he does that, it would be a relief for them since they'd have one less mouth to feed. This comment angers the criminal, and when he's about to hit him again with his bat as retaliation, the rest of the fugitive family arrives. Kim Teek remembers his companion's question about whether they should take care of everything themselves, and he answers it aloud that yes, they will take care of all of Higuang. Moments before they arrive, Teek asks Yin Daeung if he'll go with them, and it would be better if he left while he still could. He says he can help, but when asked if he won't be a burden, he remains silent. Back in the present, in the warehouse, the girl comments that there are 10 people in the place, and Diob is the person at the back of them all, next to Ki-woon. On the other side, the redhead mocks that it wasn't necessary for them to come since he can escape whenever he wants. However, this earns him a bat blow from Ki-woon, causing the group's fury, with Teek warning him about what he'll do if he touches him again. But the blonde guy just puts his foot on Diob's head while he's on the floor to provoke them, saying how his team is worthless and insulting Hangul for not showing up. While the rest boil with anger, the girl is the only one who doesn't seem affected and asks why they are listening to him, as Ki-woon is just trying to act tough. She even insults his beard. Offended, Ki-woon orders his lackeys to attack the Hangul family, so the protagonist becomes worried about his group's chances of winning against the large number of gangsters they face. Although his doubts are dispelled when he sees how they indeed manage to overcome the enemy forces. Kim Teek lands a kick that takes down 3 opponents. Ha Sungbin, the guy with hair covering his eyes, executes a series of moves that incapacitate one of the thugs. With nothing else to do, another thug goes to attack the girl and Dajung, who were standing apart. The protagonist thinks he must protect Hing-geum, his companion, but she pushes him away and demonstrates her great speed, quickly dodging the attacker's blows and applying a hold that leaves him unconscious before joining the battle as well. Actions that make it clear to the protagonist that they are all very strong. But although he wants to help, he doesn't know where to start. But one of the gangsters is coming for him, initiating a hand-to-hand fight. The protagonist comments that after a while of fighting, they have almost finished half of the gangsters and would soon be able to rescue their friend. However, just as Teek was about to finish off another enemy, Ki-woon attacks him with his bat, which he narrowly dodges. Although the long-haired guy admits he wanted to leave him for last, he agrees to fight. Meanwhile, Dajung barely manages to dodge the blows from the thug who came after him and even manages to corner him near a tank with fire inside. The protagonist seizes the opportunity to take one of the flaming sticks and hit the thug in the face, but the goon doesn't stop and takes him hostage. Thus, while holding a piece of glass to his neck, he warns the others to kneel down and not move, or he would cut him. Teek hesitates but drops his arms. The thug mocks the protagonist, saying they shouldn't have allowed such a burden to come. Dajung and Teek exchange glances, and Ki-woon puts the bat close to the long-haired guy's face, saying that he could work for him and share the profits since it would be a waste to kill him. Although Teek ignores him and says they shouldn't underestimate the protagonist, he punches Ki-woong directly in the face. Then, it's revealed that before coming, the protagonist had asked Teek that if he ever became a burden, they should leave him behind, to which he had to agree. The thug is confused by his outburst and asks if he doesn't care about the boy's life, but the protagonist takes the piece of glass with his hands to free himself from it, declaring that he's someone who is willing to end his own life, so he's not afraid of people like him. This act prompts Teek to declare that Dajung is possibly the craziest among them all, at which moment the protagonist headbutts his enemy, leaving him unconscious. Teek makes it clear that none of them would have gone to that place if they weren't willing to fight, although Ki-woong tells him to stop the bravado since they hadn't won yet. And they clash again, with the blonde guy hitting Teek in the side with the bat. Although Teek defends himself without receiving much damage, he realizes he has his guard up, which wouldn't give him an opportunity to attack. As the long-haired guy prepared to avoid another attack, two thugs grabbed his limbs, preventing him from moving, and Ki-woong had the chance for a direct hit with the bat. Although this blow doesn't land, as the protagonist saves him by breaking a board on the blonde guy's head. But it doesn't faze him, and instead, he turns around threateningly, asking if he's ready to face him. In his mind, Dajung thinks about all the people he defeated, the bullies who bothered him, and admits that Ki-woong is different. He's sure that if he fights him, he will die, and this feeling paralyzes him with fear. Of course, Ki-woong takes advantage of his hesitation and attacks him with the bat in the stomach, leaving him on the floor, and tells him that he will bury him once he's done with his friends. However, when he turns around, he finds that all his henchmen have been defeated, and the rest of the Hangul gang looks at him with anger, making him wonder if a 3 versus 1 wouldn't be unfair for people who consider themselves vigilantes. But Gaeung calls him a hypocrite for that and clarifies that fair play doesn't apply to someone like him. The 3 of them regroup and attack Ki-woong together. Ha Sungbin dodges a bat blow and lands a clean jab to his side, although it seems to have no effect on him, and he prepares to counterattack. Teek manages to get on his back in time to avoid an attack that undoubtedly would have been fatal, but it doesn't prevent the blonde guy from kicking Sungbin, sending him flying. Gaeung takes advantage of that moment to grab his leg and try to make him fall. Ki-woong lets out a furious scream and manages to free his hand with the bat to attack the girl and send her flying. Then, he takes Teek's hand and sends him flying as well. Such a display of skill surprises the group, so the long-haired guy says they'll be fine as long as they don't get careless. Nevertheless, the blonde guy seizes their hesitation and offers all of them to join him, making it clear that it's their last chance and they should think it over. King Gaeung doesn't let herself be intimidated and tells him she'd rather leave that life of fugitives and go back home than join him. Her companions seem to agree, although it makes Ki-woong laugh, and he hits his bat against a wall. Suddenly, a new horde of dozens of Higuang members appears out of nowhere and surrounds the group. With a new order from their leader, these people manage to easily defeat the group and subdue them. With the fugitive family on the ground, Ki-woong reveals to Teek that his men told him that the staff at Pizzeria Papa knew their location but refused to tell him. So, he decided to send Yoon Seungbo, a deranged arsonist, to teach them a lesson. He takes out his phone to give his henchmen the order to destroy the restaurant, but Daeung, still on the ground, bites his leg. Ki-woong steps on the protagonist's face, but he thinks of Neon and everything he had to do to protect her father and the restaurant, and he increases the strength of his bite while shouting at him to leave the pizzeria. The blonde guy is surprised that he won't let go, but without further ado, he gives him a powerful bat blow that leaves him unconscious. Then, he takes out his phone again, but this time, he calls his pyromaniac to talk to him about the pizzeria. However, when he hears the voice on the other end of the line, he freezes. Behind him, one of his men falls covered in blood, while the person on the phone asks if he was looking for him. It was Cho Hangul, who had defeated and brought Yoon Seungbo to that location. Still speaking on the phone while facing Ki-woong, he says that today, even if everyone begs him on their knees, he won't stop. Ki-woong looks at Cho Hangul with a smile, mocking him that he supposed he had been running away from him. Although the rest of his squad is surprised that this is the person they were searching for, the one who had taken out so many of their men. Hangul simply replies that he was also desperate to find him, so he could have extended a more direct invitation. He praises Hangul for taking out his friends since they are not easy to defeat, and it had been a while since he saw Teek in such a state. In response, Teek says that he would have avoided that if Hangul hadn't meddled in his business. But Hangul tells him that's nonsense since they are nothing more than imitators of the mafia, and the moment he messed with his family, he couldn't even expect to leave that place in one piece. One of the thugs angrily goes towards Hangul, but he easily dodges the attack and breaks the thug's arm, which leaves the rest of the gangsters surprised, making them hesitant to attack when they see their opponent's skills. This angers Ki-woong, who promises $100 to anyone who can drag him away. At that moment, everyone present attacks, but Hangul manages to disable each one of those who stand in front of him with just a few moves. He delivers direct blows to their faces, throws one over another, and even impales one with a piece of wood. This display of power reveals to the barely conscious Dajung that his leader was only playing during the moment he rescued him from the bullies, and this is his true ability. Meanwhile, Ki-woong seeks to gain a new advantage, so he takes Kim Teek and threatens to break his arm with his bat if he doesn't stay still. Although Teek looks at the scene for a moment, he strikes the thug who tried to hit him. The leader of Higuang reiterates that his warning is serious, but Hangul, nonchalantly, continues attacking and tells him to do what he said. To the blonde guy's bewilderment, Teek explains that Hangul is not someone who is intimidated by threats, and that if he had, he would never have come this far. Frustrated, Ki-woong breaks the long-haired guy's arm and asks his rival if he regrets his decision now, but Hangul replies that they will see who will regret it in the end. Then, Ki-woong remembers talking to a man in the shadows, who tells him he heard a rumor that the Hangul family is in the administrative area, which is a big annoyance for them. The man also mentions the rumor that Cho Hangul himself is stronger than Big Hyung. Confused, the blonde guy asks what he suggests they do, to which the other person replies that they shouldn't get involved with that group, that they should do their rounds collecting debts while avoiding them. This angers him, thinking that he can't let them live if they are interfering with their operations. Back at the warehouse, Chun Ki-woong joins the fight, thinking that everything will be better if he manages to kill Hangul. But the younger guy agilely dodges his movements while making him hit his own subordinates with the bat. Just as Hangul covers himself from an attack by one of his henchmen, he declares that only the blonde guy is left, as he likes to save the best for last. The muscular guy tries to hit him with the bat again, but Hangul manages to avoid his movements and counterattacks with several punches that disorient the blonde guy. While Hangul admits that he is quite strong, understanding how he defeated his friends, he declares that he is much stronger and won't be beaten. He then delivers a powerful kick that bends Ki-woong's bat and leaves him lying on the floor. Without mercy, he asks him to get up because he's not done with him yet. Angry, Ki-woong gains momentum and tackles Hangul to the ground, proceeding to hit him multiple times while Hangul defends himself. However, this advantage doesn't last long, as Hangul manages to stop his arm and place his legs on his head, applying a hold that breaks his arm. While his enemy laments, Hangul reveals that Yoon Seung-bo confessed to him earlier that they were behind the gas incident, which, along with what they did to Diob, leads him to question how crazy they must have been to try such tricks and suggests it would be better if they disappeared. Desperate, Ki-woong yells at Hangul if he thinks he will get away with what he did because no one had been able to mess with Higuang and come out unscathed. He warns that there are many others behind him willing to end them all mercilessly if he says a single word about what happened. Such words don't affect Hangul. He grabs Ki-woong by the hair and drags him towards one of the tanks with fire in the place. At that moment, the blonde guy starts to remember again his conversation with the man in the shadows, asking him why he's so afraid of Cho Hangul, if they could send a group to easily take him out. His declaration makes the man laugh, saying that no one from Higuang messes with him or his group because they know that if they fail, Hangul won't deal with them easily. Back in the present, Ki-woong begs him to stop while his adversary gets closer and closer to that tank with flames. Ki-woong implores Hangul to stop, mentioning the other things he did to him. But Hangul tells him that he must face the consequences of taking things so far because it was his fault that all his friends could have died due to the gas attack. So if that's his determination, he shouldn't have meddled with them in the first place. Finally, he pushes Ki-woong's face into the fire, making him scream in pain, which annoys Hangul, so he starts kicking him repeatedly to shut him up. The protagonist, still conscious, watches the whole scene from a distance and comments that it was at that moment that he learned how terrifying his leader could be. After seeing that Diob is conscious, Hangul carries him on his back and approaches Dajung, mocking him by saying that living on the streets was quite tough, something the protagonist confirms with a smile, and then he hears his friend say that it was time to go home. The protagonist recounts that it was thanks to Cho Hangul that he managed to survive that encounter with Ki-woong, although none of them expected that it would be the beginning of their bad relationship with Higuang. At the same time as he mentions this, a mysterious man lurking in the shadows approaches the warehouse, once the fugitive family had left, and looks disappointed at the defeated gang members. As a result of that confrontation, everyone except Hangul was hospitalized for a while. Although it would be difficult to settle the hospital bills, they were fortunate that the owner of the pizzeria found out about the incident and paid all the outstanding accounts, perhaps as a way of thanking them for getting rid of Chun Ki-woon. After that event, Hee-gwang stopped bothering them in that area and Ki-woon disappeared from the scene. But even though they hoped everything was resolved, once they returned home, Hangul gathered them all to tell them that the gang would return. Hee-gwang had many more men who could easily replace Chun Ki-woon as their leader. Cho Hangul explains that although Hee-gwang is not very cohesive as a group, as they use their money to get runaway teenagers to do their work, and if they send someone like Ki-woon to provide the payment, they would immediately resume their activities in the area and now come directly after them for being responsible for eliminating their previous leader. So they will have to decide whether to leave that area to avoid any risk or stay and prepare to fight when the time comes. Dajung looks hesitant, but Diop, who is covered in bandages, says he knows they have nowhere else to go and that this is the only place they belong. Everyone agrees with this except the protagonist, who maintains a downcast look. That same night, the protagonist seizes the opportunity to meet Hangul on the rooftop to talk to him. Immediately, Hangul wonders what he wants to talk about, as he finds it impossible to think that he would abandon them at this point, which the protagonist confirms. What he really asks is if there is no faster way for them to become stronger. Hangul tells him that there is no need to push himself too hard, and he admits that he is surprised he has been able to keep up the pace he has had in his training, despite being aware that he has changed in a short period of time. He admits that his battle with Ki-woon made him realize how weak he still is, so he insists on finding some way to at least be on the same level as the rest of the group. After thinking about it, Cho Hangul confesses that, in fact, there is a very strict method to achieve that, so he agrees to give him that special lesson after seeing Dajung's great determination. At the pizzeria, the protagonist is working while confessing that the place has been much quieter since Hee-gwang disappeared, and the number of customers has also decreased, making it much easier to manage. Although he didn't know how long this period of peace would last, he believed it would be fine if it lasted a long time. While taking out the trash, he encounters Neon, who had returned from school, and greets her. She doesn't respond but trembles while closing a garbage bag containing a pink teddy bear. Worried, he asks her if she's okay, and she answers affirmatively, although Dajung doubts the truthfulness of her response, as he had never seen such a dark expression on her face. To change the subject, the girl asks if he goes to school, to which he replies that his life revolves around working at the pizzeria and doing household chores. Her question makes Neon think, and she sporadically asks him if he would like to go out together tomorrow after she finishes school. The protagonist accepts, and only when she leaves does he realize that he will go on some sort of date with the girl he likes. The next day, the protagonist goes to Neon's school as she was taking a long time to come out. He feels embarrassed because he has fixed his hair and is wearing clothes that are atypical for him, following Diob's advice, who found him before leaving and made him dress that way. When he looks at his reflection in a car's mirror to see if he really looks good, he hears the laughter of some girls who were talking about something, and he thinks they are making fun of him, which makes him even more embarrassed. However, when he sees some guys leaving school, he realizes that even though it hasn't been long since he stopped attending school, dressing in a uniform like everyone else, it feels as if they are worlds apart now. When he turns to look inside the school to find Neon, he sees her surrounded by several of her male classmates. One of the guys, who has neatly combed back black hair, hands her a teddy bear, saying that he will do well with her. This action causes the other boys to say that she's the only one he acts like that with and that she should value it. This makes Dajung feel bad as he doubts he could compete against a handsome guy like that. Still, he remains confused as to why his friend has such a scared expression. The boy tells Neon that, this time, she better not get rid of that doll, which prompts her to throw her gift on the ground, asking him how he knew she got rid of the teddy bear. She exclaims that she found out that both teddy bears have cameras, a revelation that the protagonist himself overhears from a distance. His high school companion remains unfazed, although he is impressed that the protagonist noticed it, given how difficult it is to get those toys. Admitting that his efforts have been in vain, he says he will have to change his plans and reaches for the girl. But, before he can grab her, the protagonist grabs his wrist. The other two boys mock Dajung's appearance, calling him a loser, but he doesn't get angry about it. Instead, he stares at that well-combed boy and asks him if he has ever been beaten by a loser. The well-combed boy, donghua, taunts and pushes Dajung, asking if he thinks he's some kind of justice hero, and then he takes Neon's hand, demanding that she go with him. However, his friends warn him about the protagonist, but it was too late as he manages to land a strong punch on his nose, leaving him bleeding. This infuriates donghua, who reminds him that he gave him a chance to leave before getting into a fighting stance, one that the protagonist recognizes instantly and realizes that donghua knows about boxing. Dajun tries to throw a right punch, but his opponent ducks and counterattacks with a punch to the jaw. Donghua realizes that Dajun knows about boxing, but he declares that his tricks won't work against him. However, the protagonist doesn't back down and says that it's not a boxing match and that he could split his head open if he keeps talking that way. Believing that he's trying to act tough in front of Neon, Donghua prepares to continue the fight. However, Donghua's friends stop him, as a group is recording them, and it's dangerous to create a crowd since they're still in school, and the teachers might get involved. Reluctantly, Donghua agrees to leave but warns the protagonist that he now knows his name and who he is. After that, Neon and Dajun are at a restaurant, where the protagonist tries to get her to open up to him, telling her how he, too, was bullied at school, and felt like a burden if he told anyone. He now thinks it would have been better to open up to someone instead of being alone with his negative thoughts. He warns her that if she just endures all the bad things that happened to her, both in the store and outside of it, she will lose herself in the end, just like what happened to him. He promises to help her if she opens up. The honesty of his words makes Neon burst into tears, saying how difficult it is for her. She proceeds to tell how Sung Donghua seemed like a good guy at the beginning of the semester when she met him in her class, but over time, he began to show his true colors, doing things that barely crossed a moral line. When she realized something was wrong, there was nothing she could do. She recalls a moment where he sent a chubby guy from their class to touch her inappropriately, and then confronted her, saying there was nothing she could do about it. She had to endure going to school while being harassed and couldn't tell anyone because she didn't want to cause problems for her father, who was dealing with He Guang at the time. The protagonist feels angry after hearing the truth and admits feeling guilty for not noticing that Neon was going through so much, as she always looked happy. When it's time to say goodbye, she thanks him for helping her vent, and he promises to take care of Donghua. On the other hand, Donghua is at a club with his friends and a girl, whom he has menacingly wrapped his arm around, demanding that she sing for them. The girl pleads with him to let her go, but he tells her not to ruin the mood. Suddenly, the girl's boyfriend arrives and sees what he's doing. He tries to hit Donghua to defend her, but Donghua is much faster and ends up punching him in the face. Then he starts kicking him while he's down, making the girl kneel and beg him to leave him alone, to which he agrees if she starts singing. Trembling, the girl starts singing immediately, impressing one of the people present with how her attitude changed, calling it true love. Donghua finds this funny and orders them to keep an eye on both of them while he goes to the bathroom. While walking to the bathroom, Donghua talks with one of his friends about the girl they are with, saying that she's somewhat boring and that Neon would be much better. His friend tells him that she's too proud for that, and Donghua responds that everyone has their weak points. Then, Donghua asks if he found any information about Dajun, and his friend reveals that he found out he was expelled, which makes Donghua wonder how Neon knows a vagabond like him. His friend asks if he wants that information to take revenge for what happened earlier. However, Donghua says that good girls will do anything for their man, using the example of what happened earlier with the singing girl. So, he orders one of his henchmen to follow Donghua to do the same to Neon. He plans to go tomorrow to find the protagonist to beat him up and make Neon yield to them. However, the protagonist arrives and says that it won't be necessary. He punches Donghua's friend in the face with a fire extinguisher, declaring that he's there to crush their skulls. Surprised, Donghua asks how he knew where he was. The protagonist replies that the guy who was following him got lucky. He remembers how Cho Hangul found him and revealed his location after brutally beating him. Donghua doesn't want to be intimidated, so he attacks, saying he's glad the protagonist is there. But the protagonist thinks angrily about everything that guy has done to Neon. He opens the fire extinguisher to spray him, blinding his vision, and thinking that he has nothing left to lose in his life, he lifts the fire extinguisher, intending to kill them all. A while before, when Dajun met Hangul, the latter told him that the guy who is following him seems to have been sent by Sung Donghua, and he's probably following him because he fought them before. Hearing this, the older guy reveals that this is fortunate, as it will give him a chance to train that special lesson he had mentioned earlier. Surprised, the protagonist asks what that lesson is, and his leader responds that it's about getting into real fights. Back to the present, the protagonist uses the fire extinguisher against Donghua, but the boy manages to avoid the attack with his right arm, even with his vision blocked. Dajun admits that under normal conditions, he wouldn't stand a chance against Donghua, so he needs to take advantage while he's distracted to finish him off. He attacks him again with the fire extinguisher, but his opponent moves his head, which he uses as a chance to try to punch him. However, donghua manages to dodge his surprise attack and counterattacks with a series of direct punches to his face, a combination that makes the protagonist realize his opponent is on another level, so he needs to keep his guard up. However, the barrage of attacks prevents him from focusing on that, and he ends up on the ground after donghua lands another direct punch to his face. Donghua insults him but thanks him for coming to him, as it saved him the trouble of going after him. Now he can do whatever he wants with Neon since, after beating him up, she will do anything to avoid him touching her again. He admits that the thought excites him, recalling the times he got to grope her at school. His statement disgusts Dajung, and he launches himself at the other boy with a series of punches that donghua gracefully dodges without much trouble before positioning himself under him. But just as Dajung thinks he will land a straight punch to the jaw, donghua uses a jab that hits him in the face. This makes the protagonist admit that he can't land a hit, and in frustration, he wonders why he can't be like the fugitive family and finish off his enemies in a few moves. Feeling powerless, he accepts that he can't win with his skills and that it's best to give up. As donghua prepares to strike again with his right hand, the protagonist puts his hand on the door, and when donghua is about to land the blow, he opens the door, protecting himself from the attack and hurting donghua's hand in the process. Seeing that, he accepts that boxing won't work against him, so he'll surrender trying to beat him in that style and opt to fight his way. Afterward, the protagonist tries to approach his opponent, but donghua manages to land several jabs to keep him at bay. Donghua mocks him, saying that if he wanted to, he could have killed him already and that he wouldn't even be able to touch his bag. However, Dajung just taunts him to stop boasting, stating that his right hand is wrecked from hitting the door, and that's why he can't use it. In his mind, donghua worries that his opponent will notice his disadvantage and admits that if he were in good shape and hadn't been caught off guard by that fire extinguisher, he could have easily finished him off with the full power of his right hand. Despite all his doubts, he exclaims that there's nothing he can do about it now, as he hasn't been able to lay a finger on him so far, and a new wave of jabs begins. The protagonist defends himself as best as he can while enduring the blows. Slowly, he gets closer to his opponent, taking advantage of donghua's injured hand to advance, but donghua prevents him from achieving his goal and lands a straight punch to his jaw with his right hand. However, using his injured hand caused donghua to be distracted by the pain, which the protagonist uses to close the distance, and embraces him in a way that restricts his movements, a move Hangul taught him before. Once again, Dajung recalls a moment earlier when he complained to his friend that he should teach him another move, but Hangul explained that even if he learned something new, he still wouldn't stand a chance against a former boxer. This confuses him, and he asks why he should fight then if he has no chance of winning. Hangul responds that losing is also something that will help him improve. But this doesn't make Dajung feel any better, and he says he can't lose if he wants to help Neon. Seeing his desperation, Hangul puts his hand on his head and asks him if he really thinks he's a former boxer, because if that's the case, then it's best to get close and grab him to prevent movement. Although he has a name in boxing, he doesn't see it as something important to mention. Donghua is surprised and yells if he endured everything just to use a clinch. But Dajung follows Hangul's instruction, grasps the back of Donghua's head, and delivers a powerful knee to his ribs while asking him what that clinch is. He continues to remember Hangul's words about following up with a barrage of knee strikes, no matter which area he chooses. The protagonist continues to deliver multiple knee strikes to Donghua. Donghua thinks his situation is dangerous and about to collapse, but the thought of being defeated by that loser gives him strength, and he manages to break free from the hold. Going back to his meeting with Hangul, the protagonist asks what to do if his opponent escapes, and Hangul says that in that case, he can consider it a loss since a boxer won't fall for the same trick twice. But Hangul says there's still a chance in such a situation because if it's a boxer who doesn't know how to counter knee strikes, his first instinct when getting out of a clinch would be to back away, which is exactly what Donghua does in the present. So, in that moment, the best course of action would be to create distance and deliver a powerful knee strike to his naturally unprotected face. At that moment, during the fight, Dajung begins to remember all the moments that led them to this point of defeating Donghua, and recalling that he promised to break his skull, he delivers a powerful knee strike to his face, winning their encounter. Dajung furiously charges at Dogon, remembering how he showed no mercy, and continues to strike him relentlessly. In that moment, Dogon begs for forgiveness and tells him to stop, that it's been enough, and that he won't approach no one again. However, the protagonist is resolute and states that he won't believe him or his words. He goes on to tell him directly that if no one even mentions him once, he will return and won't hesitate to kill him. At that moment, someone enters and charges at Dajung, knocking him to the ground. While still trying to restrain the protagonist, Dajung asks Dogan what's happening. But Dogan tells him to hold on, that he will finish him. Dogan searches for a fire extinguisher to strike the protagonist, but at that instant, he receives a strong kick to the side from Hangul, sending him flying into the wall. Before he can even react, the guy on top of Dajung is struck in the face by Hangul, falling to the ground almost unconscious. Dajung looks at Hangul in surprise and asks when he arrived. Hangul tells him that he had been there the whole time, as he needed to observe him to form an opinion. Hangul praises the protagonist, saying he did great, but also mentions that something is lacking. He comments that the threats he gave to those bullies after defeating them won't make them stop, they'll continue. He tells the protagonist to keep going and finish them off, as he'll never know when they might stab him in the back. Hangul then asks Dajung to watch closely. He approaches Dogan and tightly grips his private parts, causing Dogan to scream in pain. Hangul then turns to Dajung and tells him that's the ending they deserve. Outside the bathroom, some girls attempt to escape. When one of them sees the open door, she looks inside to see what's happening. She observes the three defeated guys, Dajung and Hangul, half naked and completely beaten, while Hangul records them. The guy asks the girls to show more enthusiasm. After that, Hangul tells the three that if any of them messes with Nguyen again, he will release the recorded video. At that moment, Dajung realizes that the girl is watching them. He approaches the door and asks her not to say anything. The girl smiles with satisfaction and leaves without saying a word. When the protagonist looks at her, he notices that she's wearing the same uniform as Sung Donghua. Dajung, now determined, turns to the three defeated guys, looks at them, and threatens that if they touch anyone else besides Nguyen, they should prepare to get beaten up and that he'll always remember their faces. 2 days later, Dajung confirms that Sun Donghua has finally stopped bothering Nguyen, as they all eat pizza. Nguyen apologizes to Dajung for getting hurt because of him, but Dajung brushes it off, saying it's not a big deal. At that moment, Dajung looks seriously at Nguyen and tells him that he now knows it wasn't just Donghua, as he found photos of other girls on his phone and discovered he was in a group chat with other guys sharing pictures. This leads the protagonist to ask Nguyen if there are other guys like Donghua in the school. Nguyen stays silent for a moment but then agrees with Dajung, saying that yes, there are many more guys like Sun Donghua in their school. Elsewhere that day, a group of guys discusses what happened with Donghua, saying that after receiving that beating, he's become a coward. One of the guys present tries to intimidate the girl who saw Dajung fighting with Donghua in the bathroom, asking her if she'll tell them who did it since she was there that day. The girl, although scared, doesn't tell them anything, believing that even though she might get hurt, she won't betray them. One of the guys loses patience and lunges at her, grabbing her hair to hit her. Just before he does, Hangul suddenly appears, grabbing the guy's arm and stopping him. The guy who was about to hit the girl asks who he is, but Hangul tells him he's just a rambunctious teenager who's really hungry. The guy loses patience, tries to intimidate him, but Hangul continues to mock him, asking for help in a joking manner. When the guy is about to hit Hangul, Dajung appears and delivers a swift blow to the guy's face, sending him flying. At that moment, Hangul looks at the protagonist and tells him that those guys over there will be his practice dolls and that they're all his. The other guy gets annoyed by Hangul's words and immediately attacks Dajung mercilessly, telling him not to underestimate them. However, the protagonist remains unfazed, changes his stance, dodges the attack, and immediately counterattacks. The guy whom Dajung hit first gets up and tries to go after him, but Hangul stops him by grabbing his arm and rendering it useless. Hangul calmly tells him that the guy he sees there, that little shit, will be his opponent. The guy tries to break free but can't. Hangul, now more serious, tells him to stay still, and the guy, unable to do anything, looks at him in fear and follows his instructions. Meanwhile, Dajung continues to fight against the guy with yellow hair. They're evenly matched, and the protagonist remembers how much he's progressed, learned, and improved. He realizes that this guy is much weaker than the opponents he's fought so far. But then Hangul shouts from a distance, telling him that it's too easy, and he throws the first guy to face both of them at the same time. Dajung looks puzzled, but he can't think much as both of them attack him simultaneously. Dajung manages to dodge and block their attacks initially, but he can't hold out for long. The guy with yellow hair lands a direct hit, then another. Dajung shifts to just defending himself to avoid serious blows. The protagonist realizes how challenging a 2 versus 1 situation is, as he can barely respond to one attack before another comes. Both of them deliver a kick, sending Dajung flying. The girl they rescued approaches Hangul, asking if she should help him, but Hangul reassures her, saying everything is fine for now. Dajung quickly recovers, remembering how he was treated and knowing he's weak when outnumbered. He decides to keep going and not give up, so he attacks the guy with yellow hair relentlessly. The guy falls and can't defend against Dajung's barrage of punches. However, the other guy takes advantage and starts hitting the protagonist from behind without holding back. Dajung keeps taking hits but doesn't stop hitting the guy with yellow hair. In that moment, the other guy loses patience and delivers a powerful knee strike to the protagonist's face, sending him flying. He then asks his friend if he's okay, but the friend is completely unconscious on the ground and unable to respond. At that moment, the guy becomes even more frustrated and decides to finish off Dajung. However, Dajung has managed to stand up and now holds a broken bottle in his hand, ready to attack. The guy realizes the situation and becomes intimidated, stepping back and pleading with Dajung not to come closer and to have mercy. But as Dajung advances, the guy suddenly collapses. Seeing him fall, the guy calms down and decides to go and beat him mercilessly. Hangul intervenes, telling him that it's enough, saying he can go home now, that he worked hard and deserves it. The confused but relieved guy hesitates, but eventually leaves, taking his unconscious friend with him. The girl approaches Hangul and thanks him for saving her, but Hangul brushes it off, saying it's nothing, as Dajung wasn't fighting to save her, just practicing. Hangul then picks up the protagonist, carries him, and tells him he still has a lot to learn. Later that day, back at his house, Dajung asks Hangul why he didn't let it be a one-on-one fight, since he's at a disadvantage in a 2 versus 1 situation, and won't be able to win. Hangul tells him that he'll have to get used to it, as with his current level, he'll never be able to carry out his revenge. He explains that if he wants to be on equal footing with those bullies, he'll have to play dirty, and that even if he faces multiple opponents, he can win if he uses everything to his advantage and follows Hangul's teachings. The next day, Hangul decides to properly teach Dajung. He shows him how to throw a hook while they train with a rice sack. The protagonist is surprised by Hangul's strength as he cracks the rice sack with a single blow. Hangul explains that with a punch like that, you can knock someone out directly by hitting their chin. Dajung asks if he could knock out multiple opponents at once with that technique, but Hangul tells him no, that even with mastering the hook, he won't be able to knock them all out. Hangul continues, saying that even though you learn the right move, you also need to execute it properly. To knock someone out, it only works if you hit the chin, and he asks Dajung if he thinks his opponents will just let him do that easily. Concerned, the protagonist asks if there's no way to win against multiple opponents, but Hangul calmly tells him yes, that there is a way to do it. He explains that there's a simple way to hit the chin that even a beginner like Dajung could master and knock out several rivals. Later that night, Dajung is attacking some bullies to practice what he learned. The 2 he's pursuing split up to take him on, and as one of them approaches him alone, Dajung surprises him and lands a blow. However, the blonde bully reacts quickly, blocking the hit and avoiding being knocked out. Immediately after defending himself, he counterattacks with a strong kick to Dajung's face. The protagonist is surprised by how swiftly the blonde bully reacted. The bully doesn't stop. He continues attacking Dajung and manages to subdue him. He keeps hitting Dajung mercilessly, not holding back, asking him why he picked a fight with them. Seeing Dajung not responding, the bully continues to pummel him without mercy. After a moment, the blonde bully leaves Dajung lying there, calls one of his friends, and leaves as if nothing happened. In that moment, Dajung recalls what Hangul told him about winning in a 1 versus 1 fight where he's at a disadvantage. He remembers that to win, he needs to put aside skill, strength, weight, and all that. What will truly give him an advantage in fighting a group or someone he has the upper hand against is using a weapon. Dajung grabs the blonde bully from behind and strikes him with a rock. When the other guy arrives, he finds Dajung beating up the blonde bully. The other guy tries to stop him, but upon seeing how Dajung has left his friend and that he's holding a rock, he freezes in fear. He asks Dajung what his problem is and why he's doing this. As the guy asks Dajung this, the protagonist recalls his past, remembers what his bullies used to tell him when he asked why he was fighting them, and he responds to the guy with the same answer. Just because, bitch. After this, Dajung charges at the other guy, who tries to defend himself. However, the protagonist strikes him with the rock, numbing the arm he used to shield himself. Seeing that Dajung is unwilling to respond and calming down, the guy quickly retreats, telling him he better watch out, as the other guys from the school will kill him for what he's done. Seeing him run away, the protagonist chases after him but realizes he's exhausted from all the running that night. The fleeing guy feels safe when he sees that Dajung won't be able to catch him. However, as he contemplates how he'll explain losing when it was 4 against 1, Hangul intervenes in his path, calmly asking if the fight is over. The confused guy asks who he is, but Hangul remains composed, saying not to worry, that he'll let him go if he tells him where Dajung is. However, the guy doesn't obey him and tries to attack Hangul. Seeing this, Hangul reacts quickly and delivers a direct hook to the guy's jaw without much difficulty, knocking him out. After that, he leaves to find Dajung by following the path he came from. As he turns the corner, he sees Dajung, who mockingly asks him if he taught him how to fight a group just to let one escape. But the protagonist tells him that he could have fought them, but one of them was very strong and it was difficult to battle against him. Hangul, with a smile, tells the protagonist that he did well, but he still has a long way to go and needs to keep training. 2 days later, at Jungran's school, Hwang Sihyun asks if all the problems the schoolboys have been having are caused by the same group. He asks which school they're from, but Kim Dongjin, the guy he's talking to, tells him he doesn't know because they were in casual clothes. However, he assures Sihyun that he can handle the situation, as if it's known that Jungran's school is weak, things will get out of control. Sihyun suggests that Dongjin at least describe the guys he needs to track down. Dongjin tells him that one of them wears a hoodie, and the other has a wolf-like hairstyle. He also mentions that they always show up when someone is being beaten up. At this point, Sihyun loses his temper when a guy accidentally wets him. He kicks the guy, and his friend tries to stop him, but Sihyun tells him he doesn't care who they are. Just as he's about to hit the other guy, Han Jisoo appears, a burly third-year student who tells Sihyun to leave the guy alone, as he already apologized. Sihyun tells him not to act like a teacher, but Jisoo insists that he needs to learn manners. Sihyun attacks Jisoo, but Jisoo manages to dodge all his punches. Jisoo tells him that no matter how good he is, he won't be able to defeat someone who trains every day. However, Sihyun spits in his face, takes advantage of Jisoo's confusion, and knees him in the face. Jisoo is puzzled, so Sihyun grabs a hose and starts choking him, telling him they should have kept ignoring them. Otherwise, he'll end up beaten by a lower-class student like him. Then, Sihyun slams Jisoo to the ground, leaving him unconscious and bloody from the beating. Sihyun then looks at the other two guys and tells them to follow him, promising to do the same to them as he did to Jisoo. Later that night, Dajung is on a date with Nguyen, reminiscing about how they couldn't properly go on a date before due to Donghwa's interference. He thinks about what they should do while struggling to contain his happiness. However, he notices a group of guys from Jungran's school beating someone up. He wonders what he should do, as Hangul is also not around. He reflects on the situation, recalling that in the past, no one helped him when he was being beaten. He tries to convince himself otherwise, but memories of his past and the way he was bullied lead him to take action. He apologizes to Nguyen, saying he needs to go to the bathroom and will be back soon. Dajun approaches the two guys from behind and punches one of them without holding back, knocking him out cold. Immediately after the first punch, he goes for the other guy, but right before hitting him, he notices fear in his face. Seeing both guys lying on the ground, he wonders if they were really the bad guys. The guy who was being beaten thanks Dajung, explaining that both of them are from his school and are really malicious. Dajung tells him he needs to leave now, but the guy keeps talking, praising Dajung's fighting skills and asking if he wants to fight him. Dajung is confused by this and asks what he means, but the mysterious guy grabs him by the hood and tells him he knows what he means. He takes off his glasses, revealing himself as Sihyun. With a sinister smile, Sihyun tells Dajung that if he's the one who's been lurking around their school, they should fight. The protagonist looks at him and, not knowing who he is, realizes he can't intimidate him. He tries to break free, but Sihyun kicks him hard in the stomach. Dajung falls to the ground, almost out of breath, and asks if Sihyun is there to seek revenge for what he did to the Jungran scum. Sihyun takes off his jacket, revealing his muscles, and tells Dajung that yes, it's revenge, as the guys he beat up asked him to beat him down. He also confesses that he doesn't care about them at all. He's mad at Dajung because it seems like he thinks they're a bunch of cowards. Sihyun decides to attack Dajung relentlessly. As Dajung analyzes his situation, he sees he's at a disadvantage but believes he has a chance. He tries to land a hit, but Sihyun dodges it and delivers a powerful punch to his face, showcasing his impressive reach. Dajung attempts to hit him, but his punches can't reach him, while all of Sihyun's strikes connect with him. Sihyun challenges Dajung, approaching him and asking what's wrong, telling him he should at least try to hit him. The protagonist tries to counterattack, but the guy in the red shirt is faster than him and always evades, mercilessly hitting him whenever he can. Sihyun puts Dajung on the ground and relentlessly punches him in the face. Dajung meditates on his situation, thinking that he shouldn't have entered the alley and left Nguyen behind. Despite this, Dajung doesn't give up. He tries to remember what he's learned, grabs dirt from the ground, and throws it into Sihyun's eyes, leaving him stunned. Dajung attempts to strike him, gets closer, and tells him he's going to get serious now. However, when he tries to knee Sihyun, the guy in the red shirt stops his attack. He tells Dajung that even though he doesn't seem like it, he plays dirty, but that's a game they can both play. Just then, he delivers a powerful blow to Dajung's groin, stunning him and sending him to the ground. Sihyun triumphantly taunts him, asking if Dajung was able to defeat the Junran guys with that level of skill, calling it shameful. Afterward, he starts mercilessly beating Dajung, who's still on the ground, completely defenseless and unable to do anything. While being beaten, Dajung wonders what he should do but realizes he can't think of a way to defeat the guy. A moment later, Nguyen wonders why Dajung is taking so long and decides to go look for him. As she goes down the alley he entered, she sees him on the ground, battered and in pain. Later that same day, both of them are in a park, and Nguyen asks if he's in a lot of pain. The protagonist downplays it, saying he's okay. Nguyen looks at him with concern and asks if he's been fighting with other guys from Jungran school after defeating Donghua, wondering if that was the special lesson Hangul was talking about. Dajung confirms this, and Nguyen keeps asking him why he's doing it, telling him that if he continues, something terrible might happen to him. She asks him if he would be willing to stop. The protagonist reflects on what Nguyen says and replies, admitting that she's right. He confesses that he's someone who lost everything in life, blaming it all on the bullies from his previous school. He shares that those bullies, who took everything from him, were still happy as if nothing had happened. He tells her he feels suffocated, and his mind goes blank when he tries to remember those days. He doesn't have the will to keep living if he continues to feel like a loser. He reveals that the fight he's in is a fight for survival. Dajung tries to tell her that even if she tries to stop him, he won't give up. However, Nguyen, convinced by what he said, tells him she won't try to stop him. She tells him it's his life, and he can do whatever he wants with it. She confesses that she also wants to see those guys suffer, asking him to punish them for her. She adds that she knows if he continues, he will definitely become stronger. She tells him not to blame himself for losing once, and that what's important is to get back up. The protagonist is relieved after hearing Nguyen's words. She then asks him what he plans to do after getting his revenge. He confesses that he hadn't thought about it, that he really doesn't know. Nguyen asks if he would then be willing to take over her family's pizzeria. They both joke about it, and after a while of being in silence, Dajung, with a smile on his face, thanks Nguyen for all her support. Later that same night, Dajung returns home, and Hangul tells him he looks like a mess and that he should only fight when he's with him. The protagonist tells Hangul that he thinks it's over as the guy he lost to took a picture of him. He believes he's been exposed and also mentions that the guy was directly looking for him. He says that now all the Jungran High guys will come after him. Upon hearing this, Ha Sungbin wonders what they should do. But Deob tells him it's easy. If someone messes with a member of their family, they'll destroy them completely. The redhead adds that it's been a while since he fought high school students. Before he can continue speaking, Hangul says they shouldn't interfere. He states that if Dajung is a part of the Hangul family, he's fully capable of handling a school. He tells Dajung that with the change of plans, he needs to step up and conquer Jungran High. He says it will be fun to see a loser dominate a school. Dajung is surprised by Hangul's words and asks if he's serious. Hangul confirms it, saying that's his new task now. The protagonist tells him he just got beaten up and is now being asked to take over a whole school. Unfazed, Hangul asks him if he's really saying he can't do it, suggesting that if that's the case, his revenge isn't that important to him. He continues, saying that there will come a point when he'll be able to fully control his school, and that he should easily get revenge on those who bullied him. The protagonist tries to make excuses, but Hangul asks him how long he plans to be a coward, stating that it's time to finally get rid of his loser side. Dajung, determined, tells Hangul that he's okay with it, that he accepts and will do it, but he genuinely asks Hangul how he's supposed to dominate the school. The next day, the blonde guy whom Dajung defeated in the past talks to the other guy whom the protagonist also punched, asking him if he saw the picture of the hooded guy who defeated them. Seeing the other guy's confusion, he shows him that they were defeated by Sihyun. They continue talking, and the blonde guy says that now that his face is exposed, he won't be able to walk the streets peacefully anymore. The other guy says that he could have beaten him if it weren't for the guy with the wolf haircut, mentioning that if he ever catches him, he'll finish him off. At that moment, Dajung reveals himself behind them and asks what he will do to defeat him. Surprised by his arrival, the protagonist attacks both of them, directly hitting the long-haired guy and knocking him out with a single blow. Upon seeing this, the blonde guy tries to go after Dajung, but he delivers a direct hit to the blonde guy's face, leaving him stunned. The blonde guy backs off and asks Dajung what he wants, but Dajung, unfazed, says he wants to dominate Jungran High. The blonde guy looks at him perplexed, but the protagonist stares at him threateningly, asking him who is the leader of the school, remembering that Hangul told him that to dominate Jungran, he must defeat the strongest of them all. The blonde guy resists and says he won't say anything, but Dajung grabs him by the collar of his shirt and threatens him, asking if he remembers how he beat him the last time, and if he wants to experience it again. The guy finally gives in and tells him that the leader of Jungran is Ha-iltek. The protagonist asks what kind of person he is, but the blonde guy confesses that he doesn't know much about him, that he's someone who doesn't usually attend school, but everyone fears him because of his immense strength. Dajun continues and asks if there are others besides him. The blonde guy shows him a photo, saying there are 2 others apart from him. He shows Dajun a picture of Hwang Si-hyun, the guy who defeated him, and Kim Dongjun. He tells him that both of them are famous for their high-level fighting skills since middle school. He mentions that when they became first-year students, no one could defeat them, not even the upperclassmen. He tells Dajung that these 2 are the ones who dominate Jungran High when Iltek isn't around. He says there are others, but none compare to these 3. Dajung lets the guy go, but as he leaves, he asks him why he gave away that information so easily. The guy calmly tells him that even though he knows all of that now, he won't be able to win, no matter how hard he tries. In response, Dajung approaches him and tells him that if he really thinks he can't beat them, he should give him their numbers so he can show him how leadership changes in a school. Later that day, Dajung reflects on what he said to the blonde guy and wonders if he'll be able to achieve what he mentioned. Hangul arrives and asks him why he looks so down. Dajung remembers his fight against Si-hyun and asks Hangul if he really has a chance to defeat him. Hangul looks at him and punches him to make him snap out of it. Dajung asks why he did that, and Hangul tells him he shouldn't be a coward. He reminds them that none of them are professional fighters, that all fights are the same, and if he knows how to compensate for the reach difference, he can easily defeat Si-hyun. The protagonist asks if there's a way to do that, and Hangul says yes, but it's something Gaeung will teach him. A few days later, Si-hyun receives a message from an unknown number. The message includes a photo of the long-haired guy defeated and knocked out, along with an address challenging him to a 1 versus 1 fight. Without hesitation, Si-hyun grabs his motorcycle and heads straight to the location mentioned in the message. While on his way, Si-hyun remembers that the blonde guy who warned him about Dajung mentioned that he was coming after him, that he was seeking to defeat him to dominate Jungran High. Upon reaching the location, Si-hyun starts shouting that he's arrived and that his opponent should come out because he's going to destroy him. He calls the number that messaged him and follows the sound, but when he arrives, he sees a phone on the ground. Just then, Dajung surprises him from behind and lands a blow, but at the last moment, Si-hyun manages to defend himself, asking him what he'll do now that he's blocked his trump card. Dajung remembers what Hangul told him, that when facing someone with long limbs like Si-hyun, he shouldn't let him create distance from the start. To achieve this, he must throw a threatening punch, whether or not it gets blocked. The important thing is to deliver that threat first. The goal is to target the exposed lower body once he's raised his guard, and then he can knock him down. By positioning himself correctly, Si-hyun's long limbs won't matter and the fight can be ended. Dajung picks up the phone from the ground and fiercely strikes Si-hyun, who is now on the ground and only able to defend himself. Elsewhere, the blonde guy who warned Si-hyun about Dajung tells Dongjun that the reason Dajung suddenly disappeared might be because of the hooded guy from last time. He says he knows perfectly well that Si-hyun is strong, but he's afraid of what might happen if he's ambushed or attacked by a group. He suggests that it might be best if they go. Dongjun takes into account what the blonde guy said and orders everyone to search for Si-hyun and contact him as soon as they find him. Before leaving, the blonde guy tells Dongjun that besides Dajung, there's another guy he should be cautious of, but Dongjun interrupts him, saying he's not leaving because he's worried about Si-hyun, but because that bastard he beat up forgot to fear them, mentioning that the only one who could be in danger is the one who faces Si-hyun. During the fight between Dajung and Si-hyun, the latter takes advantage of a moment when Dajung is distracted, puts his fingers in Dajung's mouth, and pushes him away with a single shove. Dajung is surprised by his opponent's strength, as he easily broke his mouth. Seeing Dajung's reaction, Si-hyun tells him that he could have opened his mouth if he wanted to, adding that if that's all Dajung had prepared, it's now his turn, and he won't hold back. Dajung worries because that was all he had prepared. He analyzes his situation and realizes he can't set up an ambush now. He sees that the only thing he can do is dodge until he gets a chance to counterattack. However, Si-hyun anticipates his intentions. When Dajung tries to distance himself, Si-hyun delivers a powerful kick to his face. The protagonist wonders how Si-hyun is so fast. He tries to block and dodge, but he can't fully avoid the attack. Analyzing his situation, he realizes that if he can't find a way to counterattack, he'll soon die slowly and painfully as Si-hyun keeps hitting him. The guy in the red shirt looks at him and challenges him, saying that if it's true that he'll dominate the school, he should come after him without holding back. The protagonist attempts once again to knock down Si-hyun, but he defends himself by grabbing Da-jung by the neck. However, at that moment, the protagonist lands a strong knee strike to Si-hyun's groin, and then grabs his face, throwing him away just as Si-hyun did to him. In the distance, Hangul observes the situation, mentally acknowledging Da-jung's skill and his remarkable ability to adapt to different situations. Si-hyun on the ground can't bear the pain from the blow to his groin. As he wonders if it's broken, he tries to think of the best way to buy time to recover. At that moment, Da-jung moves to kick him while he's still on the ground, but Si-hyun tells him to wait, saying that upon reflection, Da-jung is making a fool of himself. He points out that Da-jung is attacking him without reason, considering that it was he who attacked innocent guys from his school. Hearing this, Da-jung boils with anger and, unable to contain himself, tells Si-hyun to reflect on how he's living before saying such things. Si-hyun grabs one of Da-jung's legs and tells him that he's the one who should reflect on his life. At that instant, the protagonist turns and sees a motorcycle approaching him without slowing down. Dongjin is on the motorcycle, ready to run him over to finish him off. Da-jung contemplates if this is how he will die. However, before he can dwell further on his thoughts, Hangul grabs him and pulls him out of the motorcycle's path, saving him. Dongjin gets off his motorcycle and rebukes Si-hyun for letting himself be defeated. Da-jung provides context to Hangul, telling him that the newcomer is Dongjin, one of the three he must defeat to dominate the school. Hangul approaches Dongjin and tells him it's a 1 versus 1 and he shouldn't interfere. If he wants to fight, he should take a number and wait. Dongjin says he's not there to fight, but to finish them off. While saying this, he tries to hit Hangul, who easily dodges and directs him towards Da-jung, telling him it's okay, that he should face Da-jung first. After this, Hangul leaves, saying that Da-jung must defeat them if he really wants to dominate the school, and get revenge for the time they defeated him in a 2 versus 1 fight. Dongjin tries to follow Hangul, but Da-jung delivers a powerful blow to his face when he's off guard, making it clear that he'll fight against him. However, the blow isn't as effective as Da-jung hoped, as Dongjin immediately responds by kicking Da-jung in the face. The protagonist falls to the ground easily, telling him that if he wants a 2 versus 1 fight, he'll get it, asking him how someone like him could leave Si-hyun in that state, someone with such weak punches as him. Still dazed, Da-jung is surprised as he put all his strength into that attack and is astonished to hear that his punch was weak. Si-hyun, furious, arrives, saying that he only let his guard down. But Dongjin doesn't pay attention to him and asks the protagonist why he wants to take over their school. He questions whether Da-jung has issues with his peers, adding that he doesn't know why he's doing this, but he's aware that they've done many terrible things to earn people's hatred. Da-jung can't contain his rage and tells him that if he knows they've done so many bad things, he shouldn't be surprised by what he's doing. The protagonist attacks Dongjin and lands a direct blow to his face. However, Dongjin remains unfazed, grabbing Da-jung by the face and telling him that he saw what was in the chat room, asking if he liked what he saw. The protagonist bites Dongjin's hand and then tells him he's not a degenerate like him. Annoyed, Dongjin kicks him, but Da-jung manages to protect himself from the blow. At that moment, Si-hyun attacks him from behind, but just as the protagonist evades, Dongjin delivers another kick to his face, creating an opening for Si-hyun to hit him in the face once again. Da-jung manages to defend against the other hits, but he can't break free. He thinks that if things continue like this, his situation won't be much different from his previous 2 versus 1 fight, in which he almost lost. He reflects on his situation and considers that Hangul might be indirectly telling him to forget about the school. The 2 guys mock the protagonist, saying it's impossible for someone without skill like him to dominate the school. But Da-jung asks them if they always walk around talking and pretending to be strong. Then he attacks them. Si-hyun, annoyed, tries to hit him, but Da-jung evades both of them and runs away. He reflects, realizing that if he wants to win, he'll have to come up with a strategy to gain an advantage. At that moment, Si-hyun grabs him by the shoulder, and Da-jung uses that moment to turn around and deliver a direct uppercut to Si-hyun's jaw. Upon being hit, Si-hyun goes flying. Dongjin sees him fall and asks him what he's doing. However, in that small moment of distraction, Da-jung attacks him and delivers a flying kick directly to his chest. Hangul watches from a distance, surprised by Da-jung's ability to mimic moves but intently realizing that while useful, it will take more to defeat Dongjin since he's very strong. Dongjin easily defends against the protagonist's kick and then feints to knock him down. As soon as he touches the ground, Dongjin kicks him to subdue him and finish him off. Dongjin reflects on Dongjin's strength and skill, thinking that he should run to find a new opportunity to counterattack. However, at that moment, Si-hyun grabs him from behind and immobilizes him. While holding him, Si-hyun tells him that if the situation annoys him, he should call his friend. While Si-hyun pins the protagonist, Dongjin takes the opportunity to mercilessly attack him. He kicks him, hits him in the face without holding back, telling him that if he's going to complain during a street fight, he shouldn't be getting involved in them in the first place. Dajung thinks about the strategies Hangul taught him, realizing that although effective, they're useless against these opponents. He thinks about the unfairness of the situation. Their strength, numbers, and conditions are unjust. However, he also remembers Hangul's words that no one will be kind enough to fight you fairly. He recalls being told that if he wanted revenge and justice, he needed to gain the necessary power. Yet, almost giving up in his current situation, he thinks that achieving something like that is only possible for geniuses like Hangul. But far from giving up, he decides to use a last resort. He headbutts Si-hyun, then charges at Dongjin, pushing him and using a jump to take him into the water of the nearby lake, where he tries to drown him. He thinks that as long as both are underwater, neither of them will be able to breathe, and thus, the fight will finally be fair, as it boils down to who will die first. Outside the water, Si-hyun, annoyed by the blow to his nose, threatens to kill Dajung when Dongjin drags him out of the water. But in that moment, he realizes that the one emerging from the water isn't Dongjin, but Dajung. Surprised by Dajung's arrival, Si-hyun can't react in time to the blow Dajung delivers to his jaw. Struck directly, he falls unconscious to the ground. After this, the protagonist falls, exhausted from the fight, lying on the ground. Hangul approaches him and tells him he did great. He mentions that now, after what he's achieved, wherever he goes, no one will humiliate him. However, he warns that it's not over yet, as there's still one more person at Jungran High he must defeat. Hangul tells him that after defeating that person, he'll have to control the school, as otherwise, he'll be a constant target. As they walk away from the scene, Dajung looks at a bunch of unconscious guys on the ground and motorcycles scattered everywhere. He realizes that Hangul managed to take care of the rest of Si-hyun and Dongjin's companions on his own, leaving him to face these two without reinforcements. One of the guys Hangul defeated, barely conscious, realizes that Dajung managed to defeat Si-hyun and Dongjin. He decides to call Iltak to finally deal with Dajung once and for all. A few hours later, defeated and regaining consciousness, they start to contemplate their situation. Si-hyun asks Dongjin why he let himself lose, but Dongjin tells him he only let his guard down. He adds that he would understand if he had looked into his eyes like he did. Si-hyun fears that Iltak will find out what happened, but as he speaks, he notices Iltak standing behind them. Iltak arrives, annoyed that they made him come to that place. He walks slowly and, upon reaching Si-hyun, kicks him in the head without restraint, telling him he shouldn't be there tarnishing Jungran High's reputation. Iltak continues hitting Si-hyun, expressing his disappointment in them. Si-hyun apologizes and tells him that he'll make the guy fall, but Iltak tells him that won't be enough. If this guy keeps saying he'll dominate Jungran High, he's also saying he'll end Iltak. Therefore, to end it all, Iltak himself will have to beat him to death in front of everyone. The next day, as Dajung heads to his apartment, two guys on motorcycles attempt to assault him. When one of them is about to strike him on the head with a pipe, Diob arrives and shields him at the last moment. Confused by the appearance of the red-haired guy, the one driving loses focus on the road and crashes. As both are on the ground, Hangul subdues them and tells Dajung that's what happens when he doesn't remove the real leader's head. He tells him he needs to quickly finish any fight he starts to prevent things like that from happening. He emphasizes that he must always do this because if he forgets something so basic in a street fight, he'll end up paying a high price later. Dajung takes the phone from one of the guys and calls Iltak directly. When he answers, Dajung immediately tells him not to waste any more time and challenges him to face him and end it all. Dajung tells him that if he wants to fight him, he should send his useless lackeys to catch him. The protagonist challenges Iltak to a 1 versus 1 fight. Iltak laughs and asks for his name. The protagonist introduces himself, saying that'll be the name of the person who will take control of Jungran High. Intrigued, Iltak agrees, saying he accepts the challenge and suggesting the protagonist go alone if he's so sure of winning. A short while later, the protagonist arrives where Iltak is. He asks his henchmen about Iltak, but they see him and call him stupid for actually coming alone. He charges at Dajung, ready to hit him treacherously with a bladed weapon. But at that moment, Hangul arrives, stating he knew something like this would happen. He comments that you can't trust thugs like them. Iltak's lackeys recognize Hangul, knowing he's the one who single-handedly defeated over 10 of them. They clear a path for them. When Hangul sees Iltak, he shouts that they won't fight if Iltak doesn't keep his word to face Dajung in a 1 versus 1. Iltak, arrogant, asks if Hangul really thinks he'll listen to someone like him. Hangul remains unfazed and mocks him, saying what he doesn't want is his lackeys seeing him lose in a 1 versus 1, as it would completely ruin his reputation. This angers Iltek, who finally agrees to cooperate and face him in a 1 versus 1. Dajung, ready but with some doubts, asks Hangul if he really believes he can defeat him since Iltek is the strongest at Jungran Institute. Hangul reassures him, saying not to worry, that there's always a chance to win in any fight. He comments that this fight is to see if he's capable of seizing that opportunity. When Iltek finally sees Dajung, he recognizes him. He tells him it's understandable he doesn't remember him, as he never called him by his name back then. He refers to him by his old nickname Loser Jun. At that moment, Dajung recalls his past, remembers Iltek and how he used to mock him at his previous school. He recalls the hatred he feels. Furious, he calmly tells Hangul there's no need to worry, as he'll end Iltek, no matter if he dies in the attempt. Iltek talks to Dajung, saying he hasn't heard from him in a while. He recalls the time Dajung got expelled for pressuring Lee Doyon, saying he'll make him feel like the old times again. He implies that despite any changes, it won't take long. Dajung, lost in his thoughts and memories, realizes he's trembling. He remembers how he's always been like that since he first saw and crossed paths with Iltek. He remembers how Iltek used to bully and overpower him, how he was used as a human ashtray, and mercilessly beaten after being burned. He recalls feeling powerless and how little he could do back then. Iltek's taunts and belittlement in front of others, claiming his expression was that of a crying baby, echo in his mind. The protagonist admits to himself that he still fears Iltek, but because of that fear, he won't hesitate or lose to him again. Dajung attacks, but Iltek defends himself and immediately counterattacks. Dajung tries to defend, but Iltek moves swiftly, delivering a strong kick to his face and then grabbing his hoodie to bring him closer and strike his face. Dajung quickly breaks free and attempts to counterattack, but Iltek easily evades his moves. Iltek mocks him and asks if he remembers the days when he was a human ashtray for him. Just as Iltek goes to attack, Dajung anticipates his move, tries to grab his leg, but Iltek changes its trajectory, hitting Dajung's neck directly. As Dajung lies on the ground, Iltek continues to mock him, saying he thought he had changed, but he's still a nerd. While they watch, Gaeung asks Hangul if it's really a good idea to let Dajung fight against Iltek, as it's clear he's very skilled. However, it's Diob who responds, saying they can still see a bit more. He recalls how he always saw Dajung training tirelessly, never missing a day, no matter how exhausted he became. Even when Diob told him to rest, he persisted. Diob mentions he can see it in Dajung's eyes when he fights. He can tell Dajung is desperate to achieve his revenge. He comments that if Dajung can't win, he won't be able to move forward. The protagonist manages to get up and charges at Iltek, grabbing him. Iltek defends himself by elbowing him in the side, but the protagonist doesn't stop until he knocks him down. Once on the ground, the protagonist tries to hit him, but Iltek immediately defends himself. Despite the anger of being knocked down, Iltek decides to go all out against Dajung. He kicks him off and immediately gets up, charging at him, saying that just because he managed to land a couple of hits, he shouldn't get excited. Iltek tries to kick the protagonist, but he narrowly evades it, grabs his leg, and takes him down again to strike him. Iltek's lackeys watch in astonishment, realizing that Dajung is stronger than they thought. On the ground, Iltek reflects on his situation, seeing how he's being humiliated in front of everyone. He remembers a time when his mere presence used to dominate Dajung. Irritated by the look in Dajung's eyes, he tells him to change that expression while gripping and twisting his hands. Lost in his thoughts, Dajung recalls a conversation with Diob during training. Diob asked him if his revenge is really that important and why he doesn't just live peacefully with them. The protagonist admits it's what he wants to do, but he's not capable of it. He reveals that sometimes he forgets he was bullied in the past, but during nights, he still thinks about all those people who tormented and mocked him. He shares that he tries to forget, but those memories still haunt his dreams, causing the same expression of fear and helplessness to resurface, an expression he can't control. He says it's complicated, that he can't stay still. He decided to endure it and train hard. He's willing to endure anything for everything he's learned and everything he's set out to achieve. While Dajung restrains Iltek, he observes that Iltek has the same expression he used to have when he was tormented in the past. Fueled by this fear, Dajung doesn't hesitate and headbutts Iltek directly in the face, stunning him. But the protagonist doesn't stop. He continues to deliver more headbutts. Everyone watches with anticipation, thinking Dajung finally triumphed. However, Iltek manages to recover and throw the protagonist off, putting him in a hold that could break his neck. Dajung's friends worry, but Diob stops them from interfering, expressing his confidence that Dajung can win. Despite his trust in Dajung, Deob wonders if he can really win. He questions why Hangul seems so confident that Dajung will win. In that moment, Iltek grabs the protagonist and tries to break his arm, taunting him about his confidence. But Dajung easily escapes the hold with a flip, seizing the advantage. As Dajung's friends watch, Gang tells Hangul that he taught Dajung well and should have told him that he could win on his own. Hangul responds that he never said that. The protagonist frees himself, gets up, kicks Iltek in the face, and pins him down, striking his face repeatedly without mercy. Iltek's lackeys witness the situation and realize he might lose. One of them kicks Dajung, but without hesitation, Dajung's friends charge at them to defend him. A chaotic battle unfolds as everyone fights. 1, 2, even 4 guys go up against Dajung, who can only defend himself. But just when they have him cornered, one of the guys is sent flying by a powerful kick. It's Iltek himself, revealing his anger. He questions who gave them the right to interfere, asking if they considered that he might lose. He warns them to stay put, threatening to finish the fight with his own hands and not hesitating to deal with them if they get involved. Facing Dajung, Iltek acknowledges his improved skills, but warns that if he catches him again, he won't even be able to lift a spoon. Without hesitation, he launches a fierce kick that strikes the protagonist directly in the head. Immediately afterward, Iltek continues to relentlessly strike him. In the face of this situation, Dajung can do nothing but defend himself. Iltek keeps telling him how weak he is and how he made a mistake by messing with him. But just at a moment when Iltek lets his guard down for a second, Dajung lands a direct punch to his face. With newfound speed, he starts dodging Iltek's punches and immediately counterattacking. The tables turn, and now Dajung is the one delivering consecutive blows against Iltek. Iltek wonders what's happening, only able to defend himself, realizing that if things continue this way in front of everyone, he'll suffer an embarrassment from which he won't recover. Everyone begins to look at Iltek with doubt, realizing that maybe he isn't as strong as he claimed to be. Meanwhile, Iltek reflects that no matter how skilled you are in fighting, it means nothing if you don't have any lackeys by your side. Iltek stops defending himself and charges at Dajung, delivering a direct blow. However, Dajung remains unfazed and retaliates with a punch of his own. They exchange blows non-stop, turning the fight into a test of endurance to see who will be the last one standing. Seeing how the fight is progressing, Kim Teek, surprised, asks Hangul what he did to make Dajung become so strong. Hangul responds that he didn't do anything, he merely taught him the basic concepts. Dajung fights this way because he learned it instinctively. He learned to step correctly, to close his fists, but he also learned to implement everything he learned in the most effective way possible. Hangul explains that when he first saw Dajung, he wasn't sure if he had a talent for fighting, as he had never fought before and didn't know his potential or what he was capable of. Dajung keeps fighting, encouraging himself to keep going, to win, and not to give up. He tries to think of a way to win, and just at that moment, Iltek approaches to strike him. However, this attack gives Dajung the opening he was looking for. He easily dodges Iltek's punch and lands a direct, solid blow to his face, leaving him dazed. The protagonist doesn't stop there. Iltek is left completely vulnerable as he watches the former nerd who tormented him beat him up. Dajung delivers blow after blow without relenting. Iltek tries to resist but can't, eventually succumbing and falling to the ground, with Dajung victoriously standing over him. Dajung surveys the situation, looks at his trembling hands, and reflects on what just happened. He realizes that he has ended one of the bullies who tormented him back in school with his own hands. Iltek's lackeys can't believe what they've just witnessed. One of them suggests they attack to turn the situation around since they outnumber Dajung. However, one of them looks at Hangul, and he tells them that if they're confident about attacking, they should realize that Dajung just defeated all of them. He describes Dajung as a baby but a psychopath, whispering to the protagonist that he needs to act tough now to avoid being belittled. The protagonist follows Hangul's advice and starts proclaiming that they are all beneath Iltek. He projects strength and looks at them fiercely, challenging them to fight him if they want to lose their teeth. Many look at him fearfully and claim there's no need to fight now that Iltek lost, so they flee without a second thought. Dajung expresses his exhaustion, and Hangul comments that it's good, he shouldn't worry about being bothered again. Hangul tells Dajung that he possibly won because Iltek still saw him as the loser he used to be. He notes that Dajung is likely emotionally shaken, as the person he underestimated just defeated him. Hangul suggests that if Dajung had gone all out from the beginning, he wouldn't have had a chance, but he reassures Dajung not to worry and congratulates him on his victory. The protagonist contemplates what happened and, with a small satisfied smile, thanks Hangul. After some time passes since the fight with Iltek, things calm down significantly at Jungran High. there's a breath of fresh air. An autonomous committee for preventing school violence is formed, consisting of the same students who were victims of the gangs. Additionally, Dajung provided all the evidence he found against the bullies, leading to most of them being suspended and the main figures of the gangs being expelled from school. Other cases of extortion and aggression were also uncovered. Due to the severity of their actions, Dongjin and Sihyun couldn't avoid juvenile detention. Although Iltak escaped, his whereabouts remain unknown since his defeat against Dajung. Jungranhai has become a peaceful place since it all ended, and now peace reigns. Nguyen thanks Dajung for what he did. Her father comes to pick her up, remarking that he's never seen her smile so much and that he's very happy for her. Dajung admires how well everything has turned out after winning his fight. One night, Diob decides to celebrate Dajung's victory over Iltak. He prepares a cake and gets excited, but while saying this, he grabs the cake for himself and starts eating it. Gaeung gets annoyed and asks if he's going to eat it all by himself, while the protagonist watches the scene with great happiness. Teek tells Dajung that he was greatly surprised by his fight. He mentions that he has known Dajung for a short time, but he never expected such a rapid change in him. He calls it incredible. Sungbin chimes in, saying that now they can finally get their revenge. Dajung contemplates these words while everyone continues to enjoy the moment, each in their own way. Later, when everyone is asleep, the protagonist is still lost in thought. Unable to sleep, he gets up and goes outside to meditate. Hangul follows him, and without Dajung noticing, Hangul tells him that he can take revenge and spin the story however he wants. He questions what the problem is. In response, Dajung remains thoughtful and says that it's not just about winning a fight like this, it's about taking revenge with his own hands. He comments that he felt a strange satisfaction, something he had never experienced before. However, he also realizes that it's unfair. No matter how many people he crushes, how many he defeats, it won't change the fact that he can't live a normal life with his family. He acknowledges that no matter how intense his revenge is, he can't undo the past, and that's unjust. Hangul comes closer and asks if Dajung is telling him he no longer wants revenge. Dajung clarifies that it's not that. He still wants to get back at the bullies from Woojin High. Hearing this, Hangul asks why he's acting so arrogant, questioning whether Dajung is done with his revenge. Hangul wonders if Dajung was afraid that they wouldn't keep living together after revenge. Dajung tells Hangul not to mock him, but Hangul reassures him not to worry and that he'll make their tough street life enjoyable. He tells Dajung to trust him. The protagonist smiles and calms down after Hangul's words. Hangul adds that maybe he's gotten a bit sentimental and suggests that Dajung might want to read a comic. Dajung says it's not necessary. Meanwhile, Diob, sitting at a distance, listens to both of them without them noticing. The next day, Diob asks Dajung what he's planning to do. Dajung responds that he's going to work. The redhead tells him it won't be necessary, and that he told Nguyen he'll be taking the day off. Dajung is confused, so Diob clarifies that he shouldn't misinterpret it and should follow him. As they leave the apartment with the other guys, Diob says that today is their day to have fun. Gaeung, a bit annoyed, scolds him for trying to force her to take occasional breaks. Diob tells her that she's been working hard and deserves it. He adds that there's no way to escape, as they have to live like a united family. Everyone goes to a karaoke to have fun. There, Gaeung lets go and sings without inhibition, while the others support and praise her. Later, they go bowling together, and Dajung enjoys the time with everyone, with Hangul watching him happily. Leaving the bowling alley, Dajung reflects on how the day has gone. He wonders when was the last time he had this much fun. He contemplates his current situation, realizing that there's no need to worry. Even if he can't have a life like before, perhaps he couldn't be happier than he is at that moment. He's called by someone, and as he turns, he sees that it's his father. He looks at his father without knowing what to do, questioning why his father is there. He wonders if he should ignore him and observes his father's fixed gaze. He wonders if his father still sees him as a child. The protagonist recalls his childhood, where his father had always been deeply invested in his studies. He used to ask about his day constantly, checked his grades, and even if the grades weren't to his liking, he would beat them, saying they weren't his children. His father particularly beat Dajung because he lacked the academic talent his brother possessed. Although those beatings hurt him immensely and were terrifying, Dajung never dared to rebel. His mother applied ointments to his wounds, explaining that it was all because his father loved and cared about his future. Dajung decided to believe this and used it as motivation to study hard, aiming to live up to his father's love and concern. Thanks to this, he began to get good grades, and one day, he excitedly gave his report card to his father. However, his father only sighed after receiving it, and asked him why he was so different from his brother. That day, there were no praises or beatings, just indifference. After that day, his father never asked about his grades again. While it initially felt relieving to have less pressure, Dajung also felt isolated since his father never asked anything about him. Not about school, his worries, nothing. His father didn't beat him anymore, but he also didn't seem to care. A smack from his father brings him back to the present. His father scolds him, calling him an idiot, and criticizes him for dragging him everywhere. He tells Dajung he should act more appropriately, not embarrass him further, and return home with him. Angrily, Dajung refuses to move, telling his father that he appreciates being beaten, but he no longer wants to be the black sheep of the family. He questions why his father is ashamed if he's mocking him, and tells him he has no right to act like a father now. His father gets angry and hits Dajung while telling him that he can't speak to his father that way, that he can't have that rebellious attitude. He says he doesn't care if he ends up dead on the street. He doesn't need a useless person like him in his house anymore. At that moment, Dajung's father is stopped by Hangul, who tells him he shouldn't overreact. The man tries to free himself, but Hangul tightens his grip and doesn't let him go. Hangul comments that indeed, he's a troublemaker, and if he lays a hand on Dajung again, Hangul won't just stand by and watch. He tells Dajung's father to come back when he can speak with respect. Dajung's father asks Dajung if he will stay there, if he's willing to end his life that way. He tells him that's his last chance to return and that if he doesn't go now, there's no turning back. The protagonist thinks for a moment and then tells his father with contempt and tears in his eyes that he doesn't need him. Dajung's father leaves, and Hangul asks if he did something wrong. Dajung responds that he doesn't think he did anything wrong. He laments that it's the end of the story and that he no longer has a family. However, Hangul tells him he shouldn't be sad, that he can find a family anywhere. Blood isn't the only family you can have. If you put your heart into it, you can make it. Dajung thanks Hangul, but he thinks that even though Hangul is right, it still hurts. He remembers when he left home, he thought his life was over, but he realizes that wasn't the end. Now, he has a perfect family. He remembers that a few months have passed since he left, and he's grown accustomed to his new life. His previous life seems confusing when he remembers it. He works at a part-time job at a pizzeria where he met Nguyen. He sees that his everyday life has become more interesting. One morning, while training with Hangul, he can't hold back and shows him the high level he has achieved. Hangul responds that if that's all he's got, he should hit harder if he can. Dajung surprises him and breaks his guard, but Hangul, although impressed by his progress, lands a powerful blow to his stomach, sending him flying. Hangul tells him he's improved a lot since last time and suggests that maybe they should start their revenge now. One of Dajung's bullies, Doyan, recalls how he used to harass and mock him. He specifically remembers the day when Dajung stood up to him, faced him, and pushed him aside to clear his path. But the bully fell onto the street just as a truck passed by. Some guys talk about how surprised they are by Dajung's recovery. They never thought he'd be discharged so soon. They wonder if he'll have any lasting effects. At that moment, Doyan arrives and asks why it's just the two of them and where the others are. The guy with short hair tells him that he and many others were beaten by Dajung and that they all want revenge. However, recently, an anti-violence committee was formed at school, so they need to be patient if they want to get back at him. Doyan gets angry at this comment, claiming he's the victim and that they can't ask him to be patient. He grabs one of the guys and scolds them, telling them to shut up. He threatens to go kill Dajung, but the guy manages to free himself from Doyan's grip and tells him to calm down. However, as he frees himself, Doyan falls to the ground, and they both look at him, wondering what he can do with his messed up legs. Frustrated on the ground, Doyan asks what the problem is if his legs are messed up. He questions if they'll help him and scolds them for never visiting him in the hospital. Both guys tell him to calm down. He leaves, saying he doesn't need them and that he'll take care of Dajung on his own. As he walks away, one of the guys tells him to calm down and reminds him of what happened to his legs. He points out that he won't be able to do anything in his current state. He asks if Doyan at least knows where Dajung is. On the same day, elsewhere, Dajung visits Nguyen. She's surprised by his visit and asks why he's there. He replies that at work, the boss asked him to bring an umbrella. Nguyen thanks him but also questions why Hangul is behind him. He responds with a smile that Hangul came along to get some free pizzas from her. Nguyen tells him, as everyone heads home, that he should stop putting things on her tab given the poor state of business. Hangul insists he'll pay her back someday, so she shouldn't worry about it. In the distance, Doyan watches as his anger grows, seeing how well things are going for Dajung. He recalls what the guys told him, that after being expelled from school, Dajung was seen at Jungran High. Doyan says that's Iltak's territory and that he'll call him for help. But one of the guys tells him that according to his acquaintances at Jungran High, Dajung defeated Iltak Hyung, and no one has heard from Iltak since. Doyan is furious, as he can't believe someone like Dajung could have beaten Iltak. However, his doubts increase as he's been trying to call Iltak, but never received an answer. While following Dajung, he sees how Hangul threatens some guys who are beating someone up. One of the guys confronts Hangul and tells him to mind his own business, that what's happening isn't his concern. Hangul remains calm and insults the guy, who loses his patience and gets ready to hit him. But Hangul quickly defends himself and tells Dajung they should each take on 2 of them. Without hesitation, the protagonist agrees and faces the other 2 guys, hitting them without holding back. Hangul and Dajung engage in a 2-on-1 fight, and the guys are no match for them. They dodge the attacker's blows and deliver strong punches that leave them dazed. All of this while Doyan watches from a distance, seeing how much Dajung has changed. The defeated guys wonder who they are, and one of them recognizes Hangul, saying they shouldn't mess with someone like him for now. They all run away. Hangul is disappointed by this and asks Dajung if guys like them are easy opponents. Dajung enthusiastically responds with a yes, eager to test his newfound level. Nguyen looks at the man on the ground and asks if he's okay. Hangul tells him that if he lives around there, he should be careful not to pick fights, as he should know how dangerous that area is. The man tells them he didn't start the fight. Those guys began hitting him right after confirming his identity. He suspects that someone from his own circle instigated something like that. Hangul analyzes what the man tells him, recognizing that modus operandi. He wonders if those he's thinking of will really come back. In the distance, Doyan watches how Dajung has become strong, now more certain that Dajung might have defeated someone like Iltak. He realizes that his current body won't be able to withstand even a single blow from Dajung, and at that moment, he realizes he's trembling at the thought of facing Dajung. He remembers how he used to humiliate Dajung at school, how he used to control him. He realizes he wants to give up, as he won't be able to defeat this Dajung. But just then, a guy taps him on the shoulder and asks him what that gesture meant, if he's insulting them. Doyan, unfazed, asks who they are, and the guy in the gray sweater punches him in the face, telling him they're thugs. They intimidate Doyan and demand his wallet. He wonders if trash like them is really intimidating him, Lee Doyan from Woojin High School. So, he decides to act and hits them mercilessly. The guy in the pink sweater wonders why he's fighting back. Someone like him isn't their match. Both of them attack Doyan, hitting him mercilessly. Doyan, lying on the ground, pleads for them to let him go. But the guy in the gray sweater asks if he really thinks they'll let him go just because he's asking. He tells Doyan he needs to obey them now if he wants to leave. They demand that he eat the ice cream that fell on the ground so he can go. Doyan refuses, but the guy in the pink sweater grabs his head, trying to force him to do it. As this happens, Doyan recalls his past, remembers how he used to intimidate Dajung, and blames him for what's happening to him now. If he hadn't pushed him, none of this would be happening. He wonders if he'll have to spend his whole life being a coward, living the way Dajung used to live. Just then, one of the bullies falls to the ground from a punch. Then the guy in the pink sweater gets hit and falls unconscious. Doyan wonders what's happening but hears Dajung's voice asking if he's okay. Doyan recalls his past, a past he doesn't even want to remember. He remembers being an obese and lonely kid who was often mocked. He always kept his gaze low so as not to annoy anyone. But one day, he decided to use his fists to fight back, and everything changed. He saw a new perspective opening up before his eyes, saw how he enjoyed hitting and dominating others as they used to do to him. Since then, he never let anyone disrespect him again. He acknowledges that's how it should be but realizes he doesn't want to see the contemptuous look Dajung might give him. While still on the ground, he thinks about how to leave without revealing his identity. He gets up, wants to run away, but his legs won't let him due to his injuries. Dajung tells him not to worry, that he'll help him, but this only angers Doyan more. He takes advantage of the rain that's starting to fall and walks away since it's all he can do for now, fearing that Dajung might chase him. Hangul looks at him and says they should leave. That guy seems not to need their help. Dajung hesitates but decides to go. Doyan keeps walking and realizes that Dajung isn't following him. This calms him down. He thinks to himself that he'll just gather a few guys to deal with Dajung later. But for that, he needs to stop thinking of him as a miserable person. Just then, someone appears behind Doyan and asks if he's okay, covering him with an umbrella. He realizes it's Dajung, who's determined to help him. Shocked, he can't move and wonders what Dajung is doing. He questions if Dajung is making fun of him and rejects his help, continuing to walk away. The protagonist stays behind, suggesting that at least Doyan accept the umbrella so he doesn't get wet. However, Doyan doesn't stop and keeps walking, asking him to please just stay away from him. Dajung can barely hear him as he whispered and the rain was loud, but he instinctively recognized that voice as an unpleasant memory he always tried to forget. He could identify Doyen's voice in those simple words. The protagonist thought about what he could have done, but he decided to let it go, perhaps due to the rain or the people accompanying him. He recalls the day he accidentally threw Doyen and deeply regrets what happened. Doyen continues walking, annoyed with Dajung but lost in his thoughts. He steps wrong and falls to the ground. While lying on the ground, he reflects on his condition, thinking that most likely this will be his life from now on. He believes he'll only make a fool of himself again, feel embarrassed, and return to the life he escaped from. Faced with this perspective, Doyen contemplates suicide. He positions himself on a bridge, ready to jump, thinking it would have been better if he never woke up, saying he wants to go back to sleep and never wake up again. At home, Hangul asks Dajung, based on their last sparring and the fights he's had, if he has far surpassed the requirements. He officially announces that his combat training is over. He congratulates him for all the hard work and encourages him to keep going. The protagonist can't contain his tears of happiness, and the others congratulate him as well. Hangul gives him a gift for completing his training, and the others also congratulate him. Kim Taek comments that the situation reminds him of the past, and Gaeung asks if he went through something similar. Then Deob tells the protagonist that now all that's left is to go to Woojin High School. The protagonist looks at him and asks if he'll go with him. Deob tells him it's his problem and that there's no need for him to accompany him. But Deob says he's now a member of the Hangul family and won't go alone. He assures the protagonist that they won't interfere, but if he ever has a problem, he just needs to signal them, and they'll help him. Dajung is happy to hear this, reflecting on how much his life has changed. He realizes that the reason his life has improved so much is thanks to them. He's not alone anymore. Now he only needs to deal with his past to move forward to his future. The protagonist thanks everyone and tells them he'll soon set the date, thinking to himself that it will mark the beginning of his new life. At the same time, somewhere else, Doyen continues lamenting his situation, contemplating whether he should jump from the bridge or not. But just as he's about to do it, he sees that Iltak is calling him. When he answers, he hears Iltak's voice asking why he was looking for him so urgently right after waking up. Even before Doyen can respond, Iltak tells him he believes he knows why he's seeking him. Doyen loses his patience and shouts, asking why it took him so long to respond, telling him he knows all the crap that Dajung put him through. But Iltak, provoking him, says that Loser has changed a lot and that in his current condition, he probably couldn't do anything against him. Doyen curses him, asking if he's rubbing salt in the wound. However, Iltak assures him not to worry, that he'll take care of everything. But Doyen tells him he heard that he also lost to Dajung and got kicked out of Jungran High, that the guys there don't even gather anymore. Calmly, Iltak tells him that a dump like Jungran High is no longer important. On the other end of the line, Doyen hears a scream of pain from someone begging to stop. He asks what he heard, but Iltak ignores it and tells him he has joined a more interesting group now, that Jungran High can't compare. Then he asks Doyen if he's heard of the Higuang group. Iltak explains that it's a group willing to do whatever is asked as long as they're paid. Doyen asks if something like that is really possible, but Iltak assures him not to have so many doubts. That it's a group full of carefully selected scum ready to assault others, blackmail, kidnap, and do whatever they're asked to do, as long as he can get the money for it. Doyen makes up his mind and tells him he'll use those guys to send Dajung to the operating table. But on the other end of the line, Iltak tells him they need to go one step further, they need to kill him. Elsewhere, a group of guys runs and separates to search for someone. A bit farther from them, a guy with a red cap runs scared, wondering how everything ended up like this, pondering what he should do now. The next morning, Dajung walks, realizing he has some free time before going to work. Since combat training ended, things have been more relaxed for him. He recalls his challenging training and how he managed to endure it because he had people who helped him through it, especially thinking of Nguyen, who was always there for him. He thinks about getting closer to Nguyen after his revenge but realizes there's still something bothering him. He remembers to Hangul that he told them that Higuang has returned and they should be careful. They might target them and those around them. However, if they encounter them, they won't run and will show them who they are. Passing by the pizzeria determinedly, he says he will defend and protect everyone since he is stronger and capable now. The protagonist enters with enthusiasm, but inside, he sees his boss sitting with a cast on his arm. Dajung is concerned and asks him what happened, if it was those Higuang guys. His boss tells him not to worry, but the protagonist insists, saying he can help if he needs it. Due to his persistence, the boss finally admits that he fell while walking. The protagonist is confused and asks why he was being so secretive about it, and the boss explains that it's embarrassing, which is why he didn't mention it right away. Dajung enters to change, and as he walks away, He tells him he's relieved it wasn't because of Higuang. He also comments that it seems he won't be able to work for a while. The boss watches him leave, agreeing. When Dajun enters the kitchen, he sees Nguyen behind a guy, helping him put on an apron. Nguyen sees him and greets him, welcoming the new coworker who will work with them while his father recovers. The protagonist, a bit uncomfortable, greets him and wonders if Nguyen hugged him. He thinks it can't be true but dismisses the thought quickly. He reflects on how important first impressions are and decides to be friendly. The guy greets him politely, saying it's a pleasure to meet him and asking him to use informal language since he knows he's a year older. He introduces himself as Sung-ho. Dajun looks at him and thinks he's attractive and younger than him. Though he tries to stay calm, he squeezes his hand more than necessary, thinking he doesn't like him at all. Later that day, Dajun shows Sung-ho how to work. Sung-ho watches him in surprise as the protagonist skillfully prepares the pizza dough. When Sung-ho washes the dishes, Dajun approaches him, telling him to wash them well and remove all the grease marks. Later, while attending to a couple, Sung-ho accidentally spills a drink. The protagonist quickly comes over, telling him he can leave it and he'll take care of it. He apologizes to the customers, explaining that Sung-ho is still new and learning. Dajun then looks at Sung-ho to see how he reacts to the skills of an experienced worker. He notices Nguyen approaching Sung-ho and comforting him, telling him not to worry and that if he works hard, he'll become as good as Dajun. This sparks a bit of jealousy in the protagonist. Shortly after, Sung-ho asks Dajun if he would like to join him to smoke. The protagonist, who doesn't smoke, decides to go with him to appear tough. Outside the store, Sung-ho tells him how incredible he is, praising his hard work. Dajun blushes, saying it's not that impressive. But as Sung-ho talks, he tells him he needs to improve quickly. The protagonist realizes Sung-ho is struggling, but he analyzes that it's expected since he's still young. Only 16 years old, the same age as his younger sister, Yim Jeon. Dajun adopts a kinder attitude and asks why he's working at such a young age. Sung-ho answers that he needs the money. Dajun asks about it, and Sung-ho reveals he's thinking of running away from home. He explains that there have been many problems with his family at home and at school. Hearing this, Dajun connects with his words as he went through the same thing. He feels ashamed for feeling jealous of him. In response, the protagonist confesses that he also ran away from home. Sung-ho is surprised by this, while Dajun continues, telling him he might have his reasons, but he shouldn't take the matter lightly. Escaping doesn't necessarily mean being free. You never know what could happen since the streets are dangerous. Sung-ho looks at him seriously and says that in that case, running away wouldn't be the best option. Dajun tells him he has also faced situations that aren't entirely under his control, but he honestly can't say if it's a good option. He tells Sung-ho that maybe he can't do much for him, but if he has questions about the life of a runaway, he can ask him whenever he wants. Hearing this, Sung-ho genuinely smiles. Dajun then takes on a slightly sarcastic and arrogant tone, saying that if he can tolerate what he's going through, maybe it's best not to run away. They continue chatting, and the protagonist tells him to trust him, that he'll help him whenever he needs it. The next day, Dajun arrives and sees that Sung-ho has learned to work the dough perfectly, at the same level as him. Everyone is surprised by his skill. Shortly after, Sung-ho shows the protagonist that he has washed everything as he was taught, which also surprises Dajun. As Sung-ho attends to customers, he does a great job, and many customers are charmed by his attractiveness. As they watch his performance, Nguyen's father says he's happy because he knows how to choose the right person. Nguyen comments that their sales have increased a lot thanks to Sung-ho. From a distance, the protagonist thinks worriedly that he wanted Sung-ho to improve, and he shouldn't be jealous of someone like him. He forces himself to think that it's a relief that Sung-ho has adapted so quickly. Nguyen approaches Sung-ho and congratulates him on doing very well, considering it's only been a day. He jokingly suggests that Sung-ho should take it a bit more calmly. Upon hearing this, Dajun loses control and runs out of the pizzeria. Nguyen asks where he's going, and embarrassed, Dajun says he's going to smoke. However, Nguyen, confused, tells him that he doesn't smoke, while Sung-ho also looks at him puzzled from behind. Outside the establishment, embarrassed by what happened and his reaction, Dajun thinks about how unfair the situation is, wondering how Sung-ho can perform so well so quickly. Lost in his thoughts, a guy with a red cap grabs him by the shoulder and desperately asks if he can hide somewhere. He tells Dajun that he's in trouble if they catch him. The protagonist looks around and sees some bullies who are searching for the guy with the cap, but they take a different path. The guy thanks Dajun for saving him, and Dajun asks him why they were chasing him. However, he doesn't respond. Confused, Dajun comments on how there's a world that normal people don't know about. The guy thanks him again for helping and promises to return the favor. He tells Dajun that if he ever needs help, he can call him. The guy reveals that he knows Dajung and assures him that no one will mess with him because he's a member of a famous organization. Dajung assumes it's related to Hangul Fam, but the guy with the cap asks if he's ever heard of Hangul Fam, saying that they're the organization that ended and destroyed Chun Ki-woong of Higuang. He explains that it's understandable that normal people like Dajung wouldn't know about it, but he still appreciates Dajung's help and offers assistance if needed. The protagonist listens to him, noticing how the guy takes advantage of his reputation to show off. Instead of revealing his identity, Dajung tells him it's fine and mentions that he must be quite strong if he's part of Hangul Fam. He also seizes the opportunity to ask who's chasing him. The guy explains that Higuang is chasing him, but as they speak, the bullies arrive. They confront the guy with the cap, asking if he really thought he could escape from them. They start beating and kicking him when he falls to the ground. One of the bullies approaches Dajung and asks if he knows the guy with the cap. Dajung replies that he doesn't. Then, he's asked if he's really part of Hangul Fam, to which the bully confirms, advising Dajung to leave if he wants to avoid trouble. Hearing this, Dajung delivers a strong punch to the bully's face, leaving him dazed. Confused, the guy with the cap asks why the bully is lying about being a part of Hangul Fam. At this point, Dajung gets into a defensive stance and warns all of them that they should stop abusing Hangul Fam's name, ready to take on the Higuang members. And that's how the second part of this manhwa ends. After Dajung revealed that he is part of Hangul family, one of the thugs sees him and recognizes him from the time he bit Chin Ki-woong at the abandoned factory. The other thugs then wonder if someone with that appearance could really be part of the Hangul family. One of them suggests they should leave, but the other thugs start mocking him as well, saying that Hangul family members are overrated. One of them recalls a time when they defeated Hangul family members, and those members begged for their lives. Dajung listens, but loses patience. While one of the thugs continues speaking, Dajung delivers a strong blow to his jaw, knocking him out immediately. The other two thugs become angry and charge at him, telling him to stop acting tough. However, the calm Dajung waits for their attacks, dodges their punches, destabilizes one of them, and as the other charges, he lands a powerful punch on his face, knocking him out as well. The last thug is left on the ground, not knowing what to do. He crawls backward as the protagonist approaches. At that moment, the guy with the cap sees Dajung's abilities and decides to leave. Dajung asks him where he's going, and in a threatening manner, asks why people like them were chasing him when they found out he was part of the Hangul family. He warns him that it would be best to tell the truth if he doesn't want to pay the price for pretending to be one of them. The guy with the cap opens up and decides to tell the truth. He tells Dajung that he's also part of Higuang. He explains that the reason he was betrayed is because of the man who's entering a house in front of them. Dajung recognizes the man. He and Hangul rescued him from being beaten up the other day. The guy with the cap asks if Dajung knows him, and Dajung tells him that he saved him from some thugs a few days ago, asking who he is. Upon hearing that, the guy with the cap becomes upset that he was attacked. He reveals that the man is the district representative of that area, and also his father. He recalls how his father forced him to study even though he wasn't smart enough. One day, he decided to escape and join Higuang, thinking it would be cool. At first, his life as a fugitive with Higuang was satisfying. But he started witnessing crimes firsthand and realized there was nothing appealing about the life of a fugitive. He also learned that Higuang had changed its methods and was now involved in organized crime. The guy attempted to run away and plotted revenge, so he fled with the money they had gained from the assault on his father. This led to him being relentlessly pursued by Higuang. Dajung asks if his father is still in danger, and the guy says their relationship is severely damaged. He admits he doesn't care if there's a bounty on his head. But Dajung points out that his expression betrays his true feelings. The guy tells Dajung not to pity him, but Dajung explains he can't say much about father-son relationships, yet he knows about family. He emphasizes that a real family worries and always thinks about you, even willing to risk their lives for you. The guy with the cap, a bit irritated, asks if Dajung is suggesting he should fight against Higuang for a father who never cared about him. Dajung corrects him, saying that his father did care. He shares that his father has been searching for him and even asked Dajung to tell him that if they met. Dajung reveals that he didn't recognize his father at first because he only had a school photo of him. He assures the guy that his father has indeed been searching for him, wanting to apologize for everything. Upon hearing this, the guy with the cap breaks down and cries, expressing how he can't go back home now that he's being pursued. He regrets ever escaping, realizing that if he knew it would end up like this, he would have never run away. The protagonist reflects on the irony of the situation, thinking about Sung-ho, who is in a similar situation. In this case, one wants to flee, while the other regrets having done so. Dajung tells him that he doesn't know where to start with his father's problem, but he will help him. He thinks to himself that, compared to himself, the guy has a chance to do things right. And he believes that the guy is a good person. The guy thanks him and asks if all Hangul fam members are really this kind-hearted. Dajun assures him that yes, all of them are very kind. Later that night at home, the former Higuang executive, Chun Ki-woon, gets angry and hits one of his thugs for their failure. While he scolds them, B. Gangrak, a current Higuang executive, appears behind him and easily subdues Ki-woon. After being released, Ki-woon complains that it's not fair that he's being mistreated and punished for something like this. He asks B if he's afraid of Cho Hangul. Upon hearing that, B approaches Ki-woon slowly and menacingly, asking him if he knows how much damage he has caused so far. He mentions that Ki-woon had been warned, but he always creates a lot of problems, citing the incident when he crossed paths with the Hangul family despite the warnings. Annoyed, Ki-woon asks if B is saying that he's no longer needed. He acknowledges that he's in trouble if he leaves and spills everything he knows. While he speaks and threatens Gangrak and Higuang, B delivers a strong punch to his face, sending him flying. B tells him that he's crossed the line, but he can say whatever he wants when he's buried. After this, B leaves Ki-woon unconscious on the ground and instructs his lackeys to take care of him. As he walks away, Han Youngmin, another Higuang executive, arrives and tells B that he should be more careful while working. B remains calm and tells him that Youngmin should be the one worrying, as he helped eliminate the Hangul family in the past. Calmly, B explains that it was an obvious choice as he has seen how much of a threat the Hangul family poses to Higuang. He mentions that fortunately, they only received a commission to kill the Hangul family. B reveals that he heard that the person who ordered the commission was a student and wonders if he can afford the fee. However, Youngmin reassures him, saying that the guy sounded confident, as if he were striking a deal with the devil himself. Youngmin then asks B why he opposed killing the Hangul family so much. B explains that it would be a waste to kill them. He suggests that they could profit more by using them rather than killing them. He believes it's worth trying to lure them in again, at least one last time. But Youngmin disagrees, saying he doesn't understand how B is calculating this. He believes that someone like Ki-woon would be better off dead. In response, B tells Youngmin not to worry. If the Hangul family members don't agree, they can kill them whenever they want because there's a trap set, and he has already infiltrated someone among them. Later that same day, Dajun introduces Sung-ho and the guy with the cap named In-hwan. The protagonist explains that Sung-ho wants to escape. In-hwan becomes serious and asks Sung-ho directly if this is true. Sung-ho energetically confirms it, but In-hwan warns him not to, explaining that he will only suffer for nothing and that the allure of street life is a lie. He mentions that Dajung told him to do it if things got tough, but it's not the best option, especially since things are going well for the protagonist, being part of the Hangul family, which is a rare exception. He adds that most fugitives in that neighborhood live like trash. Sung-ho becomes disheartened by this, and In-hwan tells him that if he really wants to escape, he should join Higuang. He says that the only chance to survive on the streets is to join Higuang. The protagonist scolds In-hwan for saying this. Sung-ho asks if there really is no other option. In-hwan becomes serious and asks Sung-ho why he wants to hit the streets, wanting to hear his reasons. Though hesitant at first, Sung-ho explains that his family lived a normal life before his mother died in an accident. This devastated his father, but he continued to work hard for Sung-ho's happiness. His father remarried, trying to fill the void left by his mother's absence. Sung-ho's stepmother treated him as her own son, and he was happy again. But everything changed when the new baby was born. With the birth of his half-brother, Sung-ho's stepmother began mistreating and abusing him, viewing him as an unnecessary burden. She physically hurt him, showing that she was willing to separate him from his father. He wanted to tell his father the truth, but he saw how much his father had suffered for his well-being. Despite the abuse, he could see his father's happiness. He decided not to say anything to spare his father's happiness and has considered running away, believing that their family could be happy without him. Sung-ho asks them what someone in his situation should do. The protagonist comments that he's not sure if he should say this, but he shouldn't leave his home. If his father cares for him, he wouldn't want him to go. Moreover, he tells Sung-ho to stop thinking about what he can do for his father and focus on taking care of himself first. In-hwan, satisfied with Dajung's response, agrees. He adds that in case Sung-ho still decides to run away, and things don't go well, he has some stolen money that they could use to get a place and be companions. Sung-ho, without giving it much importance, genuinely appears happy and thanks both of them for their advice. Then they ask In-hwan about his plans with his father. In-hwan mentions he's still thinking about it, explaining that there are many people in Higuang, and many of them are stronger than they are. Hearing that, Dajung wonders if he should tell the Hangul family, but Sungho interrupts his thoughts by asking if it's possible to locate the client who requested the commission against his father and persuade them to cancel it. In-hwan is surprised and says that it's actually a very good idea. He explains that when he stole the bag, he saw the client's name in the ledger. Later, after everyone has spoken, In-hwan bids farewell, thanking both of them for listening. He then asks Dajung why he did this for him. Calmly, the protagonist mentions that all street residents should help each other. He adds that both In-hwan and Sunho seem like good people. In-hwan approaches Dajung in a friendly manner, telling him he's too kind for his own good. They all joke about it and then go their separate ways. Elsewhere, Gangrek talks to the infiltrator, who tells him that after observing Dajung, he has concluded that Dajung is too naive. He asks if he should keep observing him, and Gangrek replies affirmatively, saying just a little longer, and if he doesn't correct his behavior, they can kill him at any time. Upon arriving at the apartment, Dajung informs everyone in the Anguilla family about In-hwan's situation. Diob asks if he's seriously asking them to help a guy he just met on the street recently to save his father. The protagonist confirms it, realizing the magnitude of his request. The redhead approaches him, showing his irritation, and questions if he thinks they are some kind of justice heroes or something and why they should help someone like him. Teek chimes in, saying that helping fugitives is very different from helping business owners as they usually do. Gaeung tells Dajung that he joined the Hangul family when he became a fugitive, and that he might not know that most of the fugitives in that neighborhood are dangerous. She reveals that the first group of fugitives she joined planned to sell her to a brothel. The protagonist says he understands, but he believes the guy he met hasn't been on the streets for long and seems like a good person. Hangul adds that he might be right, but the only fugitives they should trust are themselves and no one else. When everyone is asleep, Dajung meditates and thinks that it might have been better not to have said anything. He considers that they were right in everything they said, but he wanted that guy to be able to go back home to his family. The next day, Dajung, In-hwan, and Sunho go to find the person who ordered the paid assault against In-hwan's father. When they arrive, the guy with the cap confirms that he's also a district representative named Kim Hyun-chul. Seeing him, Dajung suggests that they might persuade him to cancel his request by threatening him. Sungho notices that Hyun-chul enters a bar, so they decide to wait outside until he comes out since they are all underage and can't enter. However, shortly after, they are inside the bar because In-hwan helps them with fake IDs. The protagonist is surprised by this, as he never thought of it, wondering if anyone in Hangul fam has fake IDs. Deciding to enter to find the district representative, they discover he is surrounded by women whom he threatens, insisting they drink and warning that he'll fire them if he sees an empty glass. One of the girls asks how he has so much money if he's just a district representative, but he tells her that if he were to explain, he'd have to kill her. He notices a girl not drinking and slaps her hard, insulting her and asking who told her she could be there without drinking. Hyun-chul starts losing his temper. While the guys are searching for him, they hear the commotion and find the place where he is. When the girls disgustedly leave the situation, the guys enter threateningly, demanding to talk to the representative. Annoyed and still drunk, Hyun-chul asks who they are and tells them to leave. In-hwan, remaining calm, asks if he was the one who hired Hee-gun for an assault. Before he can respond, Hyun-chul gets angry and tells him to cancel the contract. In-hwan calmly adds that if he doesn't, he'll blow up the whole floor. Hyun-chul mocks their threat, saying they're very mistaken if they think a bunch of kids can scare him. The district representative asks them who they are, if they're from a group opposing Hee-gun or if they were hired by Young Byung-chul. He believes that's impossible since someone as foolish as Young Byung-chul couldn't have thought of it. Upon hearing this, In-hwan loses his composure and lunges at the district representative, challenging him to say that again. But at that moment, 3 guards arrive, telling In-hwan to let go if he doesn't want to die. The district representative, still calm, tells Director Park to handle those young ones properly, or else he'll never come back to his establishment. The director apologizes and asks the 3 of them to accompany him. In-hwan and Sunho tremble in fear, with the latter confessing that this would be his first time fighting. As one of the guards approaches to threaten them, Dajung charges at the director and delivers a powerful punch that sends him flying. The director curses from the ground in anger, while the protagonist asks In-hwan and Sunho to stay back and leave it to him. Despite their fear, both boys say they can't leave him alone, that they can help. However, he confesses that he's not sure if he can win, but he believes it's best for the more experienced person to fight. One of the guards, annoyed, tells Dajung that he doesn't think he can win. At that moment, the other guard informs the director that he checked at the counter and the 3 entered with fake IDs. Hearing this, the director becomes angry with him. Then, the guard starts to remember how he started working for Director Park. He recalls that it's been a year since he started working there, and he has always noticed that Director Park seems a bit distant. He's merciless in responding to his employees' requests. He remembers how Director Park has no mercy for those who violate the club's rules, including minors who enter illegally. He specifically has a direct and strong dislike for minors. Now he watches as Director Park directly confronts a minor and realizes he won't show any mercy. The guard asks his fellow guards to subdue Dajung and take him away. They obey and attack head-on. Dajung defends himself from their blows and counterattacks fiercely, but they withstand his hits and keep attacking relentlessly. Despite their resistance, Dajung uses every available advantage to turn the tide. At a moment when he's about to deliver a direct blow to one of the guards, the director suddenly arrives and kicks him hard, sending him flying. The two boys watch Dajung fall to the ground and worry about him. The director tells the guards to stop, saying they're being embarrassed and that he will take care of it. He speaks as he delivers a strong kick to Dajung, who's still on the ground. Although Dajung manages to block it, he's quite dazed from the impact. Then one of the guards holds Dajung while the director grabs a wine bottle and gets ready to finish him off. In that moment, Dajung realizes the huge difference between adult gang members and himself. In this situation, a 3 versus 1, it's impossible for him to win. Just before the director strikes Dajung, he receives a blow to the hand, causing the bottle to fall from his grip. Then, the guard holding Dajung is hit hard in the face. Sungho helps the protagonist, saying that he doesn't know how much time he can buy for him to win. But a 2 versus 3 is better than going alone. Sungho, still trembling with fear, tells Dajung that he's always helped him, and now he wants to be the one helping. Manhwa also sees this and decides to join despite his fear of fighting. Dajung thanks them for their help, becoming even more motivated. He tells them that he should be the one fighting the stronger opponents, so he instructs the 2 of them to face the guard who seems to be the weakest among them. The guard becomes angry at this and charges at both of them in a fit of rage. Meanwhile, the director and the other guard approach Dajung, attacking fiercely. Dajung manages to dodge their strikes and counterattacks, but they resist each of his blows. The protagonist realizes the complexity of his situation, understanding that he won't be able to harm them unless he lands a critical blow. He sees that both of them, despite their resilience, attack randomly, which reminds him of his confrontation with Iltak. He decides to use this to his advantage, catching them off guard while they underestimate him. One of the guards throws a punch that Dajung easily dodges, gaining a favorable position that allows him to deliver a critical blow that knocks out the guard who is fighting the director. After doing this, the director becomes serious and stops underestimating the protagonist, attacking him so swiftly that Dajung can't react. The director lands a solid punch to Dajung's stomach that nearly knocks him unconscious. Dajung now realizes that they don't view him with contempt anymore. He covers himself properly to avoid a critical blow and attacks intelligently but relentlessly. The protagonist plans to strike the director in the groin to exploit that critical point, but the director easily blocks it with his leg, taunting him for trying something desperate and charging angrily, saying that an inexperienced brat like him shouldn't try to exchange blows with someone like him. While fighting, Dajung has a flashback to one of his encounters with Hangul, in which Hangul managed to push him away with a single solid hit. Furious, the protagonist asks how he did it, and Hangul explains that there are other critical points besides the chin, like the solar plexus, where a direct hit hurts even more. Dajung aims for that very spot and lands a direct hit on the director's solar plexus. The director tries to recover, but the protagonist continues to target all the weak points he knows until he manages to stun him. When he turns to check on the other boys, he notices that Sungho was only able to take down the guard. He thinks that Sungho is not just skilled at his job, but also in fighting, despite it being his first time. After that, in Wan, Sungho and Dajung go to confront the district representative to threaten him. While they confront the representative, the director becomes furious. This situation reminds him of when a group of young people defeated him and his clan in the past, and then acted as if they were the bosses. He recalls his hatred for Higuan and the young ones. Fueled by his anger, he grabs the broken bottle, determined to kill the 3 boys. Out of the 3 boys, Sungho notices the attack and reacts in time to save Dajung but gets hit himself. The protagonist quickly retaliates and stuns the director with a punch. However, he realizes that he's covered in blood. Although Inhuan assumes it's the director's blood, they both realize that the blood is coming from Sungho, who has the bottle deeply lodged in his back. Sungho collapses, and Inhuan is frozen in shock. Dajun tries to make him react so they can take Sungho to the hospital. Once he finally responds, he carries Sungho on his back and prepares to take him away. Sungho asks why he's staying behind, and Dajung says he'll finish what they came for because otherwise, Sungho would have been hurt for nothing. In-hwan leaves while Da-jung confronts the district representative. The director tries to challenge Da-jung to a fight, but the protagonist mercilessly punches him in the face repeatedly. Da-jung keeps hitting him until the district representative begs him to stop. Da-jung tells him he's holding back, asking him directly why he ordered the assault against Representative Young Byung-chul. A few hours later, in the hospital, Da-jung is relieved to see that Sung-ho is recovering. Sung-ho says it was just a minor stab wound and that he'll be fine. The protagonist asks him why he did something so dangerous, and Sung-ho responds by saying that his body moved on its own. The protagonist tries to tell Sung-ho that it's not worth getting hurt for him, but Sung-ho insists that he warned him this could happen on the streets. He asks Da-jung to help In-hwan for him and expresses regret that he can't continue the journey with them. However, he promises to join them once he's recovered. Outside the hospital, on their way back, the protagonist congratulates In-hwan for quickly taking Sung-ho to the hospital. However, he asks how In-hwan plans to pay the hospital bill, as it can be quite expensive. In-hwan says there's no problem. He used the money from the contract against his father's assault. Da-jung asks if he's sure it was a good idea since that was the money he intended to use to live on his own. In-hwan assures him it's fine and that it wasn't his money anyway. As Da-jung goes to thank him, In-hwan tells him there's no need to thank him. It's the least he can do after everything Da-jung did for him. Still, Da-jung genuinely expresses his gratitude. To change the subject, In-hwan asks what happened with Kim Hyun-jae in the room. Da-jung explains that while threatening him, the district representative confessed that he sent those thugs because Kim Hyun-jae discovered he was embezzling money from the district council's budget. When he found out Kim Hyun-jae was investigating, he used Hee-gwon to send a warning. Upon hearing the confession, the protagonist loses his patience and tells In-hwan to cancel the contract. In-hwan tries to explain that it's not so easy to do, but the protagonist doesn't care if it's easy or not. He tells him to do it or he'll be the one attacking. Da-jung tells In-hwan that to cancel, he'll have to meet with the Hee-gwon guys directly. He suggests they go together, as they don't know what the representative might say and he could persuade them to target them instead. To calm his worries, Da-jung tells In-hwan that he secured evidence of the embezzlement to ensure he doesn't do anything strange. Nonetheless, they need to make sure themselves that he cancels the order. In-hwan initially says he'll go alone, not wanting Sung-ho to face more problems because of him. However, the protagonist reassures him, saying they've come this far together and should finish it together. He tells In-hwan not to worry about the potential problems and that he has his own reasons for helping. In the distance, Hangul was listening and wondering what Da-jung had gotten himself into now. The next day, Hee-gwon's executive, Han Youngmin, talks to one of his lackeys, asking where the guys defeated by Da-jung are. The lackey informs him that they are hiding from the police for now. As he walks away, Youngmin is surprised by Da-jung's abilities and realizes why B wants to recruit the Hangul family. While on the phone and examining the injuries of the thugs Da-jung defeated, Youngmin asks if Da-jung was just an ordinary kid. He comments that Da-jung acted exactly as the planted guys described. Despite defeating them, he didn't deliver any fatal blows causing serious injuries. Upon hearing this, B remarks that they don't need someone so gentle in Hee-gwon and that they can get rid of him. Meanwhile, Da-jung, In-hwan, and the district representative head to the meeting point with Hee-gwon members. The path looks suspicious and Da-jung asks if they are lost. The representative confirms it, but In-hwan loses patience, finding the situation highly suspicious. He questions whether the representative is playing with them, but the representative assures him that they must speak with them in person for safety reasons. He dismisses In-hwan and tells him it's best they do their part and erase the evidence they have after the contract is cancelled. In-hwan, angered, tells him he should be grateful that he's restraining himself after what he did to his father. Upon reaching the meeting point, the representative approaches the Hee-gwon members, while Da-jung and In-hwan hide in the distance. One of the guards tells the representative that Hyungnam hasn't arrived yet, and he'll have to wait. In-hwan and Da-jung assess the situation and notice there are 5 guards. If it's just them, it seems manageable. Then B arrives, and upon seeing him, the protagonist immediately realizes that any thoughts of forcing Hee-gwon to surrender through sheer strength will be impossible. Seeing B, he senses something different from when he saw Chun Ki-woom. He feels like he's facing a massive mountain beast. The protagonist starts to fear and believes it's best to confirm the deal's cancellation and leave that place as soon as possible. B confronts the representative and apologizes for being late, explaining he had some matters to attend to. He mentions that usually his guys take care of these things, but since the one who hired them was someone precious, he wanted to handle it personally. He asks the representative if it's true he wants to cancel the contract against Representative Young Byung-chul. The representative confirms and states that he believes he's been adequately warned. B responds that there's no problem as long as he can pay the remaining balance of the contract. The representative expresses confusion as he already made a partial payment. However, he ponders his situation. If he doesn't cancel the contract, the evidence will be exposed and he'll lose everything. Ultimately, he decides to pay and mentions he can do it immediately. But B questions if he's truly sure, as others besides Representative Young are aware of the embezzlement. The representative is surprised to hear this and asks if he's being blackmailed. B tells him it depends and explains they prefer doing business. He proposes that if the representative pays a portion of the embezzlement consistently, they could become his arms and legs. The representative asks if he's asking for a bribe, but B points out there are others who know about the embezzlement, and if they speak up, he's finished. B reveals that in that case, they'll take care of preventing such things from happening. He claims that from now on, anyone besides them who knows about the embezzlement or tries to investigate it will disappear. He says that even if the contract is cancelled, Representative Young Byung-chul would also be on that list. Furthermore, he boldly asserts that those who are hiding something and threatening with evidence are also finished. At that moment, several motorcycles arrive and ambush Dajung and In-hwan. Confused, the protagonist wonders what's happening, as it seems as though they knew they were hiding. He questions how they found out. In-hwan is visibly concerned about their situation. The protagonist assesses their predicament and realizes how dire it is. Not only do they have to defeat all the opponents in front of them, but they also need to overcome B to escape. B stands up and orders his thugs to attack them mercilessly, delivering a beating so severe that they won't be able to move again. All the thugs on motorcycles charge toward them. The protagonist pulls In-hwan out of harm's way to prevent him from being run over, and he shields himself from a blow with a pipe. However, he realizes that in this situation, he won't have a chance to counterattack effectively. The protagonist comes to the conclusion that if he wants to survive this situation, he'll have to play dirty just like them. With that in mind, he grabs a stone and hurls it with all his strength at one of the motorcycles. The impact causes the riders to fall off. Dajung seizes this opportunity to grab the pipe dropped by the thugs and uses it to make another group of attackers on a motorcycle tumble over by blocking their wheel. The protagonist wastes no time and takes down the grounded assailants with a single blow to the chin, rendering them unconscious. Dajung understands that he can't win playing fair, so he decides to take the district representative hostage to make his escape. However, as he approaches, B throws a shovel to block the protagonist's path. When Dajung stops, B addresses him by name, praising his skill and agility. Dajung looks at him in fear, wondering how he knows his name and realizing that B knew they would come there. B mentions that it would take his men a while to defeat someone like him, which is why he decided to handle it himself and finish the fight quickly. The protagonist contemplates his situation, wondering how strong B is. He fears that if B is as strong as Chun Ki-woong, his chances of survival are slim. However, he pushes these thoughts aside because if he loses, it won't just be his end but also In-hwan's. He gains confidence from knowing he's much stronger now than when he faced Chun Ki-woong. B launches a fierce attack, and although the protagonist manages to shield himself with his arm to avoid a direct hit, he is still sent flying and left with a numbed forearm. Dajung confirms his initial suspicion that B is much better and stronger than Chun Ki-woong. B approaches the protagonist slowly, congratulating him for enduring the blow but stating that it's all over for him now. As he prepares to land a punch, the protagonist manages to dodge, but B strikes his leg, effectively disabling it. B grabs Dajung by the hair, declaring that he won't let him go and that neither he nor anyone from Hangul fam will be saved after what they've done. He recounts the incident with Representative Young Byung-chul, the bar incident, and Chun Ki-woong's face being burned. As he says this, he takes Dajung to a brazier while threatening him, asserting that Dajung will be the one to pay for Ki-woong's repair. As Dajung is near the fire, about to be burned, he remembers everything that has happened, thinks about all the things he still needs to do, and decides to fight. Determined, he tells B to go to hell and that he won't die by his hands. Dajung grabs a piece of charcoal with his own hands and hurls it at B's face while he's dazed. Capitalizing on B's momentary confusion, despite the pain of burning his hands, he runs to the shovel, picks it up, and prepares to strike B with it. Although Dajung hits B square in the chest with the shovel, B remains unfazed and tells him that even with his efforts, something like that won't be enough to finish him off. B breaks the shovel in two and delivers a direct blow to Dajung's face, sending him flying and leaving him almost unconscious on the ground. As he lies on the ground, B approaches and tells him that he had planned to finish him, but he'll give him a chance if he agrees to join Higwon. Dajung refuses, but B comments that he has no other option. It's either that or die right there. He tells Dajung not to expect him to take his word, as he could lie to save himself. D calls one of his lackeys to bring the boy, who is taken out of the trunk of a car and thrown in front of Dajung. B hands the protagonist a shovel and tells him to bury the boy alive. He remarks that it's simple, the most basic rule of the streets is to kill or be killed, and if he wants to live, he has to show that he's willing to get his hands dirty. B assures him that it'll be an easy job despite his compassionate nature. He tells Dajung to look the guy in the face, revealing that he's the same one who stabbed his friend in the back. B emphasizes that the only certainty for those rats who steal and betray their organizations is death. He tells Dajung to hurry up because if he doesn't, he and his friend will meet the same fate. The protagonist reflects on his situation, thinking about what he should do. He knows that if he doesn't do as they ask, he'll die. He tells himself that the guy is evil, that he tried to kill him in Sungho, and that he has no choice if he wants to survive. However, even with these thoughts, he refrains from doing it, driving the shovel into the ground. B looks at him disappointed, commenting that no matter how much potential he has, he's ultimately soft-hearted. But the protagonist tells him that he doesn't care how much he wants to live, he'd rather die than live like one of them. B gets angry and charges at Dajung, knocking him out with a single blow. When he wakes up, he realizes he's being buried alive. While being buried, he thinks about all the things he has and the reasons he wants to live. He thinks about his revenge in Hangul fam, and above all, he regrets not being able to spend more time with them. As he's being buried, one of the thugs falls into the pit where he's unconscious. At that moment, Hangul appears and asks him if he missed him. Hangul helps Dajung out, and as he recovers, Hangul asks him how he feels, whether it's a sensation similar to being resurrected. While Dajung is still on the ground trying to get up, more individuals arrive and prepare to attack Hangul. One of them lunges, but Hangul halts his attack abruptly, kicking him in the face and sending him flying. The others watch the scene, recognizing how dangerous Hangul is and wonder where he came from. But they realize it's Hangul just as he speeds toward them. Hangul launches an attack and knocks them all out with a single blow each. Somewhat recovered, Dajung looks at Hangul and expresses how happy he is to see him. Inwan arrives, but he's not excited to see Hangul, rather he asks if they could take a photo later. At this point, Dajung asks Hangul how he managed to find them. Hangul confesses that when he noticed Dajung was going out without telling them, he decided to secretly follow him. He also explains that he encountered Higwon's guards while monitoring, but lost sight of them during the fight. He found them eventually due to the noise of the motorcycles. Hangul then questions both of them about the exact reason they went to that location. Dajung explains that Inwan's dad is in danger and that he tried to help him. Without dwelling further, the protagonist asks Hangul where the Higwon executive and the district representative are. Hangul tells him that no one was there when he arrived. Annoyed, Dajung approaches one of the defeated thugs and threatens him to ask where they are. However, the thug claims he doesn't know either and that they left a long time ago. Terrified, he asks Hangul to let him go, explaining that he was only doing what B Gangrak told him to do. When Hangul hears this name, he gets concerned and tells Dajung to let him go. Then he instructs the guy to go, but to tell B that he completed his task of burying him Dajung and that he didn't see him today. The guy warns that if B finds out he lied, he'll be in trouble. Hangul kicks the guy, making him fall into the pit where the protagonist was buried, and says that the real problem seems to be that he fears only B Gangrak when he should also fear Cho Hangul. Seeing this, the protagonist is extremely curious about why Hangul reacted that way upon hearing the name B Gangrak. Later that day, after the three of them have left that place, they all rest at a food stand. Inwan takes the opportunity to excitedly ask Hangul for a photo. While this is happening, Dajung tells Cho that if they want to save Inwan's father, they'll have to defeat B Gangrak. He decides to ask Hangul directly if he could help. Inwan notices Hangul taking his time to respond and tells him that it's okay, that there's no reason for him to get involved. He mentions that at the very least, Hangul should handle the situation himself since it's his father. Upon hearing this, Hangul gets up, takes Dajung with him, and says it sounds perfect, preparing to leave. While distancing themselves a bit, Hangul tells Dajung that he can't do it, that he shouldn't bother B Gangrak and shouldn't get involved in Inwan's problem either. He suggests that Dajung should take advantage of the fact that B thinks he's dead to get out of that situation. Confused, Dajung tells him that if he joins them, they can defeat B. However, Hangul, in a serious tone, tells him no, that he can't hit B. He explains that if he does, the battle won't be just between them two anymore. He suggests that it's better for Dajung to back off for everyone's sake and stop getting involved with fugitives, as that world doesn't reward sympathy. Dajung ponders his words and then asks Hangul if what he's saying is true. He questions why Hangul helped him in the first place and what the difference is between him and Inhuan. Hangul doesn't know how to respond, but seeming satisfied with his answer, he tells Dajung to do whatever he wants, but he won't help him again. The next day, Dajung ponders how he could defeat B, but he can't even imagine how to accomplish it. He also wonders how B found out they were there since they were always watching the district representative. He decides to call Sungho to check if he's okay. Sungho says he's much better but heard from Inhuan that they got into a big problem and almost died. Dajung tells him it was much more dangerous than they thought and advises him not to join them so he won't get hurt again. However, Sungho insists that he's feeling much better and also wants to help Inhuan. While Dajung is on the phone, Kim Teek arrives and asks if they could talk. Dajung hangs up, telling Sungho they'll talk later, and approaches Teek to find out what he wants. He asks who he was talking to which Dajung responds that he was talking to a friend from his part-time job. Upon hearing this, Teek attacks the protagonist with his injured hand, who barely manages to defend himself. Teek questions why he did that while Dajung realizes how strong the blow was despite Teek's injured hand. He also notices how powerful Teek is. Teek tells him that he heard, from Hangul, that he has gotten involved in certain matters. He asks directly if it's true that he wants to start a fight with a Higuan executive. He acknowledges that fighting against a member is one thing, but facing an executive is a completely different level. He explains that Higuan executives are not ordinary people and that if he wants to even consider defeating one, he should be able to at least defeat that version of himself with the injured hand. But Teek adds that even that wouldn't be enough to have a real chance, he would have to defeat all four of them. At that moment, Gaeung, Sungbin, and Diob appear provocatively and ready to fight. The next morning, after Dajung confronted B, Hangul tells Teek that Dajung wants to fight a Higuan executive. Both of them laugh upon hearing this. Hangul says he'll take care of it to help Dajung come to his senses. He adds that Dajung shouldn't hold back when facing him. Dajung looks at them all astonished, saying there's no way he could beat them. Teek then asks him how he plans to defeat B Gangrek if he thinks he can just go without a plan. He suggests that Dajung should prove his abilities and win against one of them. The protagonist asks if he really has to do it, and Teek responds that if he thinks he can beat Teek, he must defeat them first. While saying this, Gaeung gets ready to fight, stating they should start already. She charges at Dajung without waiting for him to prepare, predicting he'll give up easily. Dajung tells her to wait, but as he speaks, Gaeung reaches him and punches him hard in the face without holding back. The protagonist tries to defend himself from the rest of her punches, but even while blocking, he's in considerable pain from Gaeung's blows. He thinks that if it continues like this, he'll die before seeing B. He attempts to use the move she taught him to tackle Sihyun, but she points out that if he can't even block a move she taught him, he's in trouble. Gaeung takes Dajung down, showcasing her wrestling abilities. As the protagonist is on the ground, Gaeung starts to leave, saying he should be thankful that someone else intervened. Otherwise, he'd be in even worse shape. With this, he loses his first fight against Hong Gaeung. After a break of about 30 minutes, Dajung's next opponent is Sungbin. Before starting, Sungbin suggests that it's best for him to surrender. However, the protagonist is determined to continue, believing that he lost to Gaeung because he wasn't convinced to hit her. But this time he won't hold back. Dajung launches the first attack at high speed, but Sungbin easily evades all his moves. The protagonist wonders how Sungbin can move so skillfully. In a moment of distraction, Sungbin starts to hit him rapidly with a barrage of blows. Although Dajung manages to block a few, the punches keep coming until a strong blow to the stomach sends him flying. Sungbin, showing that he still hasn't fought seriously, tells him to surrender, marking Dajung's second loss. After another break, his final battle is against Teek. He thinks this is his chance to win since he's fighting against an injured person. However, he realizes that the aura he feels and the fear he experiences in this fight are very similar to what he felt when facing B Gangrek. Despite this, he pushes down his thoughts and charges with everything he has, determined to defeat B Gangrek. Dajung attacks without holding back, but Teek remains in his initial position and only blocks all his strikes. When the protagonist hesitates slightly, Teek seizes the opportunity to deliver a powerful kick to his chin, saying that although he's improved, he's still too weak to face him. As Dajung lies on the ground, Teek tells him that's the reality. He can't win even if he has a broken arm, marking his third defeat. For his final battle after another break, he faces Cha Daeob, who immediately attacks him. Dajung blocks and counterattacks, but Daeob blocks his first strike and then evades the second. Daeob grabs his arm and puts him in a judo hold that immobilizes him on the ground. Daeob asks if that's all he's got, and questions whether he thinks he can defeat B at that level. He warns that what Dajung is attempting, this noble act, happened when he tried to face Chun Ki-woo. He points out that although Teak tried to stop him, he only created a bigger mess than he could handle, putting everyone in danger. Daeob asks if Dajung can guarantee that won't happen again. He asks if he really believes he's capable of defeating B Gangrak without any consequences with his current level of combat skills. On the defeated ground, Dajung reflects on Daeob's words, realizing he's right. Attacking like that would be reckless and could put everyone at risk, so he decides to surrender. As he gets up, he declares that he'll stop trying to defeat B Gangrak, at least for now. Daeob questions whether he's truly willing to do so. However, the protagonist tells him that he's not like him. He can't ignore someone who needs his help. He mentions that he realized this when he helped Nguyen. He understood that he can change someone's life by offering assistance. He shares that this is his purpose after achieving revenge, and in order to do that, he'll need to become strong enough to win without endangering others. That's why he asks them to train him to be able to defeat B Gangrak. Annoyed, Daeob wants to hit Dajung, but Teak stops him. Daeob decides to leave, and Teak tells the protagonist that they will train him as he requested. Incredulous, Dajung asks if they're serious about it, considering he hasn't won against any of them. Teak continues by saying that his skills are not at a good level yet, but his determination makes them believe in him. He assures Dajung that with training, he'll become strong enough to win. Moreover, Teak reveals that they also plan to defeat B Gangrak. Dajung recalls what Hangul told him, that B might be watching them, and if they remain inactive, they could end up like the time they faced Chun Ki-woo. However, Dajung is in a situation where he can't directly confront B. Teak understands this, knowing the consequences would be even greater if Dajung attacks. Thus, he's a better option to take on B, adding that he didn't intend to send Dajung, but he's too stubborn to stay behind, so it's better to train him. Dajung reflects on Hangul's intentions and realizes that despite saying he wouldn't get involved, he's willing to help. Teak tells him he'll have to prepare for a tough training from now on to become strong enough to defeat a Higuin executive. But he says there's one more thing Dajung should know. Hangul mentioned that there are infiltrators among them, particularly himself. Hangul found out accidentally, and he informed Teak that there's a spy between Sungho and Inhuan. Shortly after, Teak takes Dajung to where Hangul is. Dajung asks why he said there's a spy between Sungho and Inhuan, and Teak clarifies that he doesn't believe either of them would do that and betray him. When they arrive downstairs, Dajung asks what they're doing there. Hangul explains that it's the basement of that villa, a place very few people visit, making it perfect for keeping an eye on Higuin. As he opens the door, they find a Higuin member handcuffed on the ground, helpless. When they enter, the man begins to plead to be released, claiming he already told them everything he knows. Hangul tells Dajung that on the night he was returning from the hill, something seemed suspicious. Upon investigating, he found the man spying on them. When cornered and interrogated, the man revealed that B Gangrak was observing them and knows Dajung is still alive. This doesn't make sense as B silenced everyone on the hill, and they should have reported that Dajung was dead. Upon calling one of the guys he threatened, they told Hangul that B already knew about Dajung even before they gave a report. He received the information from someone close to the protagonist. Hangul tells Dajung that the spy is someone who knows he survived, making both of them suspects. Dajung analyzes everything he hears and realizes Hangul is right. He can't believe either of them would betray him, but he's unsure whom to trust now. Hangul tells him that he understands his situation but insists that on the streets, there's no one you can truly trust. At that moment, Inhuan calls. Dajung wonders what he should do, and Daeob advises him not to answer the call. Dajung decides to hang up, recognizing that although Inhuan might not be the spy, he now has to be suspicious of both of them. With a clearer perspective, Dajung admits they're right. In that environment, trust is a luxury they can't afford. He apologizes to everyone and confesses he has been too lenient. To fight B Gangrak, he requests their assistance to train him relentlessly. About 2 days later, at B Gangrak's base, they are beating Jung Inhuan's father to extract information from him. But to no avail. He tells them he won't surrender like Representative Kim Hyun-chul did. He won't steal money from the country. B enters the room to threaten him. Inhuan's father asks if he thinks he'll be forgiven just because he's young, but B responds that this isn't the answer he expected. Without waiting, B kicks him, causing him to fall back in the chair he's tied to and into a bathtub filled with water. After nearly a minute, B orders them to pull him out. The district representative tries to recover, and at that moment, B approaches him, telling him that he will die because he was investigating Representative Kim Hyun-chul. However, he offers him a chance to live. B tells him that if he's willing to share the budget money of the district assembly, he will be spared. But the representative refuses, stating that he's not willing to dirty his hands with something like that. B then threatens him, saying he knows where his son, Inhwan, is. He questions whether they should kill him too. After this, B leaves, advising the district representative to think carefully about his decision. As he exits the room, Han Youngmin arrives and questions B's certainty about his actions. Youngmin mentions that B should have recruited or eliminated Dajung, but Dajung managed to escape. Even the spy they used to reach Dajung isn't effective now, as Dajung is ignoring him. Youngmin comments that they can't insert more spies among the other members. It seems that wasn't planned well. Without losing his composure, B admits that his plan failed, acknowledging that something went wrong at some point. He suggests that the reason for the failure might be Hangul somehow still protecting his family. Youngmin tells him that they should have aimed to eliminate them from the beginning. He adds that they will take care of it now. All the executives have agreed to eliminate the Hangul family. B inquires whether that guy agrees with the plan. Youngmin informs him that no, their leader is keeping silent about Hangul fam matters. However, Youngmin believes that even if the leader doesn't order it, no one can stop them from killing the Hangul family. In that moment, someone arrives, announcing an emergency. Outside the building, right at that instant, Higuin guards patrol, but someone else arrives. Despite being warned by the guards, these newcomers launch a merciless attack. Just then, the guard informs B and Youngmin that members of the Hangul family have arrived and are infiltrating the building. Dajun takes on the guards protecting the building entrance without restraint, easily defeating them. Meanwhile, the others engage the rest of the guards. They defeat around 15 men and continue advancing. They know, thanks to the informant they captured, that B Gangrak's hideout has 3 levels. B usually stays in room 301 on the 3rd floor. To reach it, they can pass through the main door and use the left stairs. However, they are warned that each floor is filled with Higuin members hired for the dirty work. Inside the building, they all attack and easily defeat the Higuin members, gradually advancing. Teek, Gaon, Diob, the protagonist, and Sungbin attack any opposition without holding back. They defend each other and execute a coordinated and flawless assault. While defeating everyone in their way, they ensure to cover each other's backs. Dajun feels grateful to have them by his side and observes how effectively they fight together. They keep advancing toward the stairs and don't hesitate to face new guards trying to stop them. However, when they reach the stairs, the guards step aside and tell them to pass. Diob questions their intentions, but one of the guards suggests that there's no point in fighting since they're not on their level. They'll pretend they didn't see them and allow them to go to B. After all, they're just B's lackeys. Yet, the guard pleading for mercy rejoices, thinking they are considering his request. He expects they'll attack as soon as they start climbing the stairs. However, Diob suddenly attacks him, prompting the guard to ask why he did that when he told them they could leave. Diob responds that it seems they didn't understand. They didn't come to B's place just for him. They intended to beat up everyone they encounter. Upon this declaration, everyone mercilessly and unrestrainedly attacks, asking the guards if they thought they would be lenient just because they begged. The guard who intended to ambush them realizes that the Hangul family isn't as soft as he had been told. After defeating all of them, they decide to move on to the next level now that the floor is cleared. As they ascend, B asks the guard who informed him if Cho Hangul is also with them. The guard replies that they haven't seen him. B is pleased, as this confirms his suspicions that Hangul is deliberately avoiding being seen, which benefits them. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, they realize that the path to the 3rd floor is completely blocked. Behind them, at the entrance of the 2nd floor, a group of armed Higuin thugs with sticks and pipes stands, telling them to forget about reaching the top. Teek observes that there are many of them and wonders if they gathered the entire building's personnel there. As he continues to watch, he notices more and more arriving, and he realizes that the stairs on the other side are not blocked. He comments that if they want to continue, they'll have to defeat them and use the stairs on the other side. Diob agrees and mentions that at least those guys will serve as warm-up. At that instant, everyone decides to attack without holding back. Although the thugs attempt to defend themselves, they start falling one by one. However, they begin to flee and keep their distance. Diob gets annoyed and tells them that it's too late to cower and that they should attack. But the thugs neither attack nor move aside from the path. Teek analyzes the situation and realizes that something is wrong. He concludes that they are just trying to buy time, so he shouts to everyone that they need to finish this quickly. Upstairs, the guard informs B that they've blocked the Hangul family on the 2nd floor as ordered. The guard asks B if it's okay that he doesn't go there personally. B assures him not to worry and states that all members of the Hangul family will die that day. Youngmin informs B that, as he requested, he has called all the Higuin members who are in favor of killing the Hangul family. The guard, skeptical, asks if everyone will really go. B tells him it's better to make sure. He instructs the guard to go and wear out all the Hangul family members present until the executives arrive. Youngman mentions that it will take time for the executives to arrive, questioning whether they can truly hold them back until then. B responds that he likes to be prepared. He doesn't expect much from those fools, but he notes that at that moment, on the second floor, there are two individuals he raised alongside Chun Ki-woo. These two are candidates to become Higuan executives, Lee Paul and Choi Youngnam. These individuals catch Diob and Teak off guard, delivering powerful blows to each. Dajung, observing from a distance, realizes that both of them are dangerous and that he should be cautious. Angrily, Youngnam claims that he should have been promoted to executive instead of Chun Ki-woo. Lee Paul retorts that it's because Youngnam is even more foolish than Ki-woo. Youngnam proposes a bet in which they see who can kill more before the executives arrive. Youngnam attacks Diob, who is on the ground, but Dajung quickly intervenes, kicking Youngnam in the face to defend Diob. Youngnam falls to the ground, blood flowing from his nose. Dajung asks Diob if he's okay, assuring him that he'll watch their backs and protect them as they have done for him. Youngnam charges at Dajung once again, but Lee Paul encourages the others to support him. Lee Paul attacks the protagonist, who blocks his blows but sustains considerable damage with each hit. The protagonist realizes that he needs to adjust his strategy, as his strength is useless if none of his attacks connect. He starts imitating Sungbin's movements. Youngnam is surprised by the protagonist's speed. Although he can't dodge all of Youngnam's attacks, he manages to endure more than Youngnam anticipated. Taking advantage of an opening, Dajung seizes Youngnam's arm and applies a hold similar to the one Diob used in their fight, easily knocking him down. Diob watches from afar while he fights the other thugs, commenting that it's worth teaching him. The protagonist believes he defeated Youngnam, but Youngnam quickly gets back up from the ground, even angrier than before. Dajung realizes he shouldn't underestimate Youngnam and decides to go all out. He recognizes that even against opponents who have the advantage, he can win if he uses his movements correctly. Teak charges at Lee Paul, urging everyone to defend themselves and win the battle. He realizes they can win and that at this rate, they'll finish soon and reach the third floor. Teak delivers a direct blow to Paul's stomach, sending him flying, and declares that he won't be stabbed again. On the ground, Teak thinks that the Hangul family members are stronger than he was told. Lee Paul gets up and admits defeat in trying to strike him. He claims that he shouldn't be the one to kill them all. He confesses that they don't stand a chance anyway, as soon all Higuan members will be there. Youngnam fights with determination because he easily gets excited, but his sole task is to hold them until the executives arrive. Teak realizes his intuition was correct. The way they were being held seemed odd. Teak warns everyone to be cautious around Lee Paul. Then, Lee Paul charges at them, slashing with his knife. Although the cuts are shallow, they all land. Diob informs Teak that the other path is blocked as well, and they are trapped. Teak realizes the situation is worse than he thought. Their plan was to enter and exit quickly, but now, if they get stuck, they won't be able to manage the situation. He wonders if they can defeat all these adversaries, including the two guys and B Gangrak, before the other executives arrive. They are in a race against time. Teak urges everyone to hurry and not hold back. The others look determined and decide to give it their all. Youngnam tells Dajung that Lee Paul is weaker than him and that they're pathetic for being defeated by him. Youngnam relentlessly attacks the protagonist, who continues to block and evade when necessary. Just then, Teak arrives and knees Youngnam, telling Dajung to quickly head to the opposite stairs. Dajung hesitates, mentioning that they haven't defeated them yet, but everyone is determined to head upstairs. And as they run, they take advantage of catching the unaware thugs who are following them, allowing them to advance more smoothly. Gaeung and Sungbin stay behind to hold off Lee Paul, Youngnam, and the rest of the thugs as they continue to run. Dajung tells them that they can't leave them behind, but Teak assures her not to worry about them. He trusts that both of them can catch up and join them. Their current focus is on B Gangrak. Angrily, Lee Paul states that he accepts the bet, as killing them now will make everything less bothersome. Gaeung calls out that he's just talking nonsense. She proposes a bet where each of them fights one opponent to see who can strike first. Sungbin agrees, saying it's fine with anyone, and tells Gaeung to choose her opponent. She selects Lee Paul. Both pairs charge at each other, agreeing that the loser will hand over their entire paycheck to the winner. Finally, in the hallway of the third floor, the group notices that it's empty. They reach room 301, ready to face B Gangrak. However, just as Dajung opens the door, he's met with a punch that sends him flying. B emerges along with Youngbin. B comments that he's glad he didn't come alone and that he'll now have companions with whom he can be buried. As B finishes speaking, he realizes that Dajung has changed. Dajung withstood his blow without flinching. Dajung tells B to watch out, as he never loses twice to the same opponent. B looks at him and comments that it seems returning from death has helped him, asking where the other two who were with them are. Dajung assures him not to worry, mentioning that as soon as they're done with the lower floor, they'll head up there unscathed. B remarks that they're fools for trying to buy time since coming up there shortened their lives. He charges at the protagonist, but his fist is stopped from behind by Diob. Diob asks if B thinks they're there just for show, restraining him and using his weight against him to try to bring him down. However, B manages to break free, saying that if that's all Diob can do, he's just a decoration. Dajung doesn't hold back and attacks while B is caught off guard. However, B reacts quickly, attempting to counterstrike. The protagonist predicts his move, dodges it, and positions himself to deliver a direct punch to B's chin. B tries to evade, but Diob grabs him from behind, allowing the punch to connect directly. Jiangmin decides to help, but Teak intercepts him with a flying kick that Jiangmin manages to block. Teak informs Jiangmin that he won't let him go anywhere and that he'll be his opponent. Teak launches more kicks at Jiangmin. Although Jiangmin blocks them all, he's pushed back. Jiangmin looks at Teak and comments that they're better than he thought. He admits he believed they were all inferior to Kiwoong, given how Kiwoong had trampled on them in the past. Teak, with a serious expression, tells him not to compare them to their past selves. Since that fight, they've practiced and improved significantly, making it impossible for them to lose again against Higuan. Jiangmin, without losing his composure, removes his jacket to fight better. He says that's why he finds annoying bastards like Teak irritating, as they attack without knowing who he is. He adds that they'll learn once he beats them all. Teak observes Jiangmin, who now exudes a much more imposing aura. He blocks Jiangmin's attacks more easily than before but gets hit hard this time as Jiangmin counterattacks mercilessly, delivering blows to Teak's neck and face, disorienting him and forcing him to retreat. On the ground, Jiangmin comments that when he sees Teak, he believes it wasn't in vain to suggest recruiting him. However, he also notes that this just means they see them as an inferior class that can't oppose them. Dajung watches Teak's fight with concern, trying to take advantage of B's momentary distraction. However, Diob manages to block B's attack that was aimed at Dajung. Diob tells Dajung not to worry about others, to focus and attack. Both the protagonist and Diob relentlessly attack B, who easily blocks their attacks, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. The protagonist contemplates his situation, realizing that even though there are two of them, they're barely holding their ground. He knows he should attack, but he can't find the right moment to use the prepared move. At this pace, he won't be able to assist Teak in his fight. While kicking Teak, Jiangmin declares the end of the fictitious Hangul family of fugitives. After killing the three of them, they'll kill Cho Hangul and the rest of the Higuan executives. But on the ground, Teak mocks Jiangmin, telling him not to make him laugh. Jiangmin remembers the two fighters below but assesses that they must be the weakest in the group. He feels sorry for them, as both will be defeated by Li Paul and Youngnam, who are candidates for executives. He tells them it's a shame they've acted as human shields for him, but in the end, they'll just die there without meaning. However, Teak blocks Jiangmin's kick and provocatively asks if he doesn't think they're underestimating them. Jiangmin becomes frustrated and charges at Teak with another kick, but Teak responds and blocks it with a kick, showing he's now a bit more at his level. Teak tells him that those two on the second floor aren't human shields and don't need his sympathy. He assures that those two will easily prevail. Meanwhile, downstairs, Gang finally manages to catch Li Paul and applies a hold to bring him down. However, he quickly gets up after cutting Gang with a knife. Just as he's about to strike her, Sungbin intervenes, delivering a direct blow to Li Paul's face, sending him flying. Youngnam is left stunned as Sungbin slips away quickly and unnoticed. He commands the thugs to attack, not just watch. However, Sungbin, usually composed, unleashes a rapid and powerful onslaught, leaving almost all the guards knocked out with single blows and others sent flying. Upstairs, Teak remarks that he and Diob are the most powerful members of the family. However, he corrects Jiangmin, stating that the strongest member of the Hangul family after Hangul is Ha Sungbin. Downstairs, Sungbin fights without restraint, attacking mercilessly. After defeating the guards, he faces Li Paul and Youngnam alone. Although his strikes miss, he counterattacks effortlessly. Youngnam acknowledges Sungbin's speed but mocks that his blows are too light, implying his victory over mere lackeys means nothing. He claims that Sungbin's cotton-like punches won't achieve anything. Youngnam charges at Sungbin, delivering a forceful punch that sends him flying even as he tries to shield himself. Sungbin crashes through a closed door into a room. Youngnam follows, demanding that he rise so he can kill him. Calmly, Sungbin tells Youngnam that his way of striking isn't correct. Youngnam loses his composure, but Sungbin swiftly gets up, lands a single blow, and informs Youngnam that a punch should be quick and precise. Sungbin follows up with several more strikes until Youngnam is completely unconscious. Lee Paul loses his composure and decides to fight seriously. He charges at Sungbin, not holding back, declaring him merely an obstacle on his path to becoming a Higuin executive. Despite Sungbin's attempts to evade, he is superficially cut by Lee Paul's knife. Sungbin urges him to step aside, mentioning he doesn't have time to waste on someone like Lee Paul. Angrily, Lee Paul states that the place will be Sungbin's grave, and he won't let him escape. They exchange blows, and although Sungbin lands a kick that sends Lee Paul flying, Lee Paul manages to stab Sungbin in the side. Even without his knife, Lee Paul believes he's winning now. He decides to attack mercilessly with another knife he had while Sungbin remains injured. On the third floor, B continues to fight against Diob and Dajung. They keep attacking but can't inflict much damage. Although they've maintained the offensive, B has managed to block them and counterattack at the right moments. Diob notes that B's agility is deceptive, as he didn't expect someone of his size to move so fast. Dajung thinks they can't keep this up. To win, he needs to use that. He remembers Hangul asking him if he believes he can defeat B. Although Dajung says he's gotten stronger, he's doubtful. Hangul suggests he learn a nice skill in that case. Diob believes that continuing as they are won't lead to victory. Dajung decides he wants to try that skill. He says that if it can buy them some time, Diob agrees and tells him to prepare. Dajung charges at B to immobilize him, grabbing his arm and striking him in the face. B remains unfazed, asking Dajung if he really thinks he can match up to him. The two begin to exchange blows. Dajung watches from a distance and realizes that if Diob keeps this up, he'll be overpowered in terms of strength. He understands that he won't be able to hold out for long and decides to take action, recalling the skill Hangul taught him. While training, Hangul mentioned that there's no way to win by facing a strong, well-built opponent head-on. He advised Dajung to start by tackling the opponent and then proceed from there. As the protagonist attempts to take down B, B defends himself and counterattacks with a kick. The protagonist realizes he needs to find a way to bring B down to use that skill. However, each time he attacks, B defends himself. The protagonist understands that if they continue like this, Diob will keep taking hits while he can't get close to B. B completely subdues the red-haired guy and delivers a powerful blow to his face, leaving him dazed and unable to do anything more. At that moment, the protagonist angrily approaches B from behind, but B reacts in time and manages to push him away again with a strong kick that sends him flying. B tells him not to worry, that he'll be joining Diob soon. On the ground, the protagonist thinks that Diob is down because of him. However, both he and B realize that Diob isn't unconscious. Diob grabs B by the feet and asks Dajung why he's concerned, reminding them that he's Cha Diob and won't be defeated so easily. Seizing the opportunity while B is immobilized, the protagonist attacks fiercely. Unable to defend himself with another kick, B takes a direct hit to the face from Dajung's knee, knocking him down. On the ground, Dajung thanks Diob for buying him time to unleash all his fury on B. The protagonist recalls his training, where Hangul told him that after knocking down an opponent, he's halfway there. From above, he can block any strike, and even if he's overpowered in strength, there's still a way to win. A technique that allows even someone weak like him to subdue someone like B. Hangul demonstrates the arm lock, the same hold the protagonist applies to B to subdue him, a headlock. B on the ground can't escape Dajung's hold. He remembers Hangul's words about gripping the opponent's arm in that position and breaking it, regardless of anything else. Even though he's being held, B defends himself with his free arm, telling the protagonist that cheap tricks like that won't work against someone like him. Hangul had mentioned not to worry if resistance occurs, explaining that no matter how strong the opponent is, they can't defend well from that position and are vulnerable to attacks, even kicks to the face. Dajung persists with the hold while attacking B every time he tries to defend himself. He tells B that he won't be able to bring down the Hangul family if he can't touch them. The protagonist increases the pressure on B's arm to finish him off. B can't bear the pain and screams. From a distance, Diob watches with satisfaction, knowing his efforts weren't in vain. Teek asks Youngman if he regrets getting involved with them. Youngman chuckles and says they have no idea what kind of man B Gangrak is. He explains that B isn't just a big guy. Even among Higuin executives, he's a monster. B breaks free from Dajung's hold, gets up, and restrains him by grabbing his shirt collar. Dajung is surprised by B's strength, even with a broken arm. He's hit by a devastating blow from B that knocks him to the ground, leaving him almost unconscious. From a distance, Diob looks on helplessly, unable to move. Teek tries to assist Dajung but is intercepted by Youngman, who stops him with a single blow and sends him flying, asking where he thinks he's going when he's in no condition to help anyone. Meanwhile, B doesn't hold back and restrains Dajung. Dajung believes he's successfully broken B's arm because he heard it snap. He wonders how B can still fight. B asks Dajung what he thought would happen if he broke his arm, asserting that even with a broken arm, he can defeat him. It's as easy as breathing. B delivers a strong blow that sends Dajung flying. Dajung, on the ground and dazed from the impact, wonders if B is even human. In the room he was thrown into, he sees a bathtub and tools covered in blood on the wall. Next to him is someone. Upon approaching to help, Dajung realizes it's In-wan's father. He recalls the message In-wan's father left about being unable to find his father and going to search with Sung-ho. Seeing him, Dajung realizes In-wan's father was indeed captured. He understands that In-wan's father wasn't lying and that he rejected Dajung's plea for help due to mistrust. B enters the room, calling Dajung an idiot. When Dajung sees him, he angrily asks if Sung-ho is the spy among them. B laughs and tells him that knowing the spy's identity isn't important for someone on the brink of death. B charges at Dajung, restraining him and relentlessly striking him. The protagonist is defenseless, realizing B's strength despite having only one fully functional arm. While attacking, B asks Dajung if the headlock is his best move, landing a blow to his head as he says that he should show him something better. The protagonist falls to the ground, almost unconscious, trying to recover. B scolds him, saying he could have taken advantage of the opportunity he gave him and that he's never seen anyone as pathetic as them. Telling him that, despite how skilled he is, he was deceived by a spy and betrayed, that the other members of the Hangul family tried to act tough, but were also defeated. He mentions that being somewhat good at fighting isn't enough if they have such weak minds, that in that place only the strongest can survive, and he tells him that on that day, the entire Hangul family will be completely annihilated. Saying this, B grabs the protagonist and pushes him into the bathtub to drown him. He appears unable to escape, wondering if B's right and if the Hangul family is truly so weak. He questions whether it's really impossible for the good ones to survive in a place like that, whether only evil people like the members of Higwon are the ones who can stay alive. B sees that Dajung has stopped moving, so he releases him, regretting letting someone like him break his arm. However, at that moment, Dajung rises from the bathtub, catches B off guard, and applies the headlock hold again, this time on his other arm. Annoyed, B tells him that a trick like that won't work twice and pushes him back into the bathtub. But the protagonist keeps thinking, believing that resorting to dirty tactics isn't the only way to survive on the streets, that not everyone lives that way. He thinks that he and all the members of the Hangul family have many fighting tricks, that it's not an act of desperation, and that a truly strong person is someone resilient. In this moment, the protagonist applies even more force to B's arm until it breaks. Second floor of the building. Although all the lackeys had been injured, Ha Sungbin, covered in wounds, still stood up against Lee Paul, with Hin Gang behind him. The man with long hair notices this and mocks, saying he's only wasting his time defending a useless girl like her. But the short-haired man doesn't tolerate this and throws a strong punch that Lee Paul barely manages to block, telling him that he won't allow him to insult his useless friend. After this, a powerful exchange begins between the two of them. Lee Paul notices that his opponent is becoming more aggressive with time, and even thinks that if Gang weren't there, he would have already lost. So, trying to gain an advantage, he jumps towards the girl, but the short-haired man gets in his way, earning himself a new cut. In response, Lee Paul questions why he's doing all of this, and Sungbin only replies that it's because he's the only useless one in the Hangul family who has to make up for them. This only infuriates the executive candidate, causing him to declare that he will mercilessly kill both of them. Now, Sungbin is seen on a street, living as a vagabond, malnourished. That was his dark past before he met the light of the Hangul family, who gave him a second chance at life. With these memories in mind, Sungbin doesn't hesitate when he shouts at Lee Paul that he's willing to give his life for his friends. But Lee Paul doesn't hesitate either and simply tells him that he'll be the first. On the third floor of the vestibule, Kim Taek continued his fight against Han Youngman, with the latter simply defending himself against the wave of blows coming his way. However, the man with glasses taunts him, saying that if he rushes in fights, he'll quickly run out of strength, and as proof, he throws several punches at his arm with a cast. Confident, he tells him to surrender, but the long-haired man kicks him, which the executive manages to catch. This only makes Youngman even angrier for making him break a sweat. Although Taek doesn't give up and makes a turn, managing to land a second kick that pushes his opponent back. Then, the long-haired man admits that if they weren't so stubborn, they would already be dead, and his plan for today was to survive at all costs. Seeing his determination, Youngman furrows his brow and goes on the offensive, delivering a strong blow to his stomach and then starting a flurry of punches that Taek can barely dodge. Just a few seconds later, Kim Taek is on the floor, and as a finishing move, Youngmin steps on his injured arm, under the helpless gaze of Deob lying on the floor. "Even if I die, the Hangul family won't," were Sungbin's thoughts as he wanted to protect them all with his life, and he enters the room, delivering a direct blow to the man with glasses. The situation annoys Youngmin even more, as he doesn't understand how his henchmen let him through. At that moment, it is shown that all of He Guang's men are unconscious, including Li Paul, who lay there with his destroyed knives. Taek tries to stop his partner, seeing his bleeding wounds, but Sungbin ignores him, requesting a change of player. In room 302, the protagonist continued his attempts to break B. Gangrak's arm, thinking he had to do it quickly before drowning. But the man wouldn't allow it, and with the other arm already broken, he punches him in the face, which he notices helps loosen his grip. When he thought he was about to drown him, Byung-chul jumps on him with a chair to distract him. This action annoys B, causing him to start kicking the man on the floor, who was still gagged, while yelling at him for his stupidity. Suddenly, a blow stops his actions. Da-jung emerges from the bathtub and had broken a stick over his face, making him bleed and drawing his attention towards him. After this, he admits that he didn't believe he had a chance against him before, but now, after fighting with him, he believed he could win. Of course, this angers B, and he charges at him. Returning to the imminent encounter between Youngmin and Sungbin, Taek tries to make his partner reconsider. When Youngmin is left surprised, although he doesn't get to finish his sentence due to the punch Sungbin throws and narrowly avoids hitting his face. After this, there is an exchange of blows between the two, ending with an advantage for the short-haired man, who manages to hit the executive squarely on the nose. Seeing this, Kim Taek himself is amazed by his partner's strength, and although he admits he's at his limit, he believes that the best way to win is to cooperate. Therefore, he takes advantage of Youngmin's retreat to try to strike him. But even in his situation, the man with glasses manages to dodge and deliver a kick that, if it weren't for Sungbin getting in the way, would have hit directly. Even after his mistake, Taek insists on wanting to help in the fight, but with a serious expression, Sungbin tells him that he must defeat him alone, confusing the long-haired man. Youngmin seizes this break to talk to Sungbin and emphasizes how ironic it seemed to see him become the strongest in the Hangul family for this new encounter. Sungbin then recounts how he met the man when he was still a young child, and it was the most disastrous thing that ever happened to him. With his memories fresh in his mind, Sungbin admits that he didn't know Youngmin was in He Guang, although with his underhanded personality, it was to be expected. Taek is astonished by his partner's expression, thinking he had never seen him so angry. Youngmin doesn't hesitate and says that even though he has become a little stronger, he will have to take care of him as he did back then. With the same determination, Sungbin declares that he will sever the annoying connection they had that day and charges at him. In the third-floor office, Da-jung dodges B's punches while landing a precise strike on his side. The protagonist realizes that even if he tries to conceal it, the man is unable to use his arm correctly, which allows him to endure his blows and inflict damage. However, this only angers B, but with his condition, he is confident that he can use the same attacks he learned in his training against him. So, he hits him on the arm and then the chin, which disorients him, and he grabs his arm to throw him as Dio once did to him. But B stops him, emphasizing that he only managed to harm him earlier because he had support, but it won't happen again. Then, he takes his head and smashes it against the bathtub. Da-jung immediately gets up and assumes a fighting stance, but the gangster notices his weakness and begins an onslaught of punches while taunting the protagonist. Between groans, Byung-chul pleads for him to stop, or he'll kill him, but B ignores him and grabs a lever to approach. He then says that no one should ever mess with He Guang, or they would face terrible consequences. Byung-chul doesn't accept this and tries to stop him by grabbing his foot, but this only results in the short-haired guy hitting him with the lever before telling the protagonist that he will teach him an important lesson before dying. As he begins to repeatedly strike the protagonist with the metal, B tells him that those who take what they want are the ones who always stand tall on the streets, being the only way to survive in that world. Da-jung questions if that's true and recalls when Cho Hangul was teaching him a technique, and he interrupted to apologize for putting them all in danger by trusting in Wan and Sung-ho. To which Hangul responds that they also protect the people in the neighborhood, and even though they scolded him before, he knew that anyone would have made the same mistake he did, surprising the protagonist. Back in the present, B began to hit Byung-chul with the lever with murderous intentions, but suddenly stops. In his memory, Da-jung asks his leader if it wouldn't be better to make a pact so they wouldn't do such stupid things. But Hangul says that there was nothing wrong with doing those kinds of things since, after all, idiots live together. There are no rules on the streets, just live the way you want. That's what the protagonist thought when he stood in front of Byung-chul, stopping the lever with his hand, declaring that he would save him and striking B on his injured arm. In response to his earlier assertion that he had chosen the wrong side, Dajung declares that he likes the Ji Hangul family precisely because they are meddlesome idiots, and that's why they will destroy anyone who gets in their way. After finishing his statement, he delivers a powerful blow to the older man's face. 8 years ago, Ha Sungbin recalls his life as an orphan when he was 10 years old. The director of the orphanage genuinely cared for all the refugees, although it could be annoying at times how kind she was to him. Gradually, he became friends with the other orphans, and although it was a comfortable place to live due to his youthful foolishness, he didn't appreciate it and escaped from the orphanage. While he was in an alley, he wondered what was good about life that made everyone so happy. As he searched for an answer, Sungbin witnessed the fall of a corpse and the murderer approaching him. It was Han Youngman, who showed irritation because he had seen him doing his job, something that Sungbin classifies as the worst mistake of his life. The tattooed man wanted to kill him as a witness, but upon learning that he lived in an orphanage, he decided to use him as a hostage to demand a payment for his life from the director. And even though the director paid with the meager savings they had, Youngman and his men continued to wreak havoc on the premises until one day, by accident, they killed the director, and with her death, the orphanage closed, causing all the orphans to be separated. The place that Sungbin called home was destroyed because of him, all because he had met Youngman. That's why he decided to go to the man's office to kill him with a knife, seeking revenge. Youngman manages to immobilize him in a few moves, and when he remembers who he is, he mockingly gives him advice. If you're not strong enough, get used to losing. He then decides to use his own knife to cut his forehead, using the scar as a daily reminder of his advice. This didn't deter Sungbin from trying to defeat the mafia member on several occasions, but he was always humiliated. At the end of his story, Sungbin says that today he will repay the orphanage's debt, delivering a powerful blow that Youngman withstands with both arms. With things now clear, the man with glasses doesn't hesitate to counterattack, reminding him that he's a loser who can never beat him. Teek notices that Youngman has started to use the same fighting style he used on him before and tries to warn his friend. However, Sungbin is unfazed by all of this and manages to dodge Youngman's attacks, breaking his guard and, promising to repay his debt with interest, unleashes a series of blows that knock him to the ground. Diob and Teek celebrate this, but Sungbin makes it clear that things are far from over, revealing that his opponent was once a mafia hitman. Admitting that he had improved a lot, Youngman removes his glasses and shirt, shouting that they will fight to the death. Sungbin doesn't flinch at this declaration and approaches so that both share a mutual blow to the face, followed by an exchange of blows that show they are evenly matched. However, Teek can see that Youngman is gradually looking superior, so he suggests intervening. But Diob cuts him off, saying that they would only be dead weight in their condition, something that Teek reluctantly accepts. Sungbin also noticed that due to having fought so many people before, he was starting to weaken. Therefore, he can only watch as his enemy dodges all his attacks until he receives a powerful direct blow to the face. He remembers when he was on the streets and Hangul found him, suddenly asking if he was good at cooking, then instructing him to follow if he wanted to live. He remembers how the Hangul family welcomed him with so much love. And he remembers that when he wanted to thank Cho Hangul, he only said that next time he would make sure not to lose. Youngman was surprised that his last blow didn't knock him out. Sungbin says nothing and, remembering that he promised to protect his new home, he throws a hook that knocks down his opponent, winning the battle, and with a smile, he remarks that he never got used to losing as advised. In the third floor office, Dajung continues his routine of moving to evade B, and attacking whenever he gets a slight opportunity, managing to land a couple of hits. Although these didn't seem to do much harm to B, he grunts with annoyance upon noticing the same confident look that seemed to be a characteristic of the runaway family, which irritated him. This is because he himself used to be part of a runaway family to which he had great affection, until they all attacked him treacherously, and he realized that on the streets there was no such thing as families. After realizing that absolute truth, he met someone who shared his stance, the boy who created Higuang. After joining the group, he immersed himself in the world of crime, and if someone got in his way, he would recruit them or kill them. But in the end, everyone was his enemy. That was how he survived, and yet it was incredibly annoying to come across someone willing to fight for their runaway family. The routine of striking and dodging continues for several seconds until Dajung notices an opening on B's face and tries to attack there. However, the criminal predicts this and manages to evade it, grabbing him by the jacket to throw him into the air. The protagonist doesn't quite understand how B could be so fast with his size, but when he approaches running, he is well aware that he will have to defeat him using the techniques that Cho Hangul taught him. So, he spits blood at him to try to block his vision, but B avoids it by tilting his head and delivers a new blow. Dajun dodges it, but while he looks for anything around him to use as a weapon, he lets his guard down and receives a powerful attack from the gangster that ends up breaking one of his arms. The trembling alone is enough for B Gangrak to notice this and approach mockingly. Dajun understood that this practically made it impossible for him to win, and all he could do was receive several kicks from his opponent, who declared that it was as if he were already dead and that he would finish him. But Dajun doesn't give in and stands up again, challenging him to try it while insulting him. This expression of determination irritates B, reminding him of his past self who had the same stupid face, and he hits him to make him stop looking at him. B Gangrak launches a kick that the protagonist understands will knock him out if he receives it. So, with his body pushed to the limit, he manages to roll over it and deliver a final blow to his opponent's chin. The protagonist questions if he had anyone he considered close, to which B replies that, for him, there were only people you took advantage of or used for your own purposes. When he launches a new attack, Dajun dodges it and with a smile says that because he had no one, he would lose. He takes water from the nearby bathtub and throws it in his face to block his vision, then grabs one of the chair legs Bying Chul was on, while his opponent takes his lever again, and declares that now he would die to show him the falsehood of families. Dajun remembers all the moments he lived with the Hangul family, how he met them, their experiences, and assures that he could always trust them with his back. And remembering that he had to use the environment around him, he smiles that Diob, Sungbin, and Teek stopped Beek's movements to hit him, thinking that whoever wasn't alone would always win. This attack knocks out B, and when he's on the ground, Dajun tells him that if he got involved with them, it would end badly. All the guys collapse to the ground after this, complaining of their fatigue. All except Teek, who takes the opportunity to tell Dajun how powerful he had become to the point of defeating an executive and joking that Dio would think twice before messing with him again. Dajun is flattered by this but still blames himself for not believing in Hwan when he told him that his father had been kidnapped. But at least, he is comforted knowing that he was able to save him even if it was a bit late. When he wants to talk to the boss, he looks around, noticing that he's not there. He asks his companions if they've seen the old man, but they deny it. Confused while remembering the wounds he had, he goes outside the room and on the second floor, he asks Daeung if she saw an older man pass by. But she, lying on the floor, indicates that she only saw a silhouette passing through the area, although she couldn't see it clearly. The protagonist starts to worry when he goes to the first floor and still doesn't find him. He takes advantage of one of the guys being semi-conscious to interrogate him about Bying Chul's whereabouts. The guy reveals that one of their comrades dragged him to the underground parking lot and advises him to surrender since when a target like Bying Chul became a burden, to the point where an executive was defeated, they would be killed. Dajun slams him against the wall and, running, goes down the stairs, hoping it's not too late. Breathing heavily, he could taste his blood, his body felt heavy, and he even stumbled on the stairs, falling. But even so, he had to keep moving because he failed in Hwan by not trusting him, his friend. When he reaches the parking lot, he searches among the cars and sees a figure hidden in the shadows, demanding that they come out, surprised to see who it was. Moon Sung-ho, with nervousness, tells him he's relieved to see him. He reveals that he came to the site upon learning that In Hwan's father had been detained there but didn't go up due to the noise inside. Dajun was about to say something but, with a smile, he cuts himself off and only says he's happy to see him. After updating him on what happened, the protagonist asks him if he saw Bying Chul around. To this, Sung-ho says with disappointment that he didn't see anything, but he had just arrived. Considering possibilities, he points to a door in the back and suggests that maybe they could check there. The protagonist advances to the spot, followed by his friend, while he explains that he couldn't contact In Hwan, so he's relieved to be with him now, and he would like to help resolve everything so they could all go out for pizza together later. In response, Dajun lands a blow on the guy that he manages to block, and he asks where In Hwan's father is. Sung-ho tries to play innocent, but the protagonist points out that he was suspiciously following behind him while keeping his hands hidden at all times, which he notices were covered in blood. Something illogical for someone who had just arrived. Dropping his act, Sung-ho declares that it was Bying Chul's blood, whom he hid in the trunk. Mockingly, Sung-ho asks if he suspected him, to which Dajun asks if he had been lying all along, if all the moments they spent together were fake. This, as he throws a punch that is finally easily caught by the guy. He admits that, of course, everything was fake, and he even felt nauseous being with someone like him. Furious, the protagonist declares that he will make him pay, but Sungho says he lied about something else, which was that he couldn't fight and that, in reality, he had much more experience on the streets than he did, being, in fact, an executive of Higuang. Filled with anger, Dajun unleashes a flurry of kicks that Sungho dodges before pushing him away with his hand. The redhead admits to feeling admiration for his ability to fight against him, even in his current condition. But this doesn't matter to Dajun, who only demands to know if Byung-chul is in the trunk, a conjecture that, shamelessly, Sungho accepts, although he points out that he couldn't save him if he died, confirming the protagonist's suspicions that they planned to kill the man. Now, Dajun asks him about the day Wen messaged him and said they were together, wanting to know what he did to him. With a sadistic smile, Sungho reveals that he only kept him close to use him as an advantage against Byung-chul. But the blonde kept bothering him in his quest to find his father, a situation that made him want to kill him, and so he did, maliciously commenting that now he would be buried on some hill. As expected, these words anger the protagonist, causing him to launch a series of attacks combining punches and kicks, all of them easily evaded by the orange-haired guy who tells him he was someone who didn't know when to give up, and that he was only holding back to avoid hurting him because he valued bonds and didn't want to harm him. Dajun doesn't say anything and only tries to resume his attacks. However, the orange-haired guy goes on the offensive, hitting his leg and delivering a frontal hook. The protagonist admits that it feels like he's hitting a wall and his legs can't stay firm, supposing that it was because of his deteriorated condition and he could handle him if he weren't injured. This is something that Sungho notices as well, and he attacks him with a hook that makes him step back. Of course, the protagonist continues launching several attacks that are only dodged, but in his mind, he realizes that things were too easy for Sungho. And although it was difficult for him to admit it in his current state, he believed the difference between them was too vast. This is reinforced by a blow to his face that makes him remember when they fought in the bar. From that moment on, he knew he could be someone strong, but now he doesn't think he stands a chance against Sungho. As if reading his thoughts, Sungho positions him to kick him in the face and tells him that it didn't matter if he defeated Gangrak because he was stronger than him. Then he launches a kick that, in the end, doesn't connect because Inhuan arrives to get in between them. This relieves Dajun, who tells the blonde that Sungho said he had killed him. In response, the blonde confesses that he almost succeeded, and he begins to tell how while pretending to help him in the search for his father, Sungho tricked him into taking him to a hill where he ordered his men to bury him alive, which they would have accomplished if it hadn't been for him carrying a knife since the incident with Gangrak, a weapon that also helped him extract information from the gangsters about where Sungho was going. Knowing this, the protagonist says he's relieved that he's safe now, but the blonde asks him why he was also there and why he had been avoiding him. Dajun tries to explain that it was because of his current condition, but Inhuan interrupts to ask if he was fighting for his father. When he confirms it, that's enough for him to support him at that moment and team up to take down Sungho together. This makes Sungho laugh, reminding both of them that he almost died for them when he was stabbed. To which Dajun admits that at that moment, he was deeply moved and treated him like a brother. But now none of that mattered, knowing that everything was fake. Thus, a battle begins where both boys attack Sungho, but he not only dodges them with great skill but also effortlessly counterattacks them. Angry, Inhuan takes out the knife he mentioned earlier and attacks head-on. But Sungho remains unfazed and grabs his hand before punching him in the face and taking the weapon from him. A series of moves that confirm to the blonde that he was far inferior, and he begins to fear that maybe they couldn't save his father, a fear that only increases with Sungho's declaration that he would now ensure to bury him under the sea. Although his words are silenced when he receives the first blow from Dajun, who shouts at him that he wouldn't collapse until they saved Inhuan's father. Sungho, expressionless, reminds him that he told him it was impossible and begins to deliver a powerful barrage of blows that deal great damage to the protagonist. Nevertheless, the black-haired guy remains standing, so Sungho tells him that, in fact, there were few people on the street who could truly stand up to him, so it was better to stop resisting. Then, he declares that the strong can do as they please in this world, and as proof, he takes his arm and tries to break it by hitting his elbow. However, his blow doesn't connect when someone says that there was someone stronger than him, arrives and kicks him, sending him flying. It was Cho Hangul, who congratulates the protagonist for holding out for so long. Seeing him there surprises Dajun, thinking that he wouldn't be able to participate. Hangul only mutters that the situation has changed and that he will explain when he takes care of the situation, which will only take him a second to resolve. Sungho also mentions that if he participated, it would turn into an all-out war, but Hangul tells him to shut up, repeating his statement that the strongest could do as they pleased, and that's why he would destroy him. Sung-ho reveals that hearing all the rumors about the great Cho Hangul makes him wonder if he lives up to his fame. Excited, he jumps at him with a punch that the silver-haired guy blocks before launching a series of punches that are dodged, including a flying kick. The brutal display of skills, seeing that he didn't flinch at his leader's blows, makes Dajun understand that Sung-ho's earlier statement about few being able to stand up to him was not just a bluff. The guy in the striped shirt says that it seems his legendary power was just a myth, so he wonders if he would become the best in the city if he defeated him. Blocking his last kick, Hangul acknowledges that he did know how to fight, so he would have to get serious. Sung-ho finds this amusing, saying that he was just putting on an act. In his mind, he was clear that the difference in power between them wasn't that great, being able to read his movements, sure that he could win. However, his surprise is great when he tries to defend against an attack, only for Hangul to change the direction of his fist, striking him in the side, and then giving him a kick in the center. The situation changed. He could no longer read any of his attacks, and now he was receiving every attack he launched. Sung-ho admits that he is even stronger than he thought, and he even panics when he narrowly avoids a blow that would have killed him if it had connected. While lying on the ground, Hangul tells him that he has met many arrogant kids like him who have similarly needed to be punished to understand who they were dealing with. The scene makes it more than clear to the protagonist that his leader had no rival, and when he was about to deliver a new blow, Sung-ho yells at him to stop and explains that he understands that he can't beat him now, so he offers to let him go in exchange for not telling Higuang about his attack. This would take away Higuang's reason to retaliate and keep their group safe. His last chance to do so. Hangul stays still for a few seconds and shakes hands with Sung-ho to the guy's satisfaction, but immediately draws him closer to him to deliver a blow that breaks his nose. What the silver-haired guy tells him is that the time for negotiations has ended, and in reality, he had gone to that place because he had already met with the Hyung of his group. Therefore, his all-out war has begun. This surprises the orange-haired guy because his great Hyung hadn't shown any signs of wanting a war. Anyway, facing an imminent new blow from his opponent, he decides that his priority was to escape from there. At that moment, Dajun shouts at Hangul because a motorcycle was about to run him over. The guy dodges it, and in that distraction, Sung-ho manages to mount it and escape. The orange-haired guy is grateful because he was sure he would die there, although the driver tells him that his boss would give him a lesson for making a mistake. This doesn't seem to bother Sung-ho so much, who only thinks that he doesn't understand what his leader wants, but he would still make sure to please him. Dajun trembles with anger at Sung-ho's escape, stating that the treacherous rat deserved a good beating. Hangul puts his hand on his shoulder to calm him, saying that he has done a lot for today, as he took down a Higuang base and saved In-wan's father, who was just getting him out of the trunk. Therefore, he shouldn't regret anything if he accomplished so much that day. That night, the Hangul family achieved their second victory against Higuang. Although there had never been an easy fight since he escaped, the protagonist feels that this was the battle from which he learned the most about the street, mainly that he couldn't trust anyone in that world. Just when it was time to part with In-wan, who was carrying his father on his back, he confesses that he had doubted him at one point. However, the blonde says, amidst sobs, that he saved him, and for that, he would always be grateful. A gesture that makes him think that even in such a situation, there were people you could trust. Besides, there's the thought that if he wanted to survive and not die in a place like that, it was necessary to become strong with those trustworthy people. Back at home, the group rested and recovered from their injuries. Teek tells Dajung that everyone fought better than the last time, to which he supposes it's because everyone had resumed training. Upon this, Gaeung, Diob, and Teek try to take credit for Dajung's significant physical improvement. Although the protagonist doesn't continue the discussion but approaches Cho Hangul to ask why he helped them if he didn't want to start a war with Higuang, and also about the truth regarding that conversation with Sung-ho. Hangul explains that he found out that Higuang had plans to kill them, whether he got involved in that fight or not, which is why he had no qualms about breaking into Gangster's base. This isn't enough for Teek, who, remembering that something similar happened before they fought Chun Ki-woon, questions how he manages to get that kind of information and knows how Higuang operates. Although he clarifies that he doesn't suspect him, the long-haired guy makes it clear that he would like to know the truth. Hangul hesitates but then asks them to listen to him first and not misinterpret him, and when they all agree, he reveals that he was the one who created Higuang. 2 hours before the fight at Gangster's base, Hangul enters a kind of VIP bar where he meets with an executive of Higuang, the second in command, Nam Wu-cheng. Of course, now in the present, when the silver-haired guy dropped that bombshell news, everyone was in shock. So Hangul takes the opportunity to explain that he didn't create it alone but with him, the current leader of Higuang, Shin Wusung. Apparently, he was his close friend, but back then, he began doing more and more foolish things until he finally had no choice but to separate, leaving the organization he helped create. Diob, interested, asks what happened before that. Hangul takes his can, crushes it, and disposes of it while saying with a smile that it's personal. Of course, this angers him, but the silver-haired guy tries to change the subject by lying down and saying that since they gave Gangrak a beating, it's very likely that Higuang will come after them, although it probably won't be immediate. So he asks his companions if they'd like to move to evade them. The mere suggestion outrages the group, who look at each other to think about it. But Hangul reads their silence and responds with them, saying that running away wasn't the style of the runaway family. Additionally, he reassures them that everything will be fine as long as he's with them. However, this doesn't convince the protagonist when he sees the leader's hesitant expression, although he doesn't say anything about it. The next morning, Hangul was on the rooftop, flipping through a book until he finds an envelope used as a bookmark. Inside it, there is a photo of him and Shin Wusung, whose face isn't visible in the photograph. Meanwhile, that day, in a shelter, Lee Jun-soo and Kim Hyun, fugitives from Tesseo High School, were in line to get food. The chubby guy complains to the cook to give him more meat, even though he's nervous and says he should give to everyone. This doesn't matter to Hyun, who physically intimidates the young man to make him give him the food he wanted. While eating, Hyun comments that he ran away from home because things were tough, but now on the streets, it's worse because he has no money or a place to sleep. In response, his friend tells him that's why he should join Higuang, explaining that it's a kind of magic that brings together fugitives like them, paying them to commit all sorts of crimes. Hyun likes the description, commenting that, as he's good at beating people up, he would join if he had the chance. Although he also mentions that he could stab someone and be sent to a juvenile facility where they would take care of him. The entire conversation is overheard by the young man who served them, who stands behind Hyun. The young man interrupts to tell him that they weren't there giving them food to do that kind of thing and that they should live properly even if they've run away. Obviously, this infuriates Hyun, who tells him that if he wants to give them advice, he should start by giving them money, something the young man accepts, saying that if they refuse, he could call the authorities to send them back home. Next, we see Lee Jun-soo and Kim Hyun following the young man down a hallway, confused about where they were being taken. The worker says they could help at the church, sleep there, and earn money. This is something the chubby guy finds boring, but his friend seems more interested, although he doesn't give them the chance to discuss it seriously because the young man reveals that he's also a fugitive, so he understood what they were going through. Then, he opens a door and lets them in, making it clear that they shouldn't say things like wanting to stab someone to go to the juvenile facility, as it would be a waste of their youth. At this point, the chubby guy understands the lesson in his words, so wanting to take the money and leave, he tells him that from now on, he would live diligently without harming others. However, the young man stops him and tells him not to waste his time going to the juvenile facility, and that he should live tenaciously instead. At that moment, Hyun is frozen by the scene in front of him. There was Ha-iltek covered in blood in front of a gagged man who he had clearly tortured. Before asking what was happening, the black-haired guy throws a knife at the chubby guy, reminding him of his words about wanting to stab someone to make him do the same to the man. This was his test to join Higuang, and Hyun trembled in fear, so the long-haired guy asks him coldly if he was nothing more than a coward who mentioned their organization in vain. Understanding his situation, Hyun approaches the man, still trembling, to do as he's told. One has passed, says Si-hyun, before indicating that the other boy's test was still pending, Lee Jun-soo. The chubby boy trembled on the ground, but the young man only congratulated him, announcing him as a new member of Higuang. After this, the young man took off the uniform he was wearing, giving the order for the rest of the men to take care of it. One of his soldiers informs him that yesterday when the executives went to Gangrak's base the night before, they only found their members on the ground beaten up by the Hangul family, and now the one he sent to rescue, Moon Sung-ho, was on his way to meet him. The boy smiles, jokingly commenting that he told them it wouldn't be easy to deal with them. Then he puts on a jacket while ordering him to get in touch with all the executives because something interesting was going to happen. Those were the words of Shin Wusung, the absolute leader of Higuang. In the evening at that church, some girls were crying, begging to be let go, but the man in front of them watched them with a cold gaze, indicating that they should only do what the shop lady told them to do. That imposing man was Oh Chang-yeon, the pastor of Higuang's affiliated church. The girls continued to sob, saying they didn't want to do it because it was very scary, which angered the father, making him shout at them that fugitives like them should stop being so picky. But just when it seemed like he was about to hit them, a man asked him why there was so much noise, surprising Yeon. That was Lee Yoon-hak, a young man with a shaved head who looked at him enigmatically. The boy approached them carefully and asked if they knew each other from the street, which they timidly confirmed. Learning that, Lee Yoon-hak said that since they were acquaintances, he might allow only one of them to go to that place. The black-haired girl, showing that she was volunteering, then asked what would happen to her friend. To which Yoon-hak declared that he would have to beat her to death, and proceeded to slap the blonde girl several times. Horrified, the brown-haired girl asked him to stop and said they would do whatever they were told. Yoon-hak, who hadn't changed his cold expression, said that she would then have to go to the shop, or else her friend would die. Done with this matter, Yeon thanked Yoon-hak at the exit for taking the trouble to handle that situation. To which the boy replied that it was easy since the new runaways believed that the people they knew on the street were their family. Next, the boy entered a room where Shin Woo-sung was gathered with a quite diverse group of people, all sitting around a table. As he sat down, it was revealed that Lee Yoon-hak was one of Higuang's executives, and this was a meeting. A woman with pink lipstick, Ju Aram, assumed that they had gathered to talk about the Hangul family and how they had taken down 3 executives from their group. A chubby guy with a mustache, Seol Wang-hyuk, commented that they should have gotten rid of them as he recommended at the time. And KW Non-Wul, a punk-looking guy, told him to shut up, saying he didn't even know him to have an opinion like that. Moon Sung-ho added that indeed they should be careful, as he almost died at their hands. A statement that only infuriates Nuda, who says it's not something to be proud of, which the orange-haired guy accepts with his usual smile. Nam Woo-chang, the second in command with whom Hangul interacted, remains silent, observing the interaction. Wang-hyuk hits the table to comment again that they should go to their house and kill them, something for which they only needed the order from their leader. But Woo-sung indicates that it's best to wait, as the whole situation is quite entertaining, and Cho Hangul is probably quite stressed about it. A week later, the Hangul family was eating at the pizzeria, wondering if it was okay for them to eat so much. Young In-wan, who had started working as Sung-ho's replacement, says they deserved it for what they had done for him. Sung-bin asks if it's okay for them to relax when they're targets of Higuang, to which Deob downplays it, saying they could take them out whenever they wanted. The only one who was silent was Cho Hangul, who hadn't touched a single slice of his pizza. When they were already full, the group left the restaurant, talking about anything, except for Hangul, who was walking behind them. Then, Gaeun looks at a photo booth and suggests they go in because, despite living together, they've never taken a group photo. Something Hangul doesn't agree with, feeling uncomfortable, but Sungbin ends up dragging him inside. In the end, everyone looks at the photos with smiles because of how awkward they turned out. Then, Sungbin hands Hangul a copy, and he can't help but smile when he sees it. That night, the silver-haired guy was smoking a cigarette when Teek approached him, asking directly if something bad had happened because he had noticed he had been in a bad mood these past few days. Hangul doesn't respond but instead asks him how long they've known each other, to which the long-haired guy replies that it's been a couple of years, much longer than Im Dajung, the silver-haired guy comments, causing Teek's confusion. Remembering his meeting with Wu Cheng, he informed him that they had received a request to kill Im Dajung, and were planning to start the job soon. The blonde continues to explain that there are also several members of their organization who wanted to kill the rest of his family, so he offers him the opportunity to save his family of runaways in exchange for delivering Im Dajung to them. This enrages Hangul, and he turns to leave, while Wu Cheng tells him he should think about it because he might lose everything he has in exchange for protecting that kid temporarily. Teek sees that his leader has lost himself in his thoughts, so he calls him by his name, and he only says, smiling, that the longer a relationship, the more valuable it becomes. Something that, in a way, Teek agrees with. Hangul decides to enter the house, making it clear that there was nothing to worry about. Subsequently, the silver-haired man goes to the roof, where he thinks he couldn't tell the group about Higuang's offer because he knew they were all very kind and would want to help him. He asserts that if they were to confront them, someone would end up seriously injured or even dead, so he questions whether he should have prevented the protagonist from joining the group in the first place. He looks at the photo taken a couple of hours ago with the family, seeking an answer, and after a few seconds, he tears it apart, keeping a piece in his jacket, stating that there was no other option. In Higuang's church, Li Duan yelled at Ha Iltek for not having killed Dajung as he promised, to which the tattooed guy excuses himself, saying it was complicated because Dajung was now a part of the Hangul family. This isn't enough for Duan, as thanks to Dajung, he could no longer use his legs, so he couldn't bear to see him living peacefully. So, he decides to go right away to talk to the Higuang leader to make him take care of it. Wu Cheng lifts an axe near his face, telling him that even if he's a customer who pays well, he should know the right time to stop, or he could end up in the same place he wanted to send Dajung to. Then, he makes it clear that they will carry out their assignment without any hitches. In a construction area, Cho Hangul was lying on the cold floor, remembering that this was the place where he first met Dajung when he saved him from his bullies, laughing at how he got beaten up at that moment. After a few seconds, he lets out a heavy sigh, wondering how he always ended up involved with boys like him. At the Hangul family's home, Gaeung and Sungbin were arranging clothes on the clothesline, under Cho Hangul's mocking gaze. Of course, this angers the girl, who tries to chase him away, saying it would be better if he left if he wasn't going to help. Hangul, mockingly, stops her but then becomes serious and asks her how she thought things would be if Dajung weren't there. Of course, the question confuses the girl, and after trying to evade the question, she simply says it would be strange because there wouldn't be anyone to fold the socks. An indifferent response that Hangul says would make Dajung sad if he heard it, which further confuses Gaeung and Sungbin. Later, Diob was reproaching Dajung for not washing the dishes when it was his turn today. The protagonist, nervously, excuses himself, saying he was running late for work and didn't have time. But the redhead doesn't accept it and continues to scold him about responsibility until Hangul, who was in the room, intervenes to defend the boy, saying that these things happened. Diob doesn't accept it and tries to continue his monologue, but Hangul stops him, starting to wash the dishes himself. This action surprises everyone present, including the rest of the Hangul family who were in the living room, who didn't believe he would do chores without being told to do so, and Gaeung suggests he must be drunk. The protagonist tries to get him to stop washing, embarrassed, but their leader cuts him off, saying he could rest, something that he finds quite unusual. At dusk, the group was waiting for Hangul who hadn't arrived yet, with Gaeung even buying a lot of meat to cheer him up, noticing that he had been downcast in recent days. But assuming he wouldn't arrive until later, they start eating. After a while, the girl in the group talks about their leader's strange behavior and how he had been treating Dajung better than usual, as if he felt guilty about something, so she asks him directly if he had done something to him, but he denies it. Teek then remembers his previous conversation with his leader where they talked about Dajung, and suggests the possibility that maybe he has a problem. Diob intervenes, saying they know that Hangul was someone who always had proper behavior, despite how carefree he seemed, so they shouldn't doubt him. This clears the group's doubts, including the protagonist, who knows he has come this far thanks to his leader. Hangul walks through the city streets, thinking about how much time had passed. 5 years, that's how long it had been since he first saw him. The silver-haired man thinks as he arrives at Higuang's church, the same place where their relationship began. Upon entering, he comments again with frustration about getting involved with boys like those. Dajung leaves the house, checking if Hangul is coming since it's late, but she doesn't see him, although she does find a piece of cardboard on the ground. In the church, Wu Cheng asks Hangul if he has an answer, something that the silver-haired man confirms, mentally apologizing to Dajung for doing the only thing he could. At the same time, the protagonist looks at the cardboard and, with surprise, sees that it's part of the photo they took that day, the piece corresponding to Hangul's face. At that moment, Hangul gives his answer, getting into an attacking position and stating that he won't choose between any of them. Wu Cheng responds mockingly that he's making a mistake, but Hangul demands that he bring Wu Sung. The blonde guy, mockingly, orders his men to attack their superior from Higuang, something that Hangul expected, and for which he mentally apologizes to Dajung for not keeping his promise to take care of him until the end. The Hangul family had gathered, informed by Dajung of his discovery. The protagonist nervously asks if they believe that this piece of the photo could be related to the reason why Hangul hadn't returned yet. Silence, no one had the answer. Sungbin questions that even if something bad were happening, he could possibly handle it himself given who he is. Teek agrees with the latter, saying that Hangul isn't someone who acts recklessly, so they shouldn't worry. Dajung agrees, but the feeling of discomfort still lingers. In the church, the group of soldiers attacks Hangul on Wu Cheng's order, and under the gaze of the other executive, Bu Yunjiu, who was interested in seeing if the rumors surrounding Hangul were true. At that moment, one of Higuang's soldiers was about to strike him with an iron bar, but the silver-haired man dodges it by jumping, causing it to hit someone else by mistake. From the air, he takes the opportunity to kick Yeonju in the face, rendering him unconscious. Obviously, this surprises everyone present, but the group is still confident due to their numerical advantage and charges at him. In just a few seconds, he manages to evade these men armed with bats and knock them out with a single blow each. The rest of the soldiers tremble at his actions, calling him a monster. Hangul challenges them to come closer, but none of them do. It's Wucheng who attacks him with a blow that the silver-haired man manages to block, while Wucheng tells him that there are still traces of his old self living within him. Seeing that the executive intervened, one of Higuang's soldiers smiles, thinking that with the leader's help, they could defeat him together. However, he ends up eating his words when several men advance to attack him, and Hangul manages to perform a series of agile moves that defeat them all, while facing off against Wucheng. All of this without even breaking a sweat. This frustrates the henchman, making him wonder why he should be afraid when they have such an overwhelming advantage. After finishing off all the lackeys who approached him, Hangul attacks Wucheng and tells him, once again, to bring Shin Wusung because he has no chance against him. At that moment, he notices how the blonde guy exposes his neck, but instead of attacking, he suspects this opening and takes a big leap backward, just in time to dodge an attack from another newly arrived executive, Gwanghyuk. He wasn't the only one. Hwan Wuel, Ju Aram, Moon Sungho, who greets him mockingly, and a person who also tells him that they are happy to see him, Shin Wusung. All the executives were in the room with the reinforcement of countless Higuang members, but Hangul only furrows his brow at the sight of his ex-friend. The leader of the organization admits that he is surprised that Hangul came alone to this place, and because of this foolish choice, he and his whole family will die. The silver-haired man mutters angrily that he couldn't believe what he had become, and Wusung tells him not to delude himself, as his current self was the answer to everything. But he didn't want to have a conversation about their past, so he orders to kill him and bring him before him. All the executives attack Hangul, and he has little to do but raise his fists, although he is still struck by a couple of blows. A Higuang member looks amazed at the scene, praising the enemy's strength, but with the certainty that it was impossible for him to survive such an attack. And just at that moment, for the first time in history, a blow to the head makes Hangul bleed. The leader could only watch Shin Wusung, and, remembering his friends, wonder if there was any trace of his old self left. Wusung just looks at the beating he's receiving and scoffs, saying he wasn't as strong as he used to be. Gwanghyuk unleashes a flurry of punches, claiming that he was actually weak. At that moment, Hangul grabs him by the face, his face covered in blood, and says he'll stop because he's getting angry. Everyone watches in surprise as Hangul tells his ex-friend that it seems he won't stop, so he'll have to stop him. Focusing back on Hangul, it's shown that he had Gwanghyuk by the neck, with his face battered and unconscious. "One of us will have to die for this to end," is the statement Hangul gives to his ex-friend. That night, in the moonlight, Dajung walked through the city streets until he reached a construction site, murmuring Hangul's name. Since he was getting nervous because he hadn't returned yet, he decided to go out and look for him, with no results so far. Looking at that place, memories of when Hangul first saved him come flooding back, noticing that it had been a long time since they first met, although it felt like it was just yesterday. This, along with looking at the piece of Hangul's photo, comforts him in some way, and he trusts that the group must be right, and their leader is on some long-term trip. But when he was about to return home, a voice shouting for him to stop catches his attention. In Higuang's church, Hangul only asks for his next opponent, once he throws Gwanghyuk's unconscious body to the ground. No one moves, but Wusung scolds Hangul for his arrogance in thinking he could win, and tells him that the organization had changed a lot since he left. Then he tries to show him the level of loyalty and obedience of his members by ordering Xiao Gwanghyuk to get up, but he only twitches. Hangul comments with obviousness that it will probably be hard for him to get up in the following days, but Wusung ignores him and continues to call his henchmen, even threatening to kill him. It's this last warning that manages to make the man wake up and get up while apologizing to his boss. He can still fight is the statement Wusung gives before threatening all the others on the floor, saying that if they didn't fight like they were going to die, he would kill them himself. So, everyone gets up and attacks an intrigued Hangul who didn't understand how these guys, who almost seemed dead a few minutes ago, could fight and even seemed to have sharpened their killer instincts. While fighting them, he defends himself from a powerful blow from Gwanghyuk when Wusung sadistically tells him that this is the Gwanghyuk he has created, making Hangul wonder what kind of hellish acts he had been doing. Suddenly, Hangul remembers several moments with Wusung when they were young. Going out to eat together, their playful fights on the street, the times they fell asleep in the same bed with their fingers in each other's mouths to tease each other, or when they genuinely looked happy taking a picture together. It's these memories that make Hangul lament that things have to be this way now. Outside of this church was Dajung, and he looked towards it as a girl ran from a man with glasses, who promised to kill the brown-haired girl if he caught her. Not knowing them, Dajung wonders if he should help the girl, after recalling everything he went through with Manhwa and his father. He didn't want to cause the same problems, so he tries to help by making everything look like an accident. And when the pastor was running, Dajung puts his foot out for him to trip, hoping it would be enough to give the girl a chance to escape. However, when he looks away, he realizes that the girl was caught by 3 other thugs, so he resigns himself to intervene when Lee Yoon-hak pushes his way through, muttering that it's better if he gets lost, as this matter has nothing to do with him. Speaking with the pastor, the boy comments that the girl turned out to be much more annoying than he expected, as she took advantage of Cho Hangul causing a commotion to escape. Dajung hears this and is shocked, but Yoon-hak doesn't pay attention to him and only approaches the girl, muttering that annoying girls like her needed to be punished. The protagonist stops in his tracks, taking him by the shoulder and asking him what he said about Hangul earlier. In the church, Hangul was defending himself from a double kick courtesy of Kwon and Sung-ho, while also keeping an eye on a group of thugs who wanted to attack him from behind. Quickly, Hangul disarms one of the lackeys and hits the rest with his weapon before throwing one of them toward Gwang-hyuk, who is embarrassed that Woo-sung saw him, so he attacks Hangul to charge and squeeze him, incapacitating him so that the others can beat him, even if they also hit him. It's a clearly crazy action that Hangul condemns. In those seconds of struggle, it can be seen that Kim Hee-eun approached Hangul and stabbed him in the leg. Furious at the situation, Hangul performs a small flip that allows him to kick Hee-eun and Gwang-hyuk. When he's on the ground, he scolds Woo-sung for even recruiting young guys like Hee-eun to stab others. But the black-haired guy remains unfazed and tells him that since his departure, he has managed to turn Hee-gwang into a major underworld organization that makes a lot of money. An achievement he attributes to Hangul and thanks him for, stating that none of that would have happened without him. He reminds him that it all started 5 years ago when those guys were beating him up in an alley near the church, and he intervened to save his life, setting off a chain reaction that put him where he is now. So, mockingly, he tells him that he should have let him die, causing a great sense of helplessness in the other guy. 5 years ago, a 14-year-old Shin Woo-sung went to the church every day to beg God to save him from the hellish life he had, being beaten up every day by bullies. To his prayer, it seemed that heaven had sent Cho Hangul to save him, who invited him to live with him to help him. In the present, Hangul admits that he never should have taken him to that guy, but the black-haired guy dismisses it, saying that today he would send him to that guy. The statement triggers an increase in his anger, causing him to run towards him, but his leg injury prevents him from moving correctly, and because of this disadvantage, Sung-ho gets a chance to attack him, making him stagger back. And then he mocks how his arrogance prevents him from matching him as the last time, while releasing a flurry of punches that his opponent does nothing but block. Words that infuriate Hangul even more, who is sure he could deal with idiots like him if he didn't have an injury like that in his leg. Things get worse when Kwon holds him from behind, giving Sung-ho an even better chance to attack. In his head, Hangul scolds himself for getting to this point because he had gone to end all this because of him. With this thought, he gathers the strength to break free from Kwon's grip and starts running, affirming that it didn't matter if he died or what it cost him. He would make sure to get Woo-sung out of there. Precisely as he escapes, Woo-sung orders them to catch him, and a group of lackeys tracks him down. But even limping and at his maximum, Hangul is able to defeat all those who were chasing him down the hallway, much to the surprise of the thugs. However, Kwon doesn't let them give up and reminds them of their leader's threat to kill them if they didn't finish off Hangul first. And at that point, all those who were unconscious get up and, along with the rest, beat Hangul with their weapons until they lead him to a new room. Hangul breathes heavily, sure that he couldn't keep spending energy on them or he would be in trouble. But his thoughts are interrupted when he sees a girl lying on the floor behind him, murmuring that she didn't want to go to the store. A comment that completely infuriates Hangul as he realizes that he used the runaway teen seeking refuge for his own purposes. Still, he apologizes to the girl for not being able to help her since he didn't have enough energy to rescue them both. At that moment, Woo-sung arrives with the others, mocking his friend's escape attempts. He is interrupted by the girl on the floor, who, on her knees, begs him to let her go. Although Woo-sung is indignant that the girl was not taken to the store and that she is in such bad shape when he ordered to filter out these kinds of women. With that said, he stabs the girl, stating that the quality of his products will decrease, causing Hangul to shout at him with hatred. Woo-sung mocks his inability to let people like her go, assuming that maybe they remind him of those people he couldn't save. The girl, agonizing, continues to murmur that she didn't want to die, which causes Hangul to remember a time when Woo-sung also begged for his life in a scene engulfed in flames. As in that memory, Hangul understands that if he didn't save her now, she would bleed to death. He understands that it's very possible that he might die, but he continues to think about the possibility of rescuing the girl and saving them both. He wasn't sure what to do, but the memory of a name comforts him, that of an ojasi, a term used to refer to an older person. Back to Dajung. He tries to interrogate Yoonhak while still holding his shoulder, questioning him about what he said about Cho Hangul fighting in his own way. Yoonhak doesn't respond to this but instead breaks free from the grip with a precise punch to the face, then launches a series of powerful attacks that the protagonist can barely defend against. Yoonhak reproaches him for not having the right to yell at him, but Dajung ignores him and tries to land a blow, which the executive manages to evade and respond with a powerful kick that, to his surprise, he catches, making it clear to Yoonhak that Dajung knows how to fight. Now curious, he stops his attacks and asks Dajung who he is, but he maintains his stance of wanting to know what's happening with Cho Hangul, to which the executive asks why he was so interested in him, and Dajung reveals that he is their leader, making it clear to Yoonhak that this guy is part of the Hangul family. Therefore, for the first time, his cold expression changes to a sadistic smile as he reveals that his Hyung will die very soon, as he stormed into He Guang's base and was fighting alone against everyone to protect his runaway family. The protagonist is in shock, and Yoonhak mockingly questions whether it wouldn't have been better if he had accepted the deal they offered him earlier. Dajung can't take it anymore and launches a new punch that his opponent avoids by ducking and then counters, wanting to make it clear that he's not at his level. Although in the end, the protagonist manages to return a punch to his face just as he manages to hit him, making him wonder if he's capable of feeling his blows. The protagonist yells at him to get out of the way, but the executive continues his barrage of punches, which are not enough to incapacitate Dajung, who insults him to let him pass. Next comes an exchange of blows between the two, while the protagonist wonders why Hangul wanted to sacrifice himself for them when he hadn't yet had a chance to repay him for all the help he had given him. In the compound, Cho Hangul continued to defeat everyone who stood in his way, even Kwon, who was on the floor bleeding, wondering if that guy ever got tired. The only one who didn't seem impressed was Woo-sung, who commented with disappointment that he seemed quite unfocused, far from killing him as he had promised before. Hangul replies that he will finish him quickly, so Woo-sung realizes that he wants to escape with the girl, something that Hangul regrets him noticing, as there wasn't much time left for her. His opponent continues to taunt him, asking if he wanted to be like the one from that unknown ojasi, a kind of mother to all the street kids he picks up. This provokes great fury in Hangul, and Woo-sung takes advantage of it to order his men to kill the girl. Loneliness, that is the feeling that Hangul most remembers experiencing in his life, as he grew up in an orphanage where he was abandoned by his parents when he was 5 years old. He was everyone's target, and no one cared what happened to him, so at the age of 14, he dropped out of school, not before breaking the faces of all his bullies. Although his life as a fugitive had several drawbacks, including facing several gangsters, at least he was satisfied not having to deal with annoying adults. He convinced himself that he was fine alone, without company, although it doesn't seem to be true when he watches a happy family walking with their son. It was then, coming out of a store while smoking, that he met a strange man who hit him on the forehead, scolding him for smoking in his hardware store, contaminating everything. A man with facial hair and some overweight named Ma Tibium. When Hangul tries to defend himself, the man keeps saying that it was disrespectful to smoke in front of his store without at least offering him a cigarette. Then, without further notice, he takes the cigarette from his hand and starts smoking it while mocking him. This action astonishes Hangul, making him wonder what was wrong with this ojasi. After this, Tibium assumes that he ran away because he had a very pathetic face, just like that of a beggar, and proceeds to tell him that a brat like him shouldn't be on the streets. His words anger Hangul, so he decides to leave, commenting that he talks too much. Tibium stops him, saying that if he had nowhere to go, he could go to his house. Curious, the gray-haired man goes with him, and in his place, he finds other much younger children who warmly welcome Tibium. Apparently, this ojasi had the habit of taking care of kids who had nowhere to go while running his hardware store, something he did with Hangul as well, inviting him to consider this place as his home. However, Hangul rejected all the invitations to join them due to the deep-seated distrust he developed during his youth, and not being used to that kind of warmth. That's why he ended up running away from that place and returning to the streets, where, eventually, he ended up facing a large mafia group that swept the floor with him. Although they offered him to work for them, and he had no morals at the time, Hangul was so tired of life that he didn't mind provoking them to see if they could stab him. He succeeded, but when he had a knife inches from his face, Tibium arrived to grab the weapon, stopping them, and scolding them for wanting to attack a child, and getting angry enough to make them leave Hangul alone and attack him instead. A move that ends up working, causing the mafia members to leave but leaving Tibium in a destroyed state. So Hangul scolds him for his stupidity when the man only reproaches him for getting involved with them in the first place and, with tears on his bloody face, begs him not to do something like that again. This was the first time Hangul remembers that someone cried for him, and the first time since he ran away that he genuinely felt happy. After this, he decided to stay with Ma Tibium, treating him as if he were his own father, and resulting in his life as a runaway becoming less difficult. One day, the Aujasi tells him that he used to wander the streets, just like him, when he was his age, which is why whenever he saw someone lost, he couldn't help but help them. The man admits that things were tough back then, but thanks to the help he received from the neighborhood people, he was able to get through it, and things no longer seemed so lonely or difficult. For Tibium, no matter how hard life is, it can be enjoyable if there's someone trustworthy by your side. That's why he wanted to convince Hangul that he would always be by his side, no matter what. Back to the present, Hangul managed to defeat all the men who approached the bleeding girl. The gray-haired man tries to encourage her to hang on, telling her that while living a life as a runaway, there will be difficult days. But even in the worst situations, you can get through it if there's someone reliable by your side. And, at that moment, he was by her side, so he asks her to trust him. Yunhak furrows his brow and tells his friend that such a weak mentality is a dangerous thing in places like that. Something Hangul agrees with, but admits that he couldn't help having it, maybe because he resembled his Aujasi so much, or because he showed him until his last day the kind of things that mattered most, and that's why he would always follow the same path. Nonsense is how Yunhak describes everything Hangul said. Completely furious, he orders his men to kill the gray-haired man in 5 minutes, or else he would do it with his own hands. The Higuang gang rushes toward him at the same time, and, unlike previous times, these guys manage to land several attacks on Hangul. The gray-haired man feels his limbs heavy, he can hardly move, and wonders if that's all he can give. Suddenly, the room's lights go out. None of the boys can see, so they stop attacking. Suddenly, one by one, they fall to the floor, although it's not because of Hangul, who is as confused as the rest. Then, Dajung touches his shoulder and, in whispers, indicates that they must leave. Minutes earlier, the protagonist was fighting Yunhak, and, due to the strength of the attacks, he assumes he was one of the executives. Understanding the levels he needed to reach to defeat him, and knowing that he didn't have time to waste if he wanted to help Yunhak, he decides to take an attack to grab dirt from the floor and throw it in Yunhak's face, completely blinding his vision. Then, Dajung takes advantage of easily defeating the other Higuang members, and under the pastor's gaze, he takes the girl to escape. Once they are far away, the protagonist tells the girl to go, as he needed to go to the church. After thanking him, the girl asks him as a favor to save her friend who was still there. After entering stealthily, Dajung could see how Hangul faced everyone, noticing that he was trying to protect the friend of the other girl. It was while looking around the area that he found the fuse box that he used to help them escape, leading us to the current events. When Hangul has the protagonist in front of him, he mentally wonders why he had to be in the same place as Shin Wusung. He remembers when he met Wusung. He was defending himself with a brick from his attackers, but he was still beaten by them, just like him Dajung did at the time. He just wanted to help Wusung because of the efforts he was making, but when he did, just like Tibium did with him, he realized he had nowhere to die, so he took him home. When he brought him before the Aujasi, he accepted without hesitation, and Wusung easily began living in the store called Hardware Higuang. Wusung quickly adapted to living in the store, and since they were the same age, they ended up becoming best friends. During those happy days, Wusung began talking about wanting revenge, and he asked him to teach him how to fight, something he accepted, as he had no reason to refuse. So, he achieved the revenge he wanted against his bullies shortly after, and it seemed like everything was fine until he got drunk with power. He spent his time fighting anyone, just like Hangul did, even getting involved with the mafia. Although, unlike what he did, Wusung formed his own group, starting to recruit and promote it in the underworld, as if he had found his purpose in life. Gradually, his violence began to exceed a limit, until Tibium himself scolded him for it. Yunhak ignored him, and there were consequences. One day, when Hangul and he were returning to the Higuang store, they found the place in flames. It was an orchestrated attack by the mafia, as punishment because Aujasi had refused to pay protection fees, and Tibium had an accident while trying to protect the children he cared for with his last breath. Worried, Hangul approached the body of his father, who was barely alive. Tibium apologized to him for not being able to fulfill his promise to always be by his side to protect him. But with his last breath, he asked him not to live a solitary life even if he was no longer there. That day, Hangul lost Tibium and the children. He lost his entire family. After that, he began living a miserable lifestyle, with no reason to be alive, until Woo-sung proposed a plan to protect others, just as his Aujasi did with them. Hangul trusted him, as it seemed that Woo-sung had returned to his old self with Taebyum's death. In this way, both inherited Ma Taebyum's will and created Higuang in his honor. They created a base where everyone could stay, and to ensure that they didn't end up like their previous family, the organization decided to confront the mafia, always led by Hangul and Woo-sung, who were the perfect duo capable of defeating anyone. Things were going well until the truth came to light. While Hangul was beating up a mafia member, he scolded him for confronting them when they had paid for their services before, revealing that it was Shin Woo-sung who planned the fire at the Higuang store. Upon learning this, he immediately went against his best friend and punched him in the face, trying to get him to tell him why he carried out that attack when Taebyum had treated them like family. Without remorse, Woo-sung tells him that he did it for the money as he finally had a good business, and Taebyum had become a hindrance to him, sentencing that he should never have tried to stop him and cause so much commotion, or else he would still be alive. Indignant, Hangul asks him how he could do it for such a simple reason, but Woo-sung tells him that, in reality, for that very reason, he was still trapped with them. When he says he will kill him, Kwon and Yoonhak grab him by the arms to stop him, making it clear that they will follow Woo-sung. The black-haired boy gets up and reveals that they had all been receiving payments behind his back, and that to avoid dying, money was much more important than family. Furthermore, he explains that thanks to their efforts, they had weakened the mafia and would soon be able to separate from them, something he thanked him for. It was after that Hangul left Higuang when he lost everything he had. That's why, in his mind, he prayed that he wouldn't live in that hellish world. In the present, what he asks the protagonist is to take the girl and go, as he had to stay behind to block the group's path, as he wouldn't be able to move comfortably while carrying her body. Dajung points out that he wouldn't be able to do it because of his injuries, but the gray-haired man tries to cut the discussion short, pointing out the girl's loss of blood. Dajung wants to stay and fight with him, but Hangul demands that he just go and, as an incentive, asks him to trust him. The protagonist, trusting him completely, promises to come back, so he asks her to hold on until then. The mafia members move in the shadows with their flashlights when they notice Dajung running away with the girl, and try to stop them, but Hangul hits them to confront them. In his mind, the gray-haired man pleads with the protagonist to keep saving people and never become someone like Shin Woo-sung. Before he finishes leaving, Hangul shouts to Dajung to get his attention and asks him to live well with the rest of the group, promising that they will see each other later. The protagonist wonders why Hangul would say something like that, thinking that maybe he should go back to help him. However, he quickly prioritizes the safety of the girl behind him, whom he needs to take to a hospital urgently. Then, he would look for the fugitive family so that they could all help their leader. Meanwhile, in the enclosure, Hangul was still facing all the boys who were trying to attack him, managing to evade each attack with monstrous efficiency. Woo-sung watches that and calls him a natural fighter, recalling how even when he was young, he was able to annihilate a large part of the mafia alongside him, admitting that he was someone truly terrifying in the past. However, it wasn't just because of strength that Higuang got so far. After Hangul left the organization, they were able to defeat the remaining faction of the mafia and absorb them into their ranks, a task accomplished by their executives. At that moment, we see Kwon using a knife to attack Hangul, with him trying to defend himself as best as he could. Although his defense falls when Gwang-hyuk hits him in the back with a metal bat. Sung-ho and Ju-aram also take out knives and try to cut off his head. But even though the gray-haired man manages to duck to dodge them, he still receives a couple of cuts on his face. The situation frustrates Hangul because things were complicated before, and now they had only become more difficult with weapons involved. Woo-sung tells him that it was thanks to him that Higuang grew into quite a powerful organization. But that was the only reason, as he also gathered the best to accompany him. That's why his group was powerful even without him. Hangul, for the first time, is impressed that they created something like that solely for making money, and asks him when he planned his big plan and if it was the first time they met, or why he couldn't control himself after getting his revenge. With a smile, Woo-sung admits that he, genuinely and naively, had the sole purpose of revenge, but after learning how to fight and breaking his bully's teeth, he didn't feel satisfaction, anger, or relief, but sympathy. He liked feeling powerful, and that's why he did everything he could to keep experiencing that feeling. So, he sought out other fugitives that he could use as pawns to defeat others. That was a practice that gave him that feeling of power. However, on his path to greatness, there were people who stood in his way, Hangul and Tibium, who wanted to take care of the fugitives from the neighborhoods instead of using them, and that's why Tibium scolded him to stop doing it. A reprimand that made him feel like he was tied by a coward, and it made him experience genuine anger that led him to hire the mafia to take care of those obstacles. After that, he tried to deceive him at all costs to create Higuang and build his own mafia. So, mockingly, he thanks Hangul, who is boiling with fury. Additionally, Wusung tells him that recently they were able to structure a recruitment system for fugitives in that church, and he will ensure that his organization continues to grow without limits. Undoubtedly, strong statements that make it clear to Hangul how dangerous Wusung and Higuang were. The group continues their attack with bats on Hangul, who, even while defending himself, couldn't avoid the shoves that ended up leading him into the storage room and blocking the exit to lock him in, leaving him alone with the executives inside. Hangul assesses his situation and realizes that this time they were willing to finish him off. Before, he had been able to escape because Dajun was there, so now the option was almost impossible. He was in a predicament. Even so, when they ran towards him, he didn't hesitate to face them with a smile. He takes a nearby trash can and throws it at Kw-non, quickly taking advantage of it to take away his knife and cut off his ear. Upon this, Gwanghyuk responds by hitting him in the back with his bat, and Sungho and Aram take advantage of the moment to cut him together with their knives. Hangul does the same, moving gracefully among them and managing to produce deep cuts in each one. Wusung watches the scene, surprised that Cho Hangul can still perform such a display of skill even when he's at his limit. The gray-haired man realizes his expression, so he challenges him by asking if he was afraid, as his recruits didn't seem as strong as he boasted, to which the mobster mocks him for showing bravery when it was obvious he was at his limit. But the head of the Hangul family doesn't back down and suggests that maybe he sent his lackeys to fight him because, deep down, he was afraid that he was still inferior to him in power. This touches a sensitive nerve in Wusung, so he decides to accept his challenge, and he orders everyone to leave them alone. Hangul takes out a cigarette and comments that things should have always been this way because they were the only ones who could put an end to his story. To which Wusung scoffs, saying that kicking him out of Higuang wasn't even as big of a regret as he might think. But when he threatened him, Hangul tells him that he could kill him or not, because he had no interest in his own life that day. This confuses Wusung, until he sees Hangul throw the cigarette butt towards the gasoline that had spilled earlier, igniting the room. At that moment, Higuang's thugs curse him and realize that when he stabbed the executives before, he spilled that gasoline on purpose, planning to end it like this with their leader. Hangul admits that he doesn't like playing with fire, but if all of this started with it, referring to how he killed Tibium, then this was how it should end. He then takes his knife and orders his former friend to do the same, promising that that day he would finish him and his organization. Of course, all Higuang members become agitated by this and try to rescue their leader from the flames while urging the executives to get away from the fire. One of them goes in search of a fire extinguisher, fearing that maybe their base would be consumed by the flames, when he is stopped by Wu Qing, who didn't want the fire to be put out. 5 years ago, we see Hangul eating with Wusung peacefully, talking about how Wusung had adapted to life in the Higuang store, with Hangul confessing that he was happy to finally have someone his age to talk to and feared that maybe he would leave. However, Wusung thanks him for saving him and helping him so much. Hangul forces him to repeat his gratitude several times in order to irritate him. At that moment, the dark-haired man asks Hangul if he could train him, as he wanted to be as strong as him to be able to seek revenge on those who had harmed him. The request initially surprises Hangul, but he ends up accepting it because they were friends. Now, those who were once friends were lined up in a row of flames, ready to fight to the death. The mobsters realize that the fire is spreading quickly, so their leader would have to defeat Hangul quickly to get out of there. Something that shouldn't be a problem considering how injured his opponents were and the feats their boss had achieved against the previous mafia. Wusung, annoyed, insults him for his actions, commenting that he noticed he tried to provoke him by accusing him of having an inferiority complex before when they both knew that currently, even if he taught him to fight, he was much stronger than him. Hangul admits that he doesn't know if it was true or not, but he would find out if they fought as they did in the past, classifying this fight as their final showdown to see how much he had grown. Both of them take their positions with their knives, just like they used to fight with their fists in the past. They both look at each other, the past and present merging, and it shows the clash between them, as in their memories. They used to train in a friendly manner, with Hangul having a clear advantage, but in the present, they fight with clear murderous intentions, making it difficult to determine a possible winner. Hangul manages to inflict a cut on Wusung's arm, at the same time that he does the same on his forearm. In the flashback, it is seen how Woo-sung managed to kick him in the head, just as it happened now, and by landing this kick, he made Hangul release his weapon, giving him the opportunity to go after him with his own weapon. But the same move from the flashback repeats in the present. Hangul throws himself at his opponent to tackle him, causing him to drop his weapon as well, and then proceeds to strike them in the face. Woo-sung pushes him away with a kick. They both look at the knife in the middle of the field and jump towards it, before seeing who took it. In the memories of this first battle, Hangul managed to win after a side blow but told his friend that he had grown a lot, and although he was still far from matching him in power, he had a natural talent for fighting. Woo-sung thanks him, which causes Hangul to mock him, saying it wasn't necessary since they were friends. They both clench their fists in a friendly manner, and in the present, the same clash occurs as they both hold the knife, with Hangul holding the blade. Looking at the whole picture, it is seen that Woo-sung had stabbed Hangul in the chest while Hangul held his face and told him that he had grown a lot, becoming very strong. This doesn't matter to Woo-sung, who just yells at him to die. Hangul spits out blood and asks if he was so blind that he couldn't see the path he had taken, although he mentally questioned whether he had created that monster himself. To both questions, the gray-haired man comes to the conclusion that he must stop him to prevent him from harming innocents, so he grabs his face and throws him into the fire. Memories of all the times he directly faced Haegwang and his men cross his mind, and to his previous statement, he adds that he must also stop him because they were friends. Before entering the church, Cho Hangul walked through the alley where he rescued Woo-sung, which reminded him of how he met Dajung in the same circumstances. Determined, he entered the building, and the church began to burn in flames, causing all of Haegwang's mobsters to flee in terror as they called the firefighters, while Wu Cheng watched the scene with a smile. Inside, Hangul did his best to keep Woo-sung's head in the flames, until he managed to free himself by kicking him away. When he pulls his face out, it can be seen that half of his face is burned. With hatred, both of them vow to kill each other, although Hangul hesitates when he sees that the wound in his chest is much deeper than he wanted, to the point that everything started to blur, but he needed to be sure that he would finish him. However, Woo-sung had more energy, so he jumps towards him to kill him. A memory comes to mind. He was in bed next to Woo-sung, and he asked if he had a family, to which the dark-haired man, hesitating, denied. A response that made Hangul laugh, as everyone there went through the same situation. The dark-haired man replied, with obviousness, that this was the reason they were all together in the first place. But he added that now he was better, and that was because he now had a family, referring to Tibium and the others. Despite being weak, Hangul manages to dodge every stab Woo-sung throws at him with his knife. Then, he steps on his foot and manages to grab another knife to counter his attacks, leading to a new exchange that results in one of the weapons cracking. Hangul's knife, both of them keep their weapons clashing, and the gray-haired man was losing the strength competition, so he breaks this clash and punches Woo-sung in the face. This leads to a flurry of kicks, all of which are completely dodged by Woo-sung, until he takes advantage of a moment to stab Hangul in the side, hoping to kill him. But even wounded, the gray-haired man remains determined and gives him a strong headbutt that knocks him to the ground, although he doesn't manage to land any more blows, as Woo-sung tightens the knife and kicks him away. As he gets up, Woo-sung declares that he finds him deeply disgusting because a person who pretended to be good and took in random fugitives would never amount to anything. That's why he would ensure that his whole group had a slow and painful death. This brings new memories to the gray-haired man, where he blames himself for not being able to stop his friend when he killed the Ajasi, or when he created Haegwang, thinking about how he cried that day when he realized that his best friend wasn't someone who could be family material. Both of them rush toward another collision between them, in which Hangul assures himself that this time he will sever all the bonds that connected them. However, this new clash is not seen because the light from the flames envelops both of their bodies. On the other hand, in a hospital, the girls who were kidnapped by Haegwang were together, although one of them was in bed. In any case, when this task was over, Dajung was running back to the church after notifying the rest of the runaway family of the situation by message, hoping that Hangul would be waiting for him so they could all help him together, although the memory of their farewell never left his mind. Upon arrival, he looks in horror as the church is engulfed in flames and, without hesitation, runs towards it in search of his beloved leader. The protagonist ran through the fire, calling Hangul's name, although falling debris in the fire made it difficult for him to move easily. Remembering his past, he admits that when he ran away from home, he could only think of revenge, but then he was able to forget about it thanks to Cho Hangul, who allowed him to experience, for the first time in his life, the warmth of a family, which generated a debt to him that he wanted to start fulfilling. Until now, he felt that he still had a lot to repay, so he begged for him to be safe. Outside, the rest of the Hangul family had arrived and was doing their best to enter, but now the firefighters were preventing them from doing so at all costs due to the danger. Another one of them continued to use the hose to extinguish the fire, but was concerned about the direction of the wind, which made the task difficult and took away hope that the boy who had entered, Dajung, and any other survivors inside were still alive. However, when he looked up at the sky, he was relieved to see that it was starting to rain, extinguishing the fire. Inside, Dajung realized the same thing, making it much easier for him to move through the church. The smoke was affecting him, but he kept shouting his leader's name until he turned into a room and was shocked by what he found: Cho Hangul's lifeless body. He approaches him and doesn't hesitate to speak, asking why he's asleep and bleeding. Not wanting to think of the worst possibility, he carries him on his back to take him to a hospital to treat his wounds. As he walked, the protagonist confesses that he no longer needed to seek revenge, that he no longer cared about it, so he no longer had to leave them. "Where am I? I'm sure I was with Shin Woo-sung," were the first thoughts that Hangul had upon waking up. When he opens his eyes, he notices that he's in an ambulance being attended to, and in front of him is his entire family, crying their hearts out. But this doesn't matter to Hangul, as he feels happy to see their faces again. Starting with the one who reminded him of himself, Sungbin, with whom he resonated with everything he experienced after running away and losing his family, making it impossible for him to leave him. A decision he deeply rejoices in, seeing how bright he had become. Then there was the one who became so reliable, Teek, whom he met when he was very weak and could die from anything, but who had a determination that helped him start caring about the well-being of the Hangul family. There was also the most mature of all of them, Gaeun. She had experienced a difficult life from a very young age that forced her to mature quickly, giving her a look of someone carrying the weight of the world, as well as a smile that warmed his heart. There was the one who used to cause trouble, Diob. There were times when he wanted to slap him for all the trouble he caused, but he could never do it. He never came to hate him, because his ability to be blatantly stupid was amusing, although it was even more fun to see how seriously he enjoys life now. It was a shame that he couldn't spend more time with him. Finally, there was the one he always worried about, Dajung. He wanted to help him complete his revenge, but he believed he couldn't do it anymore. He didn't think he could keep taking care of him for much longer. He wanted to avoid at all costs that he would walk the same path as Shin Woo-sung. And in the end, he may have succeeded because the boy who came was very different from his old friend. Dajung was a good guy. For all of that, he thanks him, remembering all the beautiful moments they lived, thanking him for becoming his family, because that's why he never felt alone. With those words, Cho Hangul closes his eyes forever, thinking that in his life, they were 5 bright stars, and if he were to be reborn, he would like them to be a family again. At that moment, he lets go of the paper he had in his hand, which was the photo of the 5 boys. A couple of months before the terrifying gas incident, Dajung and Hangul were on the rooftop of the house. Hangul teased him to call him Hyung, but the boy couldn't do it because it felt strange to address him like that after calling him formally for so long. This made the gray-haired man laugh, and he told him that he would have to do it because from now on, he would be his Hyung from the streets, a term that refers to those who are like brothers in a family. After seeing the sincerity of his words, the protagonist finally managed to call him Hangul Hyung without any issues. The fight that night ended with Cho Hangul's death. His family members, Neon and her father, and Inhwan attended his funeral. Everyone mourned his death, and Dajung felt as if he had lost everything in the world with his passing. Higuang suffered a severe blow when their church burned down, making everything become quite silent. Thanks to Cho Hangul's sacrifice, the streets had found peace, even if the threat of the mafia organization still loomed over his family. That wasn't what he wanted. One night, Teek arrived and asked where Dajung was, to which Diob said, with disappointment, that he had probably gone out again. On the street, a thug begged him to let him go since he was no longer part of Higuang. But this didn't stop his attacker, Im Dajung, who continued to beat him severely. In his mind, the protagonist cursed his Hyung for not listening to him and letting him help. He was sure things would have been different if he had been with him. While crying, he swore that he would kill all the bastards involved in Cho Hangul's death. When he was about to land another blow, an axe stopped his arm. It was held by Wu Qing, who told him that he could help him if he wanted to finish off Higuang. However, of course, the protagonist just looked at him with absolute hatred. At dawn, in a warehouse, a man began to scream. It was Woo-sung, who was still alive and screaming in pain from his injuries to his face. Sung-ho was with him and tried to calm him down as he was recovering from treatment for his burns. The man didn't care about this, he just wanted to know what happened to Hee-gwang. Yoon-hak explained that their church had burned down, all the members had suffered serious injuries, and several of their affiliates had fled. So, their forces had weakened exponentially, and it would take them some time to regain the power and presence they had once. Woo-sung began to curse Cho Hangul for causing that, and Yoon-hak took the opportunity to tell him that now that Hangul was dead, there was no one who could get in their way. However, the criminal leader said that if there was, it was the Hangul family who could become an obstacle to Hee-gwang in the future. That's why, as soon as the gang recovers, they will take care of eliminating them. Returning to Wu Cheng and the offer he made to the protagonist, he immediately pushes him away, recognizing him as one of those who were in the church that day during the execution of his Hyung, being well aware that he was one of the executives of the criminal group. That's why he has no doubt about attacking him, shouting that he will kill him, but the blonde man dodges all his attacks, asking him to calm down. With no results, he hits him in the stomach with the axe handle to make him take deep breaths and relax. While on the ground, Wu Cheng takes advantage of the moment to explain that he also wanted Hee-gwang to disappear, so he hoped he wouldn't see him as a member of the organization. In fact, he admits that he hoped Cho Hangul would take care of Hee-gwang, but he failed, unfortunately. Dajung doesn't accept this and tells him to shut up. But Wu Cheng continues, asking if his family, them, wouldn't seek revenge for their leader's death. The blonde man admits that he saw them all fight, and they were quite an impressive group, but they weren't enough to defeat Hee-gwang. They needed much greater strength to take down Shin Woo-sung, and he was a person who could be quite useful in achieving that goal. That's why he offers his hand to join forces, promising that if they followed his plan, they would achieve their objective. At the end of his monologue, what Dajung does is spit on the blonde man's hand, declaring that he had no intentions of working with trash like him. Wu Cheng says that Cho Hangul's death was probably a huge shock, so he leaves his number and goes away, assuring that one day he will be in trouble and will need his help. At that moment, he can call him without any problem. In another moment, Dajung was on the rooftop of the house, looking into the distance when he takes out a cigarette from a box he found among Hangul's things. Presumably to remember him, he decides to light it and smoke it, but he starts coughing heavily, wondering why his Hyung used to smoke something like that. This comical moment is easily ruined when he looks in front of him and doesn't find him there. He couldn't stay there any longer because it held too many memories of him. Precisely, remembering all the moments he lived with him, he starts crying inconsolably. Then, he takes out the piece of the photo with Hangul's face and looks at it with teary eyes. Night falls, it's a rainy day, and Dajung is in front of the door, about to leave. He turns and looks at Diob, lying on his back, and assumes he's asleep. But when he's about to leave, he hears him speak, asking where he's going, warning him that he'll catch a cold in that rain. Dajung tells him that he needs to go somewhere and it will take some time. The redhead offers to accompany him, but the protagonist declines his request as he wanted to be alone. Diob accepts this, saying that he'll probably be fine now that he has experienced part of what it's like to live as a fugitive. Dajung reassures him and promises to return soon, and by the look on Diob's face, it's clear that he understands his plan to run away. However, he doesn't say anything more than to stay safe. Once the door is closed, the redhead begins to cry over his departure. Dajung walks through the rain, feeling depressed. In his mind, he talks about how it seemed like a dream to have met Cho Hangul, to know the fugitive family, the greatest joy of his life. He thinks that maybe that's why God took away his newfound happiness. At that very moment, Neon receives a message from him, where he resigns from his job, something that greatly worries her and In-hwan, who was with her. Dajung felt as if God were telling him to do what he had forgotten he wanted to do. That's why he understands it now. He wanted to tell God that he would do what he had to do. At that moment, he approaches a group of gangsters who were beating up a young boy, and they were part of Hee-gwang, threatening the young boy to join them or die. When the trio notices the protagonist's presence, they ask him what he's doing there. He approaches them slowly, knowing that he had to handle things on his own to prevent the trash from getting back into his life, to ensure the safety of himself and his loved ones. Without fear, he takes a brick and, hoping to punish them, he smashes each of the thugs' faces with it. After defeating them, the injured young man thanks him, but Dajung asks him if he was really going to join Hee-gwang, something the young boy immediately denies, and with that said, Dajung leaves without saying another word. However, the young man asks him if, instead of Hee-gwang, he could join him, making it clear that he wasn't weak and that they only defeated him because they caught him off guard among 5 people, so he could be useful to him. The memory of Nam Wucheng and how they couldn't defeat them alone comes to his mind. The power wielded by each executive returns to his head. So, he simply tells him that he can do whatever he wants, something the young boy takes as a positive response. He would become strong enough not to lose again, stronger than anyone else, and strong enough to punish those who had harmed him before as well. Those were Dajeng's thoughts. He wanted everyone to get a taste of their own medicine, to not die in these lands and to rule the streets. He would kill them all. A year ago, before Dajeng joined the Hangul family, Cha Diob had just run away from home and was living in a neighborhood known for its delinquency. A 16-year-old Diob, on the 30th day since he ran away, had just defeated a thug and taunted him before leaving. Although others tried to pick a fight, they stopped when they knew he was the best fighter in the neighborhood. But an older man reproached him for his actions, accusing him of reporting him for what he did. However, the redhead dismissed it, saying that fugitives didn't have to follow anyone's rules. This annoyed the people present, who claimed that all fugitives were trash like him. That afternoon, Diob was eating when a little dog approached him. The redhead pushed it away, saying he wouldn't give it anything, but when it licked his hand, he couldn't help but smile. He got up and left, telling the dog that it should leave because a fugitive like him couldn't give it a future. At that moment, the young man he had defeated earlier returned with a group, all armed. They were too many, and Diob knew it, so he decided to leave as if he could easily handle them, under the pretext that he didn't feel like fighting, hoping it would be enough. However, as a way to convince him, the group grabbed the dog by the neck and told him they would beat it to death if he left. Diob said indifferently that it wasn't his problem what they did with it and continued on his way. This seemed to convince them, but they decided to take it out on the dog, so they threw it like a baseball to hit it with a bat. Fortunately, the blow didn't connect, thanks to a jump Diob made to shield it. This surprised the group, who couldn't understand how someone like him could care about animals. To which the redhead responded that he couldn't stand it when people messed with cute things. After this, he managed to give them a beating that scared them away, although he admitted that he almost died in the fight. At least he was happy that the dog was safe and started petting it while eating his piece of cake, which he had thrown during the fight. Having said that, he decides to get up and leave, telling it that he could never afford to give it the luxuries it needed, so all he could do was say goodbye, hoping it would find a home. At that very moment, a little girl saw the dog and instantly fell in love with it, so she asked her father to take it home. Diob admits that he also hoped to find someone who would adopt him one day. As he exits the park, Cho Hangul is lying on the ground with a magazine on his face. He removes it slightly and comments that the guy was funny. Without a doubt, these words would mark the beginning of the redhead's new life. The year before Dajeng joined the Hangul family, Geung was on her 7th day of living on the streets, wondering what to do with her life now that she had run away at the age of 16. At that moment, she was crying, and a boy approached her and promised to help her, introducing himself as Jihyun. Afterward, we see both young people in a cafe. After Geung told him her story, Jihyun revealed that he had also run away from home and now belonged to a family of fugitives. Commenting that it would be better to stay together to support each other, he asked if she wanted to join his fugitive family, where he would make sure to provide her with a place to stay, work, and sleep, in addition to introducing her to the rest of the people in the family. To top it off, he told her that he believed she would fit in because he felt she could get along with everyone. This conversation is enough for Geung to timidly accept. But her surprise is quite significant when they arrive at a bar full of muscular guys and adults. One of the men comments on his surprise that he managed to catch a new girl, thinking that maybe it was because he was a young boy, and he tells her that he will deposit the introduction fee later. Geung is taken aback by the situation, showing her discomfort, which irritates Jihyun quite a bit. Unlike when he introduced himself, he has no qualms about getting aggressive now. He grabs her hand and yells at her to shut up and do it. This brings tears to Geung's eyes, but not from the pain, it's because she believed his lies. She easily manages to perform a move to get Jihyun off of her and toss him into the air. Then, she starts running away from the place, wondering how her life turned into a nightmare. She was chased by the men from the bar who declared that she would only have to serve drinks, but she ignored them. As they pursued her, a silhouette attacked them, declaring that they couldn't ignore such disgusting people. Rain begins to fall again in the city, and Geung returns to the same spot as before, repeating the scene, now crying because she believed she could rely on someone else. A bitter situation that leads her to the conclusion that she couldn't trust anyone. At that moment, the rain is stopped by someone, Cho Hangul, who says she'll catch a cold. Obviously, after what she went through, the girl rejects him, but Hangul tells her to just take the umbrella and gives her a card, which corresponds to a billiard room where she could ask for a job. Finally, he recommends being careful on the streets because there are many horrible people out there, like the ones who were following her earlier, and he says goodbye. In shock from the rapid turn of events, Gaeun yells at him that she didn't need his help, but Hangul just smiles, saying that he only helped her for free this time. Gaeun starts to walk, thinking that even though he was a kind person, he could still be like Jaehyun. However, on her way, she encounters the men who were chasing her before, all lying on the ground, and she realizes that the guy was responsible. So, she starts running back to where he was. She understands that it might be foolish, but she wanted to believe that she could trust someone else. So when she returns, she talks to Cho Hangul to ask him where he stays, surprising the gray-haired man. He was the person she believed she could trust. In the past, Kim Taek trained every day. According to him, there was a reason why he wanted to become strong. A year before he joined the Hangul family, he used to live on the streets, totally alone, getting beaten up daily by the same gang that took advantage of him being quite weak. A routine that he was sure would eventually kill him, which was why he needed to become stronger. One of those days, 16-year-old Jeon Neon found him and took him to her pizzeria, where they fed him while he mentioned that he hadn't eaten for days. Unlike other people, Neon and her father felt sorry for his situation and, trying to help him, they offered him the chance to come and eat at their place whenever he wanted, regretting that they couldn't do much more. Although this was enough to make Taek cry, grateful, all he could do was praise the taste of their food, calling it the best he had ever tasted in his life, and he promised that he would repay them someday. It was thanks to their help that Taek survived, although the harassment he received threatened his survival until one day he genuinely thought they would kill him because his body was starting to go numb from the pain. While this was happening, one thought dominated his mind. Nothing would happen to him if he were bigger and stronger. Suddenly, he stopped feeling those attacks, and when he looked, there was a person, Cho Hangul, standing over the unconscious bodies of his harassers. Although the gray-haired man ignored it, attributing all his actions to them being too noisy, Taek took the opportunity to ask him to train him. He could see that Hangul saw him as a weakling, but he still accepted to train him. So, his routine changed, and now he trained with Cho Hangul every day. Although it was difficult, he made an effort to complete every exercise because he never wanted to be on the brink of death again. Finally, he managed to gain the strength and muscles that characterized him so much, and no one dared to mess with him again, as he could even defeat all his bullies. He no longer had to worry about his survival being at risk. Cho Hangul himself acknowledged his power and told him that he could stop training and take care of himself. Taek wanted to continue training, but without Hangul, he found the process boring. He had already achieved his dream of having the strength to take care of himself, so there was no longer such a need. So, he simply decided to explore the city that day. He quickly realized that his training would never be enough when he found a group of mobsters destroying Neon and her father's pizzeria for not paying the requested fee. There were many of them, and the long-haired man knew it, but he still didn't hold back from kicking one of them and shouting that he would kill them if they continued to dirty their hands in that place. Everyone, even the owner of the establishment, knew it was madness to confront him, and in the end, Taek ended up on the ground, in pain, being supported by Neon and her father. Despite this, the purple-haired guy smiled, understanding that he needed to keep training, with them being the reason to become stronger. So, he asked the owner not to close his pizzeria, as he wouldn't allow them to be harmed again, as that was his favorite place in the whole world. That's why he wouldn't stop training and getting stronger every day until he could protect the people who helped him. Approximately a year before Im Dajun joined the Hangul family, Ha Sungbin was on the brink of death lying on the ground when Cho Hangul found him to offer support to get out of his lonely and dark life. However, this wasn't so easy. Despair still lingered. There was a moment when both of them had gone days without eating, and they argued about it, with Hangul making stupid suggestions like stealing food from a cat or eating a duck from the lake. Fed up, Sungbin decided to get up and find a way to make money so they wouldn't starve to death, literally. Despite his good intentions, getting a part-time job wasn't easy for a fugitive like him, especially someone who had inflicted harm on himself like he did, and who had quite evident scars on his arms. This became more than evident when one person agreed to let him work at a store until they saw the scars on his arms and rejected him. People were reluctant to even approach him because they thought he had a mental problem, going so far as to be kicked out of the store because of it. For all the trouble he had caused, he felt great helplessness for what he had done to his arm and regretted it. Just before leaving, a man approached him and asked if he wanted to cover his arm. So, he took him to a tattoo parlor, saying that it was difficult to erase a tattoo once it was done but that it was a good option to avoid people's stares. Despite his warnings, Sungbin accepted his help, although he was nervous. Afterward, the man started tattooing his arm, entirely for free, highlighting his inability to feel pain. A few days later, Sungbin had his arm completely covered, and he thanked the man, saying that he liked it very much. Although curious, he asked him why he went through so much trouble for him, to which the man replied that he could relate to his situation, being a fugitive who found a home in his passion for tattoos. With those words, he gave him a smile, saying that even in the darkest moments, one could find a light at the end of the tunnel. Sungbin thanked him and left while the man told him he could come back if he ever got bored. Upon hearing this, he took the opportunity to ask if he could teach him how to tattoo. A year later, Sungbin returned home with Hangul, excited because his salary had arrived, and they would eat grilled chicken. Although what surprised Hangul the most about his statement was that he was already good enough to do tattoos. Sungbin thought that the tattoo artist was right since he had learned to live a life where he was constantly running from everyone. He had been lucky to meet so many good people. His first job was the tattoos on Teek and Diob, so he thanked them for trusting him. However, they downplayed it, genuinely pleased with his work, something that made Sungbin smile, asking if he would really become a good tattoo artist in the future. A smile that also came because the purple-haired man felt that he had finally found that light he needed to continue. Meanwhile, the tattoo artist, now Sungbin's boss, was attending to a customer. It was Wucheng who asked, out of curiosity, who those guys calling themselves the Hangul family were. And that's how the first part of this manhwa ends. If you have reached this part of the video, let me tell you that you have been one of the few people to make it here. So comment the word revenge in the comments. Remember to subscribe to not miss any videos.